meetings. There were some 100 requests from our participants and the exhibitors to have B2B meeting with the Vietnam delegation. So we are fortunate enough that during the time of our expo, the delegation of Vietnam has visited our expo.
So, sir, I just had a chat with the vice chairman of Zhejiang province and Mr. Tep. What are the areas you think Vietnam and India can collaborate or work together?
I feel agriculture is the main area which we can collaborate, because we have taken our own delegation to Vietnam some 3 months back, and when we visited there, it was just like India. We were not feeling that we were in some other country, and moreover they were very friendly towards Indians. And lot of opportunities and synergies do exist between the two countries. Agriculture is one, as I said, and there is pharmaceutical. Lot of scope is there for pharmaceuticals, and also lot of scope for aquaculture also. So I think great opportunity for both the countries, and such type of delegations, if they come India, this is the second delegation which we are hosting from Vietnam. In the recent past, there was one more delegation which we have hosted, and when we visited we took our delegation to Vietnam. Consul General Mr. Madan Mohan Sethi was very kind enough to host us and make all the arrangements, and we have visited 3 provinces. We had a very good interaction meeting with them, and we signed MOU with all the 3 provinces.
Sir, one of the suggestion that came from the minister was to take this expo into the rural India. I know it's too early. It's only a few hours back, he said. So, what are your first thoughts? Aapko kya lag raha hai?
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. Actually, as a federation, we are already moving to the Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. We have done few programs in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and districts. Like we have done one program on women entrepreneurship in Nizamabad, Warangal, Karimnagar, and we have done EXIM program, export import management program in same Nizamabad, Warangal, Khammam. These districts we are reaching now, and I'm confident that we have done one program in Medak also on women entrepreneurship. Response was very good. So seeing the response and seeing the suggestion from the minister, definitely we will reach out to other districts and Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, not only for our programs on dissemination of knowledge and information, but also we can think of having a small expo, because lot of potential is there in the districts. Since central government has come out with one district, one product, so there is big opportunity for all of us to develop and to have business opportunities in the districts.
So you also talked about agriculture being one of the key areas between India and Vietnam, and with millets being with millet being the focus area now, millet year. Where do you see that going? I mean, can we make something with that between the two countries?
Yeah, there is a lot of scope, because Vietnamese are also health conscious, and millet being like in the budget, our honorable finance minister said that millet is Shriyan. That means it's God's son, God's food. So I think a lot of opportunities, and seeing the conditions, like we have been to Vietnam, we have seen there, they are typically just like Indians, very friendly towards Indians. So I think a lot of scope and a lot of opportunities are available.
As a FTC, any roadmap that you're coming up with to push for millet in Telangana?
Yeah, we are planning one program on millet also, and we are discussing with the Indian Institute of Millet Research, and some discussions are taking place, and definitely we will do one program on millet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That'll be on.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry (FTCCI), will be held from 28th to 30th June 2023 at the High-Tex Exhibition Center in Hyderabad.
We, FTCCI, we are organizing an Industrial and Technology Expo to showcase the vast technological advances that are happening in the state of Telangana.
On 28th, 29th and 30th. If you are a person who are looking at displaying your innovation, or if you are a person who want to look at what are the innovations which is happening and the technology around it, so this is the right place for you to be here and explore your ideas or learn from the ideas of others and enhance your business and growth.
This expo is for all the industries, giving you a good opportunity of networking in very short time of your products, ideas and thoughts.
Looking forward to see you all at the ITEX exhibition on 28th, 29th and 30th of June at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023.
ఎన్ని రకాల వస్తువులు అయితే మీరు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ చేస్తున్నారో ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్లను మొత్తము దాంట్లో ఎగ్జిబిషన్ చేస్తే మేము విపరీతమైన పబ్లిసిటీ చేస్తున్నాము. మేము దాదాపు ఒక 15 నుంచి 20 వేల మంది 3 రోజులలో వస్తారని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము.
I wish startups grand success.
If you missed it, you are missing your ideas and innovation.
Welcome viewers to My Startup TV. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. This is the day 2 and we can already feel the buzz. We can hear the buzz here. I think it started off on a great note on day 1. Today I have with me Avinash Challa, who's the founder CEO of Cube IoT, and let's understand. They put one of the stalls here, and let's understand what their business into. They're doing some amazing products with a cutting edge technology, state of art. So let's talk to them and understand what their company is into and what kind of product they're building and how they're going to revolutionize the construction of the real estate industry with it. Avinash, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
Hello. So Avinash, let's start by understanding you itself. Avinash, as a founder, CEO of the company, tell us something about you.
See, my name is Avinash, as sir is introducing me. I'm very much amazed to see the outstanding response what we are getting in our FTCCI stall, which we have placed just nearby the stage. And see, I started my journey into entrepreneurship in 2006, when one day I got stuck in an elevator for about 2 hours. And then I have realized that if there is any company which can give instant service within 1 or 2 hours, it would be very helpful. Then I found that there is no company such. Then I started a lift maintenance company in 2006-7, and then later on, immediately within 6 to 7 months, I have realized that having maintenance company is not just enough until and unless it is your elevator. So our first product is Cube elevators. We started our journey with that, and in Hyderabad we have installed so many elevators, which are hydraulic home lifts, which are electric traction elevators, machine room lifts, machine room less elevators, screw based elevators, rack and pinion lifts, goods elevators. You name any type of elevator, we are into manufacturing of different types of elevators. And starting from 2 passenger up to about 50 passenger, we can provide elevators with. And we started this whole journey so our first product is actually elevators. For about 10 years we we supplied elevators, and then in 2017 we have named the whole organization as Cube IoT, which stands for Internet of Things. So because with the latest innovation and technology which is developing across the globe, we thought we should bring it to our company, to our country, and explore new opportunities, export our products across the globe with the latest smart elevators. So we have made our elevator, which is we made it a voice operated elevator. You can operate the elevator with your mobile, and the panels, earlier you have a regular stainless steel panels. We have changed those panels and integrated them with the new touch panels technology. So then with the new item to the cart of touch panels, we started supplying touch panels to homes as well, apart from elevators. So our Cube IoT, apart from elevators, as we have entered into touch panel manufacturing, so you can replace all your old switchboards with the latest, 100% reusable with 100% reusable plastic. You can have a beautiful touch panel with your family photo or a beautiful scenery of Mona Lisa. So, like if you look at constructions, generally you will observe all the button switches are hidden to one of the corners. Now with this technology available, you can have a proper switchboard. It can be center of the hall as a beautiful photo frame, and it can have touch switches also. So with Internet of Things, we have elevators, we have touch switches which are integrated with Alexa and your mobile or Google Home, voice control, and we have switchable glasses as well.
That's interesting. A big range of, or a huge range of products that you're doing, and within elevators, you kind of different varieties which can be customized based on customer requirement. Now I understand, right? So we regularly see paper ads and TV ads coming up where people are trying to say, promoting home elevators. Where do you see the market today? What is the size of the market, and where do you see it's going in coming time?
See, home elevators has a huge scope. Example, if you just think about, Hyderabad, as Hyderabad is a growing city. You go to GHMC and get the stats of how many elevators or how many buildings are getting constructed in a month. We came to know with a proper analysis. I'll tell you how we have done that analysis, but we came to know about 3,000 homes are getting constructed and getting handed over every month in and around Hyderabad, that is in our Telangana state. So out of which 10% are apartments, rest all are independent houses. If it is an independent house, if it is more than a floor, ground plus 2 floors, if you don't have an elevator inside your building, the second floor is going to become basically no one is going to use that. It will become a storeroom. So people are opting for this new technology of home elevators in almost every house, because now in especially Hyderabad you can see per SFT cost in a villa is costing about 8,000 rupees. Imagine your second and third floors in a villa are not utilized at all. So you are at loss of money, right? And elevator is only a product in which it adds value to a building. Imagine a apartment ground plus 3 floors without an elevator. Each flat would cost about 30 lakh rupees. If you have an elevator, each flat would cost about 40 lakh rupees.
So elevators are value add to your house, even if it's an independent villa, right?
Absolutely.
So the obvious question is, around safety of of these elevators, because regular maintenance would be required in home. Domestic maintenance is usually ignored as compared to in gated communities, let us say flats, where there is a maintenance corpus. People spend money on maintenance required, whereas in a domestic one, probably people would not spend so much. So safety, is that something would be of a concern?
When coming to elevators, all across the globe there are some safety standards, and in our country you have BIS standards. So any installation company should follow all these guidelines of elevator standards which are already there. However, in some states it is mandated. In our state it is yet to be mandated. So for now we have safety standards, but there are no rules by the government.
What my question was, if you see, maintenance is not on the priority list, when it comes to domestic household, right? If somebody was to ignore that, would that be a safety concern for a domestic or a home lift?
Absolutely. See, for elevator, just like a vehicle, elevator is vertical transportation, right? So it should have all the safeties, and the maintenance should be done regularly. If anyone ignores safety, then it may cause any kind of accident. So that is the reason government should have some mandate rules on to how a lift should be installed, who should install the lift. Like in all other states like Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Delhi, you have certain rules. If someone doesn't follow the rule, there is penalty. Telangana government also it formed a lift act, but it is yet to be implemented. Hopefully after these elections we'll get a lift act as well. So yeah, so elevators require regular maintenance for sure, and you cannot ignore on it.
So Indian market is very price conscious market, right? So if somebody wants to know what does it cost to have a 2-man lift or a 4-man lift, how would you give a costing? Is it per square feet? How does it work?
Elevators, so sometimes we get calls asking for, sir, do I get elevator for a lakh rupee? Okay, so no, you will not get an elevator for a lakh rupee. Elevators as of now are little expensive, especially in Indian market. If you see, most of the parts we are importing. At manufacturing setups needs to come in our country. So as of now, few parts are imported. So especially home lifts are very expensive. The starting range of a home lift starts from about 6 lakh rupees with a manual door elevator. If it is a hydraulic lift which has no pit requirement and no headroom requirement, it costs about 6 lakh rupees. And generally, if the size is small, the lift cost is more. Why? Because if it is a standard 6-passenger elevator, you have more apartments which are using the same standard 6-passenger elevator. So the cost is average, because all the parts which we buy for a 6-passenger elevators are standardized most of the time. Whereas in a 2-passenger elevator, because there is a lot of customization which needs to be done, the cost is, as of now, it is on higher side. But hopefully in coming years, India will have better manufacturing facilities, and we are also planning to expand our units and manufacture elevator equipments in Hyderabad, so making the cost on lower end.
That was my next question actually, that you as a innovation company, would Cube IT get into manufacturing of some of the parts that you're importing? You already answered that. So what I would like to know is, if you are planning to get into that, what is the size of the market for that particular part, if you could talk about?
See, basically it's a very simple calculation. Like in India, there are more than 12,000 lift installation companies. Johnson, Schindler, Tyson, Mitsubishi, Kone are our competitors, who are multinational companies. We have also supplied lifts to UAE and Mauritius. Whole world is looking at Indian market because there is rapid growth in construction industry over here, and the market size is so huge. Like each elevator would cost about, on an average, 5 lakh rupees, and if you just multiply 5 lakhs with about 3,000 elevators just in Telangana and Andhra, just multiply with 20 states at least. So the market is about 3,000 crores market is there for elevators per month. So the business is so huge. But once if we have regulations like how you have in other countries, then the entire industry will be streamlined. As of now, the industry is unorganized. We are also waiting for for one rule across the country, so that an elevator company in Hyderabad can, as of now, can't install lifts in Bangalore, because again you should take license in Bangalore. But imagine you have a single rule across the country, so we'll have better opportunities throughout the country. But
And you get a better market place.
yes, but as of now, once we become a manufacturer, currently we are OEM, we manufacture few parts, rest parts, as I have mentioned, we are importing from other states and other countries. So manufacturers has better opportunity, because supply of goods anyone can do. But installation of lift is regulated and there is a license system in it.
Now coming to the other products that Cube IoT do, I know you are into specialized doors, into windows. So if you could talk about architectural lighting, if you could talk about that as well.
See, now you understood that we are manufacturing elevator cabins, right? When we can manufacture an elevator cabin with a CNC machine, with the same machine we can also manufacture a door and a window. So basically we are currently using Tata steel with galvanized iron and manufacturing beautiful wooden finished steel doors. And also we have manufacturing windows with composite panel. To talk about advantages of wooden finished steel door first, in our country most of us like that wooden finish, right? Over here also you can see wooden finished tables here and all. So when people like wooden finish, but each door, if you need to manufacture, you need to cut down 2 trees. So a whole planet is conscious about how it is with global warming, how it is going to affect our planet and all. So to save the planet also there should be some new regulations, and more importantly advantages for a customer who buys a steel door compared with a wooden door is wooden door it changes size with the weather conditions. If it is a rainy season, it is a rainy season we have entered, right? You can also see in your home that some doors will keep getting stuck. But whereas in steel door, it is always the same door what you will have. And imagine that you have a wooden door and you use it for about 20 years. Okay, then you will scrap it out. You will not get anything, right? Whereas in case of a steel door, even if you scrap it after some time, Tata says that their steel will not get rust for about 50 years at least. But even if you just think about it, after 20 years if you need to change these doors with the new doors, even if you scrap it, the steel rate will always go high and you will get back whatever investment you have done. So we are giving Tata has their own product called Tata Pravesh. Now we are doing cube steel doors and windows, and we are associated with a manufacturer called Axis, who has a manufacturing setup in Hyderabad itself. So our cube steel doors have the speciality of the customization. Generally, whatever size you want, even for your existing house, if you want to replace the doors, or if it is a school, if it is a hospital, if it is a shopping mall, whatever custom sizes requirement you have, just like how we are customizing our elevators to the required size, we are customizing doors and also windows to the requirement of the client. And generally we take about 30 days to deliver our steel doors and windows, whereas for elevators we take about 90 days to install the elevator. Coming to our windows come with composite material. Like the window frame is made out of galvanized iron, and it has inbuilt grill. If you are going for UPVC or any other material, you need to go for a grill on top of the window, which may look very ugly because you need to get it fabricated from outside and you need to get it fixed on top of the window. Whereas when you look at our window, it has inbuilt grill facility, and the grill is also made out of galvanized iron. So you have a galvanized iron grill, galvanized iron door frame, and openable windows and sliding windows which are made out of aluminium. And if you want a mesh to it, we have stainless steel option, galvanized iron option, we have fixed meshes, sliding meshes, and also roll-on meshes. So we have multiple options in window segment as well.
That's impressive range of products. Also, one advantage is with your iron doors and windows, wherever there are a problem of termite, this can, you save that. So, now coming to the event itself, how has been the experience at Expo? What are your thoughts?
See, I got amazing connects over here. This event is outstanding. Mr. Varun, who is joint director here, he has helped us a lot. Mr. Kiran, who has actually introduced us to FTCCI, was so cordial. So it is happening in a very good way. See, I came to meet you also here. And yesterday there was a team from Vietnam who said that they'll help us in exporting our products to Vietnam. So I met our energy minister. I told him about Lift Act, and he said that he'll also help us and our industry as well.
Well, many congratulations and all the best to you in your future. And I hope your Vietnam export business starts off.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry (FTCCI), will be held from 28th to 30th June 2023 at the High-Tex Exhibition Center in Hyderabad.
We, FTCCI, we are organizing an industrial and technology expo to showcase the vast technological advances that are happening in the state of Telangana.
On 28th, 29th and 30th.
If you are a person who are looking at displaying your innovation, or if you are a person who want to look at what are the innovations which is happening and the technology around it, so this is the right place for you to be here and explore your ideas or learn from the ideas of others and enhance your business and growth.
This expo is for all the industries, giving you a good opportunity of networking in very short time of your products, ideas and thoughts.
Looking forward to see you all at the ITEX exhibition on 28th, 29th and 30th of June at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023.
ఎన్ని రకాల వస్తువులైతే మీరు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ చేస్తున్నారో ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్లను మొత్తము దాంట్లో ఎగ్జిబిషన్ చేస్తే మేము విపరీతమైన పబ్లిసిటీ చేస్తున్నాము. మేము దాదాపు ఒక 15 నుంచి 20 వేల మంది 3 రోజులలో వస్తారని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము.
I wish startups grand success.
If you missed it, you are missing your ideas and innovation.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the first edition of Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, which is organized by FTCCI in Hyderabad. And going by what we've seen so far, we witnessed it's been one of the well organized events. And I have with me Kathy Narane, who's the CEO of FTCCI. Welcome, ma'am. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So, first thoughts, first reaction, first event under your leadership. How do you see it?
Okay, wow. It's just the first day and we still have 2 days to go. So I think the next 2 days we want to ensure that we have a lot of visitors, a lot of MSMEs who can, participate, interact with the, stall owners. So it's just the beginning. So there's no reaction as of now, but I've asked my team to continue pushing and bringing in as many members as possible.
And it's been a 3 months work, isn't it? And short time, but within that
short time. It's definitely a very short time because if you look at the FTCCI for one presidential year, we organize around 110 to 120 events in a year. And this is the first time that we've got into an exhibition sector. And definitely FTCCI is not a commercial organization like any other exhibition organizer. So we just a very neutral not-for-profit organization. However, we have to organize everything on a very sustainable way. And end of the day, the objective is the same: to empower MSMEs for connection, to bring to them the latest technology and innovation that's happening. And the objective was very simple. Definitely, we only had 3 months to work on it, and I think team has done fairly well, and we could have 130 exhibitors and a lot of visitors, as you may see. But the biggest challenge is the feedback, because I think we should be much more open to taking their feedback and what is it and what was lacking and how can we perform, how can we evolve as a better chamber, because end of the day it's all for them. So if we just give them an open ear, I think we'll be able to perform better.
you also had a very good lineup of partners, coming from different segments. You had somebody from the passport, somebody from T-Hub, and they play a key role in FTCCI and the partnership.
Yeah, they do, because I think it's the state government of Telangana has been very, very supportive towards the federation, and they really encourage all the activities that we organize. Usually we go to the industries department, you say Mr. Jayesh Ranjan or Dr. Vishnu Reddy, they're all been very, very supportive to the federation. In fact, before even we start working on any project, we go to them, seek their support, because that's the time when we really think that they'll be able to guide us well. Sometimes when we curate things, we just completely forget about what is it that we need to cater to, so that's how we get connected to the actual industry and then come back. So even from the government or the industry or the startup community or the enterprises, the feedback is very important. One, that is after the event, and one, even before we start curating the event, what are the real-time issues, the challenges, and what is it that we should do? So I think these are two learning lessons that we've been taught, and we're trying to stick to that. So
And now, as mystartuptv, we are the world's first TV channel dedicated to startups, and I need to ask this question. There's a big push within FTCCI for startups also. Could you talk about that?
yeah, so this was like probably I would say last year in July was the time. June, July is when the FTCCI management thought that we should also have a full-fledged startup and incubation committee, and that's where we have the chair, the co-chair of the committee, and of course they have been tying up and signing MOUs with not just T-Hub but series of, I think, other organizations. The whole exercise is, we know, everyone knows that there are specific organization, whether it's state government or private entity. But then from the federation platform, what is it that we can bring on board? And I think Industry Connect is something that we can bring on board. Mentors are something, because we have enterprises who have grown over a period of time, and today they are the big name in the industry. So that's where I think FTCC again can play a key role. So one, definitely, besides angel investors and all those, which you may find in any other, I think mentorship is one, Industry Connect is the second. And I think also we have our own FTCCI Pokarna Skill Center. So that's also something that we are very, very passionate about. And we would we organize a lot of mentorship programs, and we would like to see many more startups come up in the future. And if FTCCI can play a small role in that, we'll be very happy.
Going forward, what is the vision or what's your plan of action with FTCCI? Both in the expo sector and also reaching out or outreach.
So going forward, I think what also we've realized is it's very, very important to calendar all the annual flagship programs of the FTCCI, so that we have enough time for the Industry Connect to bring right partners on board. We are planning an outbound trade delegation to Brazil in the month of October. In the month of January, we would be taking a MSME delegation to Turkey. We also have a lot of inbound trade delegation visiting us. So that's again for the promotion of bilateral trade. In terms of skilling, we have a lot of skill programs planned throughout the year, and soft skills, export import management. In fact, I'm very happy to share that yesterday we got an approval from the Ministry of Commerce and Industry for conducting 5 export import training programs in districts of Telangana. So that's what I think our president or the whole management is very keen that we extend our services to district level. So that's second. We also have our FTCCI Excellence Award that's being planned, and that's an annual award which is being given to 23 different categories. And in fact, I'm again happy to share that this year, for the first time, we we always had 22 categories, and this time we thought we will also initiate or establish the 23rd category. And SBI came forward because they've just come out with the SBI Startup Bank, and they came forward to institute this. So again, we have 23 different categories. So that's the next plan. And in terms of this exhibition, I think we would make it as our annual exhibition. So we would wait till we get the feedback from our members and then plan. But it would definitely be on technology innovation for MSME. So whether it would be again sector specific or general for the MSMEs, we'll decide on that.
Well, all the very best for your forthcoming events and for the awards ceremony especially. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry (FTCCI), will be held from 28th to 30th June 2023 at the High-Tex Exhibition Center in Hyderabad.
We, FTCCI, we are organizing an industrial and technology expo to showcase the vast technological advances that are happening in the state of Telangana.
On 28th, 29th and 30th.
If you are a person who are looking at displaying your innovation, or if you are a person who want to look at what are the innovations which is happening and the technology around it, so this is the right place for you to be here and explore your ideas or learn from the ideas of others and enhance your business and growth.
This expo is for all the industries, giving you a good opportunity of networking in very short time of your products, ideas and thoughts.
Looking forward to see you all at the ITEX exhibition on 28th, 29th and 30th of June at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023.
ఎన్ని రకాల వస్తువులు అయితే మీరు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ చేస్తున్నారో ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్లను మొత్తము దాంట్లో ఎగ్జిబిషన్ చేస్తే మేము విపరీతమైన పబ్లిసిటీ చేస్తున్నాము. మేము దాదాపు ఒక 15 నుంచి 20 వేల మంది 3 రోజులలో వస్తారని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము.
I wish startups grand success.
If you missed it, you are missing your ideas and innovation.
Welcome viewers to mystartuptv. We are at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023 organized by FTCCI, and we are on day 2. I have with me guests who are local Hyderabadi entrepreneurs. Afzal, who's SM Afzal, who's the founder of the company, and his partner Mr. Mateen. They are also the sponsor for the event. And the company goes by Standard Kitchen Ready to Eat Food. Let's understand what the company does, what kind of food product they make, and how has been their experience being part of the expo. नमस्कार, सलाम अलैकुम, ईद मुबारक आप दोनों को.
दोनों आपको भी ईद मुबारक सर.
So अफजल जी, जो स्टैंडर्ड फूड रेडी टू ईट की बात कर रहे हैं हम
जी,
अभी एक नया चैन आ चुका है जिसमें रेडी टू ईट फूड को लेकर काफ़ी डिमांड है. तो आप पहले उसके बारे में बताना चाहेंगे कि आपका जो पहले आप कुछ अपने प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताएं कि किस तरह के प्रोडक्ट्स आप बनाते हैं.
रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट जो है वेज और नॉन वेज में है, बट और भी कंपनीज़ रेडी टू ईट फूड प्रोडक्ट के बहुत सारी कंपनीज़ है, बट हमने जो है नॉन वेज में ज़्यादा काम किया है. 100+ से ज़्यादा हम लोग नॉन वेज में प्रोडक्ट किया है. तो जो लोग बिज़ी लाइफ है, जिसकी लाइफ बिज़ी है, जो अचानक अगर कोई गेस्ट आ जाते हैं या कोई इश्यूज़ हो जाते हैं, तब हमारा फूड जो है बिल्कुल 2 या 3 मिनट में आप सर्व कर सकते हैं.
और आजकल तो वैसे भी स्विगी और जोमेटो का ज़माना है जिसमें आदमी के पास इतना टाइम नहीं है कि मतलब बनाएं, तो ऑर्डर कर लेते हैं. पर आप कह रहे हैं कि आप उससे बेहतर ये कि
उससे बेहतर इसलिए है सर क्योंकि आजकल हेल्थ इश्यूज़ बहुत है. तो हमारे प्रोडक्ट में जो है ना हेल्थ को नज़र में रखते हुए इसको स्टरलाइज करते हैं हम लोग, और अपने प्रिजर्वेटिव ज़ीरो प्रिजर्वेटिव है, ज़ीरो बैक्टीरिया है. तो इसके लिए जो है हेल्थ के लिए बहुत अच्छी फूड है ये. आप अगर फूड लवर्स के लिए बहुत अच्छा मौका है हैदराबाद में, जो 100+ नॉन वेज में हम लोग प्रोडक्ट लेकर आए हैं.
तो एक बात जो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट हो जाता है फूड के मामले में जब हम बात करें, एक तो आपने क्वालिटी की बात कर दी, सेफ्टी की बात कर दी फूड में, आप 100+ प्रोडक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं. आप बता सकते हैं कि मतलब हैदराबाद जैसे सिटी में बिरयानी के अलावा ऐसा क्या प्रोडक्ट जो आप लोगों का जो सबसे ज़्यादा बिकता है?
हलीम है, बटर चिकन है, दाल मखनी है, पालक पनीर है, पनीर बटर मसाला है, वेज बिरयानी है. ये प्रोडक्ट ऐसा है सर, आपको जितना अगर एक आदमी को खाना है तो वो ऑलमोस्ट 300 ग्राम 500 ग्राम में सफिशिएंट हो जाएगा. वेस्ट नहीं होगा. प्रोडक्ट में ये खासियत ये है कि आपको वेस्ट नहीं होगा. जितना आप अपनी मर्ज़ी से, जैसा 300 ग्राम का पाउच आप परचेस कर लिए या 500 ग्राम का 1 kg का, हमारे पास 3 kg तक है इसका. तो जितनी आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है वो आप यूज़ कर लीजिए. इसकी शेल लाइफ जो है 18 मंथ रहेगी और ज़ीरो टेम्परेचर में आप इसको सेव कर सकते. तो नो नीड फ्रीज आइटम.
तो ये जो जब भी एक रेडी टू कुक आइटम होता है और जिसमें लॉन्ग शेल्फ लाइफ हो, जैसे आप 18 मंथ्स की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें फिर प्रिजर्वेटिव का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ता है.
प्रिजर्वेटिव सर स्टरलाइज करके इसके बैक्टीरिया को हम मार देते हैं, तो ये फूड सेफ हो जाता है, इसकी लाइफ बढ़ जाती है.
तो आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो आपका फूड प्रोडक्ट है जिसमें कोई प्रिजर्वेटिव नहीं है,
बिल्कुल,
क्योंकि आपका टेक्नोलॉजी आप यूज़ कर रहे हैं वो ऐसा है जिसमें कि बिना प्रिजर्वेटिव के आप स्टिल लॉन्ग लाइफ दे रहे हैं.
यस.
तो अगला सवाल ये है इम्पोर्टेंट जो एक फूड लवर के लिए हो जाता है, वो है टेस्ट.
यस.
क्या मुझे वो घर का खाना का टेस्ट आएगा?
बिल्कुल सर. आप जब खाना, अगर मैं आपको रेडी टू ईट का फूड प्रोडक्ट का कोई आइटम अगर आपको मैं पेश कर दूं बताए बगैर कि ये रेडी टू ईट है, तो मैं आपको 100% बताऊंगा कि आप महसूस ही नहीं करेंगे ये कि मेरी फैमिली में मैं अपना टिफ़िन बॉक्स खोल के खा रहा हूँ खाना.
कुछ फूड हमने कोशिश किया रेडी टू ईट, खासकर जो पैकेट्स में आती हैं, तो उसका एक अलग सा टेस्ट निकल के आता है.
जी,
है ना वो है. अच्छा, अब मतीन जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा, करंटली आप लोगों का मार्केट साइज़ कितना है? मतलब कितना आप किस जगह में आप अपना बेच रहे हैं? क्या वो सिर्फ हैदराबाद में है या ऑल ओवर इंडिया है, और कितना टर्नओवर है आपका?
So right now we are placed our products on Amazon, Flipkart, and all social media, all platforms. अभी जैसे फूड इंडस्ट्री है, बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्री है, हम इसको और दूसरे स्टेट्स में भी ले जाना पसंद करेंगे. अब वी आर प्रिपेयरिंग ट्रेडिशनली हैदराबादी स्टाइल फूड, वेज एंड नॉन वेज में है. आपको जो है इन फ्यूचर नेक्स्ट 6 मंथ्स का जो हमारा टारगेट है, मुंबई को कवर करना है, दिल्ली को कवर करना है, इन फ्यूचर आपको मिलेगा.
तो क्या किस तरह का मॉडल आप कर रहे हैं? क्या आप फ्रेंचाइजी होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होगा, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर अपॉइंट करेंगे या खुद का आपका आउटलेट्स रहेगा? क्या मॉडल लेके जा रहे हैं?
Everything is not possible by a single company. We will appoint some distributors and they will look after it.
Would you like to share for the benefit of people out there, our viewers, and probably out of them some potential business owners who might want to become your distributor, as to what would be the terms? अगर आपने कुछ decide किया हो कि अगर कोई आपका distributor बनना चाहता है, if somebody wants to become your distributor, what could be the basic terms and investment required?
Yeah, basically if they are going with which segment first, non-veg segment, veg segment, or sweet segment, or ready to cook segment. We are having 4 segments. It depends upon which segment they would like to go state wise. So we can give them like 30 to 35% and this thing.
And what kind of investment they have to do?
They have to make a minimum of 5 CR.
5 CR.
Yes.
So that is for stocks or for setting up the factory?
No, that is for stock. Setting up is everything is different. We'll provide them everything, complete support, marketing support, and offline support. Whatever support they require, we'll provide them.
And currently, in how many cities are your products are available?
Currently, we have in Telangana, and we are working with the Mumbai-based company and Delhi-based company, and we have already exported our product to Canada and Saudi also. You can check out in YouTube on our channel. It has been placed in multiple supermarkets. All videos are available.
So, अफजल जी आपसे पूछना चाहूँगा कि जो अभी आपका जो अगला क्योंकि आपका 100 प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, तो इसका मतलब जो इंडस्ट्री आपने जो सेटअप किया होगा फैक्ट्री के सर, वो भी काफ़ी एक, तो उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताना चाहेंगे कि किस तरह का सेटअप है आपका, कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट किया है आप लोगों के फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में?
फूड प्रोसेसिंग प्लांट में तो हम लोग अभी तक जो है 15 CR तक इन्वेस्टमेंट कर चुके हैं. बट ये टेक्नोलॉजी जर्मन की टेक्नोलॉजी है और डेवलपमेंट के लिए बहुत सारा न्यू फीचर्स आते रहते, उसको चेंजेस लाना रहता. जैसा पैकिंग मशीन्स है, कुकिंग और रिटॉर्ट मशीन्स, ये सब.
क्या इंडिया में कोई ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के साथ में आप मिल के काम कर रहे हैं फॉर डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, या आप खुद ही अपना इन हाउस डेवलपमेंट करते हैं?
नहीं, इन हाउस अभी तक तो इन हाउस है, आगे हम प्लान करेंगे अभी.
और आप लोग ये इस इवेंट के स्पॉन्सर्स भी हैं, तो आप लोग कैसा रेस्पॉन्स रहा आज डे 2 को?
FTCCI एक प्लेटफॉर्म ऐसा है सर कि जो भी काम शुरू करना है इस प्लेटफॉर्म से करना है, तो अपने आप को इंट्रोडक्शन कराना है, इंडियन मार्केट हो या एक्सपोर्ट मार्केट हो. ये बहुत अच्छा प्लेटफॉर्म है, इससे हमको काफ़ी फ़ायदा हुआ. हमको इस प्लेटफॉर्म से हमारे कई अच्छे कस्टमर्स जुड़े हैं. मैं बहुत बहुत थैंक्स करना चाहूँगा FTCCI और ऑल स्टाफ. बहुत स्पेशली वरुण सर बहुत अच्छे कोऑपरेटिव है. वैसे तमाम लोग हमको शुरू से ही, हम जब से मेंबर बने हैं, हमको गाइड करते रहते हैं सर.
चलिए, बहुत मेहरबानी और आपको मुबारक और ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फ्यूचर आपके मार्केट के लिए.
थैंक यू वेरी मच.
The Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023, organized by the Federation of Telangana Chambers of Commerce and Industry (FTCCI), will be held from 28th to 30th June 2023 at the High-Tex Exhibition Center in Hyderabad.
We, FTCCI, we are organizing an industrial and technology expo to showcase the vast technological advances that are happening in the state of Telangana.
On 28th, 29th and 30th.
If you are a person who are looking at displaying your innovation, or if you are a person who want to look at what are the innovations which is happening and the technology around it, so this is the right place for you to be here and explore your ideas or learn from the ideas of others and enhance your business and growth.
expo is for all the industries, giving you a good opportunity of networking in very short time of your products, ideas and thoughts.
Looking forward to see you all at the ITEX exhibition on 28th, 29th and 30th of June at the Industrial Innovation and Technology Expo 2023.
ఎన్ని రకాల వస్తువులైతే మీరు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ చేస్తున్నారో ఆ ప్రొడక్ట్లను మొత్తము దాంట్లో ఎగ్జిబిషన్ చేస్తే మేము విపరీతమైన పబ్లిసిటీ చేస్తున్నాము. మేము దాదాపు ఒక 15 నుంచి 20 వేల మంది 3 రోజులలో వస్తారని ఎక్స్పెక్ట్ చేస్తున్నాము.
I wish startups grand success.
If you missed it, you are missing your ideas and innovation.
Ag Hub, an agri-innovation hub of Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University, organized an innovative workshop in Hyderabad on March 17, 2023. The workshop was titled Gen Y, the Game Changers and Challengers. This feature gives glimpses of the event and josh with which youth participated. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, formerly known as Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub PJT-SAU Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country, and this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
दो 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज़। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एप्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबकथुन जूस, जाम, एब्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
बिहार भागलपुर से हूँ और मैं 2018 में सेवा में जुड़ी हूँ। उसके बाद 2016 में सेवा से जुड़ी हूँ और 2018 में मेरे कर्णभूमि कंपनी का गठन हुआ है। उसमें हम लोग अपना बिजनेस शुरू किए हैं, जैसे कि सब्जी, गेहूँ, धान, मक्का। इसमें मतलब बीज भी बेचते हैं। उसके बाद जो खरीद होता है उसे धान, गेहूँ, मक्का खरीद कर अपना सेल करते हैं। तो उसमें अगले यानी कि 21 और 22 में हम लोग लगभग 1,32,000 का सेल किए।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं। और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही हैं उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building an enabling ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed, and all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. India assumed the presidency of G20 for the year 2023. Group of 20 is a forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. Agriculture is one of the 16 sectors that is part of the summit's theme Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, meaning one earth, one family, one future. India is organizing multiple events nationwide as a lead-up to the G20 summit in September this year. AgHub is an agri-innovation hub under Agriculture University, Hyderabad, Professor Jayashankar, Telangana State Agricultural University. On 29th March 2023, AgHub, PJT-SAU, Hyderabad hosted a one-day workshop titled Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating SDG Reach. AgHub collaborated with Global Development Center, Research and Information Systems, RIS, New Delhi and IKP Knowledge Park, Hyderabad for the event. The highlight of the event was a full-day workshop around current developments in food and nutritional security and climate resistance. AgHub organized multiple sessions that include talks and panel discussion by prominent thought leaders and industry expertise, who shared their insights into innovative ecosystem emerging in the state. Government officials, policymakers, thematic experts, researchers, and innovators participated in curated discussions around SDG goals. The sub-themes at the workshop were food and nutritional security, climate resilience, and sustainability. The day-long event had 4 sessions on thematic areas. Dr. G.R. Chintala, former Chairman NABARD, inaugurated the event. While addressing the gathering, he highlighted the need for rejuvenated agriculture.
Agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing, and what are the issues really that are plaguing.
This workshop forms part of the series of activities the Task Force 6 under the Think 20 for the G20 is undertaking all over the country. And this is one event slated for this part of the country and particularly for the state of Telangana. The workshop, just to give you a brief, is very specific to understand the emerging innovations which are coming as novel models, as you could have seen in the exhibition, which was, figuratively and comprehensively informed to all about some of the models which are emerging on their own and coming on.
The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors.
In fact, we have developed this Make Dut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the diseases, plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages.
Coming to sustainable development goals, NABARD is not new to this. Maybe yes, these goals have been outlined and how one has to achieve by 2030, whether it is no poverty, hunger, gender equality, so on and so forth. I think in 90% of the sustainable development goals, NABARD has always been a part of it, and it has been spearheading the entire program across the country.
2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, సిబాక్థోన్ జ్యూస్, జామ్, అబ్రికోట్ జ్యూస్ बनाता है।
నా పేరు శ్రీజ, నేను గద్వాల్ జిల్లాలోని చింతలకుంట గ్రామానికి చెందుతాను। ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రస్తుతం ఇంటర్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను। నేను వచ్చేసి శ్రీజ గ్రీన్ గెలాక్సీ ఒక స్టార్టప్ను స్టార్ట్ చేశాను। దాంట్లో భాగంగా నేను ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ शेल तोटी तैयार చేశాను।
और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं, और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही हैं उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है।
The program ended with a valedictory session by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, IAS, Principal Secretary, Department of IT and EC, Government of Telangana State, as the chief guest. In his remarks, he brought out the model of inclusivity and innovation in the state of Telangana and the need for building and enabling an ecosystem.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture or improving agriculture or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed. And all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved.
AgHub through the event provided an excellent platform for various stakeholders to connect and exchange insights and share developments from across the country. Professor Jayashankar Telangana State Agricultural University was established in 2014. It is the youngest agriculture university in the country with the vision to become a one-stop destination for agriculture, education, research and extension. The university has set up AgHub, an agri-accelerator that is structured in a hub and spoke model. The university aims to promote rural entrepreneurship among farmers, rural youth and women of Telangana to encourage agri-food startups. The university has already supported over 45 startups, impacting the lives of over 5,000 farmers in the state. The university hosted Gen Y Meet at its campus as part of ongoing series of G20 event in India. The event was attended by thought leaders, stakeholders and entrepreneurs who are working towards ecological and nutritional balance for the state, country and the world. The event started with series of talks with eminent speakers and experts from agriculture sector.
Discussions are indeed very crucial for the TF6 as they form important part pointers as we are engaged in developing a policy document for the T20 and G20. Particularly, we could voice the models emerging in this geography of the country.
As you know that G20 Task Force 6 is one of the very critical task forces dealing with the pathways to the Agenda 2030 where we are discussing the progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Under that, there are very important sub-themes which are defined, and one of the sub-themes is on the sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture.
I think we'll all agree delivering on the SDGs are the most important to-do list that is facing mankind at this moment in time. And it's really important that we all work together on a number of key issues. Key issues such as sustainable agricultural production, global food supply to ensure everyone around the world, all of us have access to nutritious meals. We also need to look at the underlying drivers of food insecurity. How do we tackle such an important issue? And I certainly believe we also need to look at issues such as how do we utilize research, innovation, and new ways of working to ensure food reaches the most vulnerable across our globe.
This workshop provides platform to propose, process, pathways and interventions needed to unlock the potential of innovation in agriculture and scaling up with inclusiveness.
These are the SDGs goals, 17 SDGs goals on which we monitor how we are doing well with our efforts to ensure that everybody has a food, everybody has good nutrition, our climate change adverse effect is reducing, the climate change, the increase in temperature, the change in the pattern of the precipitation, the frequency of the drought and flood. So my request would be that give millet the place the exact place, the appropriate place, if we have to have better health. Not for the millet, but for our own health. If we have to diversify our diet, if we have to bring better health for the future.
Is agriculture on the whole an aging industry? When I say aging industry, I mean that are young people interested in agriculture or not? Is there a way through innovation we can actually get more younger people into agriculture? Can we actually create opportunities through new innovations? So I think we need to think of new technologies that actually can work with small farmers and mid-sized farms.
In the agri-tech system, and certainly low productivity has been a challenge. Our complete abuse of our soil has been a huge, big challenge. There is perennially the inadequate access of the small and marginal farmers to market. So there is the intermediary system, which is a big problem. Consumption patterns have changed, population growth and people's movement has changed, and that itself has. And of course, the big elephant in the room, climate change. Right? So it's in that background that we have to now look at what is going to go. So the next wave of innovation that we have will have to come out with completely alternative approaches and innovations to rethink of what we need to do to contribute to 2030. So now startups have to look at a different set of challenges of developing technology and tools that can enhance productivity in declining resource settings.
We gave that grant to Ag Hub, and also subsequently we gave quite a lot of catalytic capital also. We are extremely happy that Ag Hub is doing a wonderful job, and the way the innovations have been being nurtured, actually it is very great that we are catching up with the world.
The panel discussion had attendees from different sectors related to agriculture.
Now, when we want to do things for ourselves as the global south, we do need to first know what do we have. Do we have the expertise that we can share with each other? And that is where the question of localization of our expertise comes. When I come and see what happens in all these startups that showcased their exhibits in the morning when the exhibition was opened, I find that the local problems have been resolved through local solutions by these startups. And this localization has been demonstrated through research also, in the literature also, to be a key component for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals.
What would even be the definition of startups or the terminologies that deal with startup across these G20 nations, so that when we discuss across countries or across nations, we have a common language to speak.
During the gathering, Jayesh Ranjan, the IT Secretary for the Government of Telangana, talked about how the state is working towards sustainability.
In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. We spend time on seeking technologies which can plug those inefficiencies across all these steps or all the value chain that I spoke about. And we were able to identify 80 odd technologies of different kinds. Some technologies are actually sensor-based technologies, IoT, some are more data-driven, through which we can either improve the production, improve the productivity, or minimize the losses.
During the event, an exhibition was held featuring startups that were incubated by the Ag Hub. The founders of these startups also shared their experiences with the audience.
I work in an NGO called Seva Bharat. It's a larger umbrella that is supporting entrepreneurs and micro entrepreneurs that are basically women in 18 states of India currently. So we have right now entrepreneurs from 3 states of India. We have from Bihar, then Ladakh and then Gujarat.
मेरा नाम छुरुल है, मैं लद्दाख से आया हूँ। मैं फूड प्रोसेस का काम करती हूँ। मैं 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। अभी हम लोग हमारे बहन लोग ये एप्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबाकथुन जूस, जाम, एप्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है।
मैं अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ और मेरा गांव का नाम नाज है, तालुका दोस्त जिला अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ मैं। और मैं सेवा में 2002 से ज्वाइंट हुई हूँ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी बाद में मैं बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग ली है, जैसे कि फूड प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली, तो फूड प्रोसेसिंग के लिए रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग ली। रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं रूढ़ी बहन बन गई और रूढ़ी बहन बनने के बाद मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखने के लिए मिली।
हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं। और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं, जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा था, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है। तो अब जो बहन रख रही है ब्रीड, उसमें उसको झुंड बढ़ रहा है, उसका ब्रीड बढ़ रहा है, उससे वो सेल कर रही है तो उससे उसको फ़ायदा हो रहा है। और उसके बाद उसके पास जो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो उससे हम लोग अभी हाल ही में मतलब 6 महीने पहले से साबुन बनाना स्टार्ट किए हैं।
We are doing ready to eat and ready to cook millet chapatis using a very unique fermentation technology. With this technology, we've been able to make millets much softer and more palatable compared to the regular millets. And we've also been able to increase the shelf life to 3 times without the need to use any preservatives. We had come up with a product that was developed in the kitchen. When we came to Aghab, we were introduced to the food scientists here in the Agricultural University, and with the help of the food scientists, we standardized and validated the product.
It's a greenfield enterprise. We're making FMCG products out of agri-produce. That's the DNA of Mosh and Daughters. Here we are displaying skincare products which are made solely out of agri-produce with zero chemicals, zero preservatives, no fragrances, and they're so safe that you can actually eat them and there won't be any harm to the body. I mean, when I came to Aghab, I was a bit lost. I didn't know where to start from, but then we have an excellent team here. They have been really supportive and helpful to enhance the experience of an entrepreneur and also create the sustainable ecosystem all around.
We are isolating plant protein, especially from pulses, millets and oil seeds. Especially for a startup like this, you need certain platform, in terms of your innovation, in terms of your product development, in terms of networking, with different scientists and food scientists. So the whole idea of we coming to Aghab and to incubate there was in terms of the product development. Second is in terms of networking with the stakeholder.
And we build electric farm machinery for paddy and poultry farmers. And our special, we modernize the farming with indigenous solution on local problems. So our current products, we have a poultry raking machine, paddy transplanter, paddy weeder and brush cutters, and all are electric driven. And we are the 2 products are already in commercial stage. Other 2 products are in piloting stage. We and Aghab are the Agritech Innovation Pilots. We are connected through pilots program. We are conducting upcoming pilots with the Aghab.
ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ తోటి తయారు చేశాను. సాధారణంగా నర్సరీలో మొక్కలు పెంచడానికి ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ను ఉపయోగిస్తుంటారు. వాళ్ళు ఉపయోగించే ఆ ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ అనేటివి సింగిల్ యూజ్ ప్లాస్టిక్. వాటి వల్ల పర్యావరణానికి చాలా అంటే చాలా హానికరం జరుగుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయాన్ని నేను గమనించి నేను ఈ సమస్యకి ఏ విధంగా కానీ సొల్యూషన్ కనుగొనాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ మా గ్రామంలో అగ్రవేస్ట్గా ఉండే అధిక మొత్తంలో దొరికే గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ని ఎంచుకున్నాను. ఈ హ్యాగప్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేసిండ్రు అంటే ఆ గ్రాంట్కి సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చిండ్రు.
Chili farmers facing the lot of problems with the trips, black trips. It is called as a black trip. The scientific name is the Thrips parvispinus. These thrips, it is attacked during the flowering stage. So due to this, there is no production of red chili. The bug also, it is resistant to the chemical pesticides. So we are trying to, in India, we are first time you are using the biosurfactants in the different technology. We are the production of the biosurfactant. We are using the killing these black thrips through our biosurfactants, the different technology.
At Transity, our focus is to enable farmer cooperatives, self-help groups, and other foundations to become sustainable agri-businesses. We do this by providing them a digital platform through which they can digitize every element of their operations. And number two, we provide them market access. We have been part of the AgHub cohort for Agri-Tech Innovation Pilot Program. So through that program, we actually got an opportunity to work in the Nizamabad cluster, which is a turmeric cluster. So AgHub has helped us to, through its Krishi Vigyana Kendras and research stations that are available. So we were able to actually get to the ground level, understand the ground level realities, understand what is the expectations over there, discuss about our solution, make changes and refinement, and then kind of iterate on our model.
So we started in 2020 with a supply chain traceability using blockchain. Right now we are a progressive company into the climate tech using Web3 blockchain technology. Through AgHub, we have created a bigger impact for 40,000 farmers in Tandu region, getting their GI, geographical indication for their Tandu dal, what they produce. So this is impacting around 40,000 farmers, improving their lifestyle. This is the biggest contribution.
How to get nutritious food while by not affecting environment in a negative way. So that's why we are offering end-to-end bioorganic solutions for chemical-free agriculture. My association with AgHub has also become important for another reason. We started our distribution operation in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana last year. So I needed to have a base here. I need to understand the ecosystem here. I need to get market connect, all kind of support. Today I'm so happy to see not just Kalpana ma'am, different professors, different scientists came to our stalls, discussed and encouraged us.
He's managed the initial startup years and helped the institute grow through increasing years of visibility. He's ensured financial sustainability, and after obtaining the first ever global AACSB accreditation. He led ISB's global recognition and ranking to the top 20 in the world. Thank you so much for doing that. Very proud that it's in Hyderabad and you've been instrumental in this. And he's also helped in the formation of ISB's second campus at Mohel. Over to you, sir, to take over. Thank you.
I always feel embarrassed by introductions, because the introductions never talk about the hundreds of things that I did wrong and the millions of things on which I failed. So we handpick some of those things. What I will not do is handpick data in this talk. And I think what I think is the overarching, quick survey of where we are today in terms of the innovation ecosystem. But because Mukta talked about ISB, let me just go back, if you will allow me, for 1 minute down memory lane. When I came to ISB, in ISB, one of the first things we did was that we should focus on entrepreneurship and innovation. And there was nothing, those of you who were here in 2003-04, and I think IKP had just about started a few years ago, and it was more there in life sciences. There used to be that big board when you came down the stairs at the airport, which was the first thing I remembered about IKP. But there was very, very little entrepreneurship and innovation here. In the new sector, Hyderabad has always been entrepreneurial about infrastructure, real estate, and pharma, and seeds, and all those things. But in the new sectors, we had very little innovation. And Jay Chaudhary, Satish Andhra, and we started the TIE ISB Connect to really fast-track entrepreneurship in the state. And now when I see the entrepreneurship sector here, I'm amazed at how much this state has really developed and gone. So in some ways, we all focus on the challenges, the problems, the difficulties, but we rarely step back and see how much has actually been achieved. And I think we should all congratulate ourselves as citizens of the city and state for what we have collectively done. So let me now go back to the innovation ecosystem and quick look at the Indian landscape and then bring it down to agri landscape. So we are now, and I think Mr. Chintala has mentioned that we are already the third largest after US and China as an innovation ecosystem. We are somewhere already around 1 lakh startups. Last number I saw was 96,000, but given how many of us don't even register, the real number of startups in this ecosystem must be well over 1 lakh of systems. So that's why. Now, this is also backed up in India. These are not just startups getting along, right? It's backed up by academic institutions, research institutions primarily focused for doing innovation, government support. So there is a fairly large ecosystem behind this whole thing, right? What is now fascinating is that earlier this was only in the 5, 6, 7 big cities. Now what we see is a rapid movement of this into not just smaller cities, but actually into second tier and even third tier towns. So in Telangana, for example, TSIC works on social innovations, and we now see in cluster of villages some really good innovation happening and entrepreneurship happening. So why has this happened? And I think again, we are very good at complaining about our governments and about our, but a lot of what happened in India has happened thanks to the government. DST, DBT, Niti Aayog, all the, leading heavy industries, agriculture, all ministries have really poured in a lot of money, which has really fast-tracked it. At the same time, academic institutions especially have made the fullest use of this and in turn started their own innovation ecosystems. So at the same way, states also have played a very important. So my own state, Telangana, for example, has been a pioneer in developing novel state startup policies, infrastructure support, human capital. I remember, when the minister KTR Garu came actually to my office on the second day of taking over and says, okay, you people have been talking about innovation and entrepreneurship, let's make it happen. I have to admit, it was the first time in my life that I had government pushing me to do faster things than I had ever done. And he talked about, when we planned the whole policy, we said we'll do 3 things. We'll focus on innovation. The USP of Telangana was going to be innovation. Second thing is that innovation must be inclusive. So it must affect all sectors, from farmers to women to school children to rural to everyone. And third, the state will only provide the infrastructure and will rely on the capabilities of the human talent pool that we have to carry it forward. And that has been yet another very powerful reason why this state again has come up to the top tier in innovation. India itself, I think, has come to about 40 from 81 in terms of ranking. So as a country, we have done well, right? Now, agriculture. Coming to agriculture, agriculture obviously plays a vital role, right, in sustainable development. That's at the core of it, food, everything. However, in the agri-tech system, and again, Mr. Chintala covered it beautifully, so I don't want to keep going back into many of the things he said about some of the challenges we have, but certainly low productivity has been a challenge. Our complete abuse of our soil has been a huge, big challenge. There is perennially the inadequate access of the small and marginal farmers to market. So there is the intermediary system, which is a big problem. consumption patterns have changed, population growth and people's movement has changed, and that itself has. And of course, the big elephant in the room, climate change. Right? So it's in that background that we have to now look at what is going to go. So the next wave of innovation that we have will have to come out with completely alternative approaches and innovations to rethink of what we need to do to contribute to 2030. So now startups have to look at a different set of challenges of developing technology and tools that can enhance productivity in declining resource settings. This is not when there is going to be less water, less power, maybe poorer conditions of soil, variable climate. How do we in those kind of circumstances do it? So that's one. Second thing is, in agriculture especially, startups cannot focus on just their profitability. Startups have to focus on the well-being of small and marginal farmers. So a startup which makes a lot of money but does not do a lot for the small and marginal farmer is not playing a societally important role. And I think agriculture startups will have to look at societal benefits as an equal target in order to financial stability. So fortunately, the agri-tech innovation system has also benefited from the government initiatives. We found on Traction some 2,000 agri-tech startups and more than 80 business incubators associated with agriculture and research institutions in this segment, which is very, very impressive. In which we evaluated almost 2 years ago, right? More than 2 years ago. We evaluated a large number of these and we came out with 86 startups which were very promising and which covered the entire spectrum from inputs, actually from crop planning to inputs to production, which is actually all the harvesting, post-harvest, storage, price discovery, processing and value add, distribution, weather forecasting, cash flow based farmer loans and more. So one great thing that we see about agri-tech innovation is that it covers the entire spectrum. There is no, so if you look at the value chain of agriculture, there is nothing where we say, oops, there doesn't seem to be any innovation happening here. So that's the great found part. And again, that has been helped a lot by the industry, a lot by the government, educational institutions like PJTSAU and others. However, there are still some major challenges why we are not able to. And the big challenge in that is data. There is simply no easy and access to standardized digital agriculture data. Now, agriculture data has its own complications, right? If you look at all the weather and other things, that's central data. It happens to be here in Hyderabad, but it's still central government, atomic energy department data. Then the states have their own data. Then the banks and NABARD and people like have their own data, right? Now, increasingly, some of the startups are actually doing things like taking their drones and going all over and collecting their own data. And then the data definitions across the states are different. Some data is completely missing. Like in many states, who is the actual tenant who is tilling the soil is not known. We know who is the owner, and the owner half the times is sitting in the US or somewhere else and just getting the money that the government gives, right? So we have many challenges. There is not even a standardization, and most of you know that anyway, that there is no standard. When I grew up, there was a film called Do Bigha Zameen. And much later I realized that bigha didn't mean the same thing in different states even. So, and most of this data is manual. So unless we can digitize and standardize agri data, we have a problem. So that's first problem, right? Then for those of us, so if I look back and say, if these are the kind of problems, the second big problem is actually accessing the small and marginal farmer, because access to small, even with FPOs, and by the way, FPO movement is yet another thing that all of us must strengthen. Because when we strengthen that, the small and marginal farmers collectively will have a great opportunity to be able to be equal market players in the ecosystem. Right? So if I stand back and say, therefore, what is it that we need to do? I see that for us, and for us who are enablers of this ecosystem, I see three important factors. One is to create an agri-data stack. And we've seen what has happened to the payment stack. UPI and payment stack just completely transformed. See, the center is already talking about a health stack, which is again a wonderful thing. And already there is beginning of discussions on agri-stack. And agri-stack again will have to have people coming in from the center, from the state, from the startup community, from all of us, from educational institutions, so on. So there is an extremely important contributor to innovation ecosystem will be an agri-stack database. And it will obviously have all the issues of protocol, who can have it. But by now, I think India has got that understood. Thanks to UPI and all the things they have done there, we understand how to use these public, data basis and for both societal goods and so on. The second thing we have to do is to ensure that our government policies actually encourage the adoption of innovation. Many of our agriculture policies, and so if you are going to provide anything to farmers, in each circle you need to go and take approval in many states. That's just ridiculous, right? Given the digital world today, if I do something and get an approval in Bihar, can I use that same thing in Telangana? Or if I get in Telangana, can I use it in UP or Gujarat or wherever it is? How much can we do in terms of, by the way, we do it in medicine. There is no state-wise approval of medicine, but we somehow want it in terms of agri inputs. So how can we do, how can we look and simplify agriculture policies to improve? And third, of course, as I said, is to facilitate the outreach of proven agri-techs to small and marginal farmers for their benefits. And I underline the word proven, and I'll come to it. Okay. So, therefore, we at Rich, anyway, our principal job is to co-develop these ecosystems with others. So, for example, in agriculture, we work with AgHub here, ICRISAT, IIMR, NIN, and so many other research institutions. In life sciences, we work with IKP, CCMB, IICT, etc. In sustainability, we work with IIT Hyderabad, IICT again, and many others. So, what we have seen is that when we all start working together, miracles happen. Okay? So some of the things that are already happening and which I hope we will take even further and do more. I'll just give you 4 or 5 examples just to give you what happens when you do it. So, startups, and startups make claims. Genuine claims, but they make claims. And especially in agriculture, what we find is if a startup comes from the technology side, half the times it doesn't really understand agriculture, right? So how do we validate those claims? So here again in AgHub, WEF and AgHub together have started the sandbox, the agriculture validation sandbox, where we ensure that under controlled circumstances, we actually validate the claims that the startup is making. Because after all, we don't want, as a country and even as morally responsible citizens, we definitely do not want us to be supporting startups which are not delivering or not doing the right things. So that's one big thing that's happening. The second, as I already mentioned, regulations and policy. So once again, we are, and we will include many of the partners here, working with the state government to create policy sandboxes. So if a new policy needs to be introduced, it will be introduced in that limited area in the district or a part of district. We will see how it works. If it works well, then you expand it to a larger area and then across the state and so on. The third, and again I've mentioned, is co-creating the agri-stack. And again, we are working with a number of national research institutions, national data institutions. So, National Remote Sensing Center here, the Mahalanobis Center for Agri-Crop Forecasting and so on and so forth, and the Agri-Collaboratory, in order to commonly create a digital public good. That means data which can be used by everyone, just like the UPI is doing. The fourth thing, and again, Ms. Chintala mentioned this, we somehow arrogantly think that we are the keepers of knowledge. Our traditional practices in many cases are brilliantly climate resistant. So together with UNDP, we documented 25 climate resilient practices, and Athira sitting there was the lead person who did it, which we have now documented properly and which are now available for scientists to check. So this is actually from the ground practice which, hey guys, do you know that we do it this way? And that sometimes goes counter to what we thought were rational policies. So there are a lot of things that need to be, we need to have this fertilization of knowledge from the field to the science and from science to the field. And finally, of course, making market connect. So between all of us, we are able to obviously ensure that using government offices, we go to the farmers and FPOs, but we also go to other suppliers of the good. So there are many opportunities like this which we have, which will be the new pathways, and that's what our talk was, right? How do we create new pathways to creating innovations? So these are just some of the examples of what there could be new pathways, but given that the market will change, climate will change, new ideas will come, new technologies will emerge, there will continuously be a need for finding those new pathways. And the only thing we can do now is to create strong collaborative networks of all of us, so that together, whenever a problem comes, we can. And we saw that happen in COVID to some extent. When COVID happened, an immediate, instantaneous collaboration of industry, governments, etc. started. How can we perpetuate those? How can we ensure that we don't have to wait for a COVID? How can we make sure that much before it comes, we are ready to do it? So that is going to be a real challenge and opportunity for us as a sector. Thank you. Have a great day.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम अंशुया है। मैं अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ और मेरा गांव का नाम नाज है, तालुका दोस्त जिला अहमदाबाद से आई हूँ मैं। और मैं सेवा में 2002 से ज्वाइंट हुई हूँ। 2002 से ज्वाइंट नहीं थी तब मेरी परिस्थिति बहुत गंभीर थी। जैसे कि मैं पशुपालन काम कर रही थी और एक कैद मजदूर बहन थी। जब मैं नई सेवा में जुड़ी थी तब मैं घर से बाहर नहीं निकल सकती थी, बहुत मुश्किल काम था। लेकिन जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी तब मेरा बहुत सारा शक्ति विकास हुआ। जब मैं सेवा में जुड़ी बाद में मैं बहुत अलग अलग प्रकार की ट्रेनिंग ली है, जैसे कि फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली, तो फ्रूट प्रोसेसिंग के लिए रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग ली। रूढ़ी की ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं रूढ़ी बहन बन गई और रूढ़ी बहन बनने के बाद मुझे बहुत सारी चीज़ सीखने के लिए मिली कि जो हमारा जो किसान भाई था वो बाज़ार में जाते थे तो वो बचौटिया थे, वो सब चीज़ पूरे कम दाम में ले लेते थे। लेकिन जब सेवा से जुड़ी ट्रेनिंग ली तब हमें पता चला कि हम पूरे बाज़ार से जुड़े, बचौटिया को निकाल के पूरे बाज़ार के जाएंगे तो हम पूरे दाम में हमें पूरे के पूरे दाम मिलेंगे। बाद में हमारा वो सेवा का एक प्रतिनिधि चुना, वो गांव-गांव में जाके किसानों को समझाता है कि क्वालिटी पसंद करता है कि कैसी क्वालिटी, जो अच्छी क्वालिटी हो तो पूरा दाम मिलते हैं। बाद में बहनों को भी ट्रेनिंग देते हैं रूढ़ी की कि कैसे प्रोसेसिंग करना है, कैसे साफ़ सफाई करना है, कैसे पैकेजिंग करना है। तो हमारी जो सेवा में जुड़ी हुई बहन है वो उन लोगों को भी उन्हीं का गुजरान चलाने के लिए आमदनी मिलती है। बाद में मैंने फूड प्रोसेसिंग में बेकरी की ट्रेनिंग ली। मैं अभी बेकरी शेफ़ हूँ, तो बेकरी में भी अलग अलग प्रकार के कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ। पर जब बाहर बेकरी में मैदा की चीज़ मिलती है, जो मैदा हम खाते हैं तो हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए बहुत हानिकारक है, तो मैं मैदे से हटाकर मैं गेहूं के आटे में से सब चीज़ बनाती हूँ। जैसे कि अलग अलग प्रकार का कुकीज़ बनाती हूँ, पाव, बन, ब्रेड, पिज़्ज़ा बेज। क्या कि ये नए जनरेशन में सब लोग बाहर के पिज़्ज़ा खाते हैं, तो पिज़्ज़ा बेस भी मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बनाती हूँ। और अलग अलग चॉकलेट्स भी बनाती हूँ, क्रीम रोल भी बनाती हूँ, खारी अलग अलग प्रकार से बनाती हूँ। वो सब मैं गेहूं के आटे में से बेकरी की प्रोडक्ट भी बना। पहला मेरी आमदनी बहुत कम थी। जब मैं घर में काम कर रही थी मेरे को 1000 और 1500 मिलते थे। जब मैं बेकरी सेफ हो गई तो तब मेरी आमदनी 15,000 से 18,000 मेरी हो गई है। इसीलिए सेवा इज़ ग्रेट, सेवा इज़ माई मदर।
We are talking about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, good health, good environment. Now, your health depends on nutritious food and also environment. And how to get nutritious food while by not affecting environment in a negative way. So that's why we are offering end-to-end bioorganic solutions for chemical-free agriculture. So now farmers don't have to worry about yield loss by migrating from conventional to organic. So they will get an equivalent yield to conventional, if not more. So what we have is this is an IP protected biofertilizer. This can be a complete replacement of urea, DAP, MOP, like all chemical fertilizers. Then we have biostimulants, tonic plus. This takes care of all the micronutrients requirement of the plant system. And then we have fungal control agent, pest control agent, practically end-to-end solutions for the farmers to switch to I should say bioorganic farming from conventional and get better health, better yield and of course better return. First of all, it's a wrong concept. The small farmers has got cost issues. In my experience, a small farmer for his 1 acre of land spends more money than a large farmer because he needs to get result. His survival is only for that. So a small farmer actually usually spends more per acre than a big farmer. This is a fact, first of all. Secondly, but the problem is, big farmer has say 10 acres of land. He can still take a chance of doing a trial on 1 acre of land. But a small farmer who has only maybe 1 acre, 2 acre of land, it will be difficult for him to even do the trial. So that is the only issue we have. About the price, even a small farmer in his say conventional field, say for paddy, in South India, if we say Andhra Pradesh, a farmer for 1 acre of paddy is spending between 8 to 12,000, 15,000 even for rabi crop paddy. Ours depends on the soil condition, but it's in between 8 to 12,000 only. So in the first season anyway, we have to match their conventional cost. Our cost cannot be more. But most interestingly is, if our cost in first season is 12,000, second season it will be 10,000, third season it will be only 8,000. So our cost of production will be coming down every year. Whereas the farmers will get equivalent and more yield. Not just that, if he can get, if one can create an ecosystem where he can get a better price realization for his residue-free produce, he will be even making more money than that. So this is how the thing works. It is not about that, in one go, you'll suddenly see a massive result. It is not magic. So in the first season, we will guarantee you uncompromised yield. That means your yield will be not less than conventional. And you see, I'll just explain you. Well, this is the trial data done by the Tata Tea in their plantation. We are not even
they had no access to the garden. This is the trial data. 2% more yield over conventional. This is cotton, the most pesticide intensive crop, cotton. This trial was done by Indocount. You see 21.5% more result. These pilots were done with social alpha in UP. In sugarcane, we are consistently giving tallest sugarcane in the village. With paddy, this Kala Namak paddy during the social alpha pilot, this person got 59 tillers. Can you believe 59 tillers? Normal tillers is 20 to 30, 40 maximum. This is paddy in Gorakhpur. And the most important thing, in most of the places, farmers report zero pest problem. This year in UP, there are major issues with sugarcane. Our canes are still standing tall. Just last week, the farmer got harvest of 450 quintal, whereas the neighbors have not even crossing 300, 350 maximum. So we have been able to increase the yield by shifting from conventional to our kind of organic. See, this company was incubated in 2020 December, but this biofertilizer was patented in 2012. We have been doing the product and protocol development from 2013 to 2020. And another anecdote I should give you, this biofertilizer is a consortium of microbes. And if you know, under the FCO order, they banned mixing of microorganisms to be called as fertilizer. So when we started using product development, protocol development, we used to distribute it as soil modulator, because it cannot be called as a fertilizer, because the moment you mix microbes according to them, it is no longer a fertilizer. So we are already ahead of time. So in our country, sadly enough, if you are 10 years ahead of your time, it's not always a good thing. You got to pay price for it. So we are just struggling and making it acceptable to the people. It will take its own time, but we are also looking for our organic growth. So we are a result-oriented company. Today we are standing here because we started validation with AgHub. See, I got introduced to Vijay sir through, I was part of SIIC cohort, so that's how I got introduced to him. And then I realized that AgHub is doing validation. So that's why I became a part of AgHub last year. We started doing validation. And lucky enough, we got selected for BIRAC IKP Agri-Grand Challenge this year. So AgHub will be my deployment partner. So we are starting another validation this season now. So, and my association with AgHub has also become important for another reason. We started our distribution operation in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana last year. So I needed to have a base here. I need to understand the ecosystem here. I need to get market connect, all kind of support. Today I'm so happy to see not just Kalpana ma'am, different professors, different scientists came to our stalls, discussed and encouraged us. Actually, the dean came and encouraged us, saying that, okay, you are doing a great thing because you're promoting chemical-free agriculture. So one thing is good about AgHub and this PGTSU is in other incubations I'm part of, they are not agriculture specific. Like SIIC has everything. So I'm a small factor over there. Here is only agriculture. All we see around is other friends were like me with a lot of passion doing something related to agriculture. So even today in the session, I expressed my wish that, some of our startups can do a combined project together in PGTSU so that it becomes an ideal model. Like TraceX, Madhur Drones. TraceX identifies, use our solution, Madhur Drones implements. I'm just giving you an example. Okay, Seva markets. Just imagine. If we can create an ecosystem and a model, even in AgHub with PGTSU's land, next event you have like that, you take the dignitaries to one plot where 4 or 5 startups are collaborated. So this is possible in AgHub because with Kalpana ma'am and Vijay, they are both very dynamic people. They are very open people. And they're very focused on agriculture. They both know the realities, ground realities, academia very well. So I think this is a very, very win-win situation for a, what should I say, I mean, a startup like us who are more scientifically oriented. So we are getting that kind of a support, and we are looking forward to more meaningful, relationship with ACHAP.
We are the manufacturing of biofertilizers and biofungicides and bionematicides and all other sustainable agri inputs. And we are also collaborated with IFCO, and recognition is IKP and BIRAC and something IFCO and Coffee Board in Bangalore. And we are also our main vision is to farmers to encourage the agriculture inputs, means like sustainable agriculture, and we are also manufacturing of like biofertilizers like NPK, like we are using bio like a nitrogen fixing bacteria and phosphorus solving bacteria and Pseudomonas and Bacillus, and we are taking technologies from ICR, IHR and UHS Bagalkot and NBAR and IFCO. These are technologies, and we are also some products we are taken from Italy, like micronutrients like zinc, boron, sulfur and ferrous, like that. And also we are working on molecular works and bioherbicides.
Sadhanaran Reddy. I'm a product training manager in Country Chicken Co. So Country Chicken is India lone first retail outdoor store in Hyderabad start chesam annamata. So present Hyderabad lo 4 stores unnai. So one is Pragati Nagar and KPHP Colony and Dilshik Nagar Kottapet and Manikonda 4 stores. So we are soonly, as soon as possible, remaining within 2 months lo 8 stores plan chestunnam city lo. So city lo total వచ్చి 12 stores ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము. సో దాంతో పాటు మాకు ఎంటైర్ సౌత్ ఇండియాలో 15,000+ మాకు ఫార్మర్స్ టైప్ ఉన్నారనమాట. సో ఫార్మర్స్కి ఏమంటే చిక్స్ ఇస్తాం, మేము ఇంటిగ్రేటింగ్ చేపిస్తాం అండ్ మళ్ళీ బైబ్యాక్ చేస్తాం. ఫార్మర్స్కి ఎందుకంటే వాళ్ళు మళ్ళీ బయటకి మార్కెట్లోకి వెళ్ళి సేల్ చేసుకోలేరు కాబట్టి సో ఫార్మర్కి సపోర్ట్ చేస్తూ సో మేము ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ చేసుకుంటూ బైబ్యాక్ చేస్తున్నాం అనమాట. సో అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం మా స్టోర్స్లో అన్నీ వచ్చేమంటే జీరో ఫుల్ స్మెల్లింగ్ ఉంటుంది. స్టోర్స్లో స్మెల్ అనేది ఉండదు. మా దగ్గర ఓన్లీ కంట్రీ చికెన్ ఎగ్స్, కంట్రీ చికెన్ బ్రౌన్ ఎగ్స్, కంట్రీ చికెన్ ఎగ్స్ అండ్ కంట్రీ చికెన్ పికిల్స్ మట్టుకే సేల్ చేస్తాం అనమాట. ఐహబ్ మాకు బాగా సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. ఐహబ్ మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది, ఐకార్ ఒకటి సపోర్ట్ మాతో చేస్తుంది, ఎన్ఆర్సీఎం మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది, గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ తెలంగాణ మాకు సపోర్ట్ చేస్తుంది. సో మేము యాజ్ సూన్ యాజ్ పాసిబుల్ విత్ ఇన్ ఫిబ్రవరి మంత్లో విత్ మే ఎండింగ్ లోపల వీఆర్ ప్లానింగ్ టు ద పాన్ ఇండియా. సో వీ గో ఫర్ ఫస్ట్ బెంగళూరు మేము ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నాము. ఆఫ్టర్ దట్ ఎంటైర్ ఇన్ పాన్ ఇండియాలో మేము స్టోర్స్ అన్ని ఓపెన్ చేయాలని, ప్రీమియం స్టోర్స్ అని ఓపెన్ చేయాలని చేస్తున్నాము.
ikkada how many of you feel that you have to work day in and day out to be successful? పిచ్చోళ్ళ కష్టపడాలి అని ఇంతమంది కనిపిస్తుంది. పర్లేదు చెప్పండి. ఆనెస్ట్గా చెప్పాలంటే ఐ ఫీల్ బ్లెస్ దాట్ నేను ఇప్పటివరకు ఐ డోంట్ ఫీల్ దట్ ఒక్కరోజు కూడా కష్టపడినా అని. ఇట్స్ బీన్ అ వెరీ వెరీ ఫన్ జర్నీ. నాకు తిండి గుర్తుండదు, ఆకలేది. ఐ లవ్ మై వర్క్. అండ్ ఇప్పుడు మన టాపిక్ ఏంది? సస్టైనబిలిటీ. అండ్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ అంటే ఏంది? డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ ఇస్ బెటర్ ఫర్ ఎవ్రీ వన్ అండ్ ఇట్ షుడ్ బి సంథింగ్ ఇన్ ద లాంగ్ రన్. అండ్ వెన్ యూ వాంట్ టు బి సక్సెస్ఫుల్, ద కీ టు దాట్ ఇస్ టు నాట్ వర్క్ ఎవ్రీ డే, టు హ్యావ్ ఫన్ ఇన్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ మూమెంట్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ డే. చేసే ప్రతి పనిలో వెన్ యూ హ్యావ్ ఎ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఫన్, దట్స్ అ సస్టైనబుల్ గ్రోత్ దట్ యూ కెన్ హ్యావ్ ఇన్ యువర్ లైఫ్. And I was blessed ki I got to have such a thing. ఎలా అయింది అది? మీలానే కాలేజ్లో ఉండే చూస్తుండే. అండ్ వెన్ కమింగ్ టు కాలేజ్ అండ్ దీస్ థింగ్స్, ఇప్పుడు ఎలా అయిపోయిందంటే అన్నీ ఓవర్ నైట్ అయిపోవాలి. రిలేషన్ 1 night స్టాండ్, ఒకవేళ ఎగ్జామ్ ఉందనుకో 1 night స్టాండ్, ఏదన్నా 1 night. దట్స్ నాట్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ, దట్స్ ది ఎగ్జాక్ట్ ఆపోజిట్ ఆఫ్ సస్టైనబిలిటీ. అండ్ అది ఏమన్నా పోయింది, బీయింగ్ 1 night అండ్ బీయింగ్ కూల్, అది పోయింది. నౌ వాట్స్ కూల్, యు నో, బీయింగ్ సంథింగ్ అ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ థింగ్, డూయింగ్ సంథింగ్ ఫర్ ద లాంగ్ టర్మ్. ఇప్పుడు టెంపరీ ఫన్ వస్తుంది, బట్ లాంగ్ టర్మ్ అందరు కలిసి గ్రో అవ్వాలి అంటే యూ హ్యావ్ టు సపోర్ట్ ఈచ్ అదర్. ఇప్పుడు ఇలా నేను మాట్లాడగలుగుతున్నానంటే బ్యాక్ వెన్ వాజ్ ఇన్ కాలేజ్, అప్పుడు నన్ను ఎవరో పట్టుకొని పర్లేదు మాట్లాడని నెట్టుంటారు కదా, అది ఎవరు? నా ఫ్రెండే. ఇప్పుడు మీరు వెన్ యూ కమ్ అలాంగ్ విత్ ఈచ్ అదర్, వెన్ యూ పుష్ ఈచ్ అదర్, అప్పుడే కదా ఆ లెవెల్లో గ్రో అవుతారు మీరు. ఎస్ ఆర్ నో? అయితే ఏం చేయాలి? యూ హ్యావ్ టు గ్రో టుగెదర్ సస్టైనబిలీ. And now in 2020s, we are realizing the importance of eating organic. And organic తినడానికి చూస్తున్నాము. బట్ వెజిటబుల్స్ గురించి అంత ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడ ఎంతమంది నాన్ వెజ్ తింటారు? ఓ వావ్, పక్కా హైదరాబాద్ అనిపిస్తుంది ఇప్పుడు. ఎంతమంది నాటుకోడి తింటారు? awesome. So back when ఇన్ని ఒక 40-50 yearsగా వీ అండర్స్టూడ్ ద ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఆఫ్ ఆర్గానిక్ అండ్ వీఆర్ ఈటింగ్ ఆర్గానిక్. బట్ మన చికెన్ తింటున్నాము, రైట్? చాలా ఇష్టంగా తింటాము, కేఎఫ్సి కానీ ఏదైనా ఇలా తింటాము. బట్ ఆర్ వి క్వశ్చనింగ్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్, ఈజ్ దట్ ద రైట్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ చికెన్? అది ఆర్గానిక్కా కాదా అని. ఎలా పెరిగింది, ఎందుకు పెరిగింది? నార్మల్ ఒక నాటుకోడి పెరగడానికి 120 days పడుతుంది, రైట్? ఇప్పుడు మనం తినే వైట్ కోడి, it's being grown in just a span of 30 days. 120 ekkada, 30 ekkada. The huge difference, right? So that's what we are trying to revolutionize over here. Many things that we do today are not headed in a sustainable direction. Eppudaithe I understood the importance of it, edaithe benefits kanpichayo, when I saw all those things, I was really taken aback. And the ఏ వేలో అయితే మనం ఇప్పుడు చికెన్ కన్జ్యూమ్ చేస్తున్నామో అండ్ వాట్స్ హ్యాపెనింగ్, వెన్ ఐ థరోలీ అండర్స్టూడ్ దాట్, I decided to do something about this. And that's when we started revolutionizing the chicken consumption of India. And here we have taken few initial steps and we are growing further. If we see, ivala manam sustainable growth gurinchi maatladutunnam, and here it's sustainable growth versus profitability anetidi, I've saw it somewhere. But the reality is, sustainable growth and profitability, it's not reverse. Everything business antene profitability, yes or no? And sustainable growth and profitability, sustainable growth lo ekko profitability undi. Sustainability is one thing that's present in our lifestyle. Man nammi man chesetidi. It's not just about the business that we do or the idea that we have, but it's a kind of life that we want to live. And when we have that thought process, whatever we touch, whatever we do, it will translate into the same thing. It's my genuine experience. When I met Mr. Vijay sir, AGAP CEO, when I met Kalpana Shastri ma'am, the kind of work that they are doing, ee vela మాకంటే ఘోరంగా కష్టపడుతున్నారు. నేను ఎప్పుడు అసలు అనుకోలే ఒక గవర్నమెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్లో కష్టపడుతూ పనిచేస్తారని, ఎప్పుడు అంటే ఆ పిచ్చితో పనిచేస్తారని ఎప్పుడు చూడలేదు. వెన్ ఐ మెట్ దిస్ పీపుల్, ఇట్ వాస్ టోటలీ ఇన్ దట్ డైరెక్షన్. అండ్ ఐ ఫీల్ దట్ యూ గైస్ ఆర్ రియలీ లక్కీ. If you really want to have fun every day of your life, I strongly suggest you to pursue your entrepreneurial spirit. ఏదైతే మీకు స్టార్ట్ చేయాలందో, when you have to do something of your own, you have to channelize your energy in that direction. And ఇక్కడ మీకు channelize చేసుకోవడానికి you have the best of best resources available. After starting my journey, ఒక 1 year తర్వాత I'm at AGAP. But You have that opportunity even before starting. మీరు జస్ట్ ఒక స్టెప్ ఇలా ముందటికి ఇస్తున్నా అంటే దే ఆర్ ప్రెజెంట్ విత్ యూ. దట్స్ ది కైండ్ ఆఫ్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ దట్ యూ హ్యావ్, అండ్ దట్ కెన్ టోటలీ చేంజ్ ది అవుట్కమ్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఆఫ్ వాట్ ఎవర్ యూ లైక్ టు డూ. The best thing that I got in college was exposure. ఇప్పుడు పీపుల్ మే ఫీల్, ఆర్ ఎస్పెషల్లీ అస్, ఈ ఏజ్ గ్రూప్లో ఉండి వీ కెన్ ఫీల్ దాట్ ఇప్పుడు ఇఫ్ యూ స్టార్ట్ అ బిజినెస్ ఆఫ్ పర్స్యూ యువర్ entrepreneurial journey, we will be deviating from our studies, or it will affect the kind of job opportunities that we want, or anything like that. But the reality is, ఇప్పుడు మీ దగ్గర ఒక జాబ్ చేసే సత్తా ఉంది. సెకండ్, you have a potential of giving 100 jobs to people. దీంట్లో రెండిట్లో ఏది బెటర్? ఒక పర్సన్ ఒక కంపెనీ మిమ్మల్ని హైర్ చేయాలని చూస్తున్నా, వాట్ విల్ దే సీ? మీ దగ్గర మీరు ఒక్కళ్ళు వెళ్ళి వర్క్ చేస్తే ఇస్ ఇట్ ఫైన్, ఆర్ ఇఫ్ యూ హ్యావ్ ద పొటెన్షియల్ ఆఫ్ ఇంకొక 100 మందితో పని చేపిస్తూ ఇన్స్పైర్ చేస్తూ వాళ్ళు ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తుంటే, విచ్ పొటెన్షియల్ ఇస్ బెటర్? సెకండ్ వన్, రైట్? అండ్ దట్స్ ఎగ్జాక్ట్లీ ద కైండ్ ఆఫ్ ఆపర్చునిటీ దట్ యూర్ గెటింగ్ ఇన్ యువర్ కాలేజ్ డేస్. నేను కాలేజ్లో ఉన్నప్పుడే స్టార్టెడ్ మై ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ జర్నీ. నేను కాలేజ్లో ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మాత్రమే వట్టి చదివిన. సెకండ్ ఇయర్ నుంచి కంప్లీట్గా స్టార్టెడ్ ఎక్స్ప్లోరింగ్ ఆల్ ది ఆపర్చునిటీస్. And the business that you're seeing now, my age is 25, and this is my 6th business. This being the 6th business, how it did happen? Because I started early. I got the chances to do mistakes from my college life itself. And adi mottam growth change ayindi. And that's exactly the kind of opportunity you got. And always remember, sustainability over here is not just a choice, but it has become a mandate over here. And it's not just a way of seeing the future, but it's a way of living our entire life. Okay, so I want you all who are present over here to not just listen and gurtupatti marchipovam kaadu. I also want you to inspire others. Share the things that you received from here, share it on social media. కావాలంటే నన్ను ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, కంటే చికెన్ కొని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి, యాగబ్ని ట్యాగ్ చేయండి. దట్స్ ది వే పీపుల్ విల్ నో దట్ you're onto something.
She is the chairman and the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park, and she's developed the first life science research park in India in Hyderabad, and she's pioneered a hardware product incubator and makerspace IKP Eden in Bangalore, and she works with Indian and global partners to nurture and fund over 700 innovation projects and early startups. Such a pleasure to have you here, ma'am. You've been my favorite for a really long time, along with Dr. Kalpana, of course. And she's actually always been an woman achiever for me. And she has also got this recognition in 2017 by Asia One Business magazine, and Woman of the Decade in Life Sciences, well deserved. And after brief stints as an engineering faculty at BITS Pilani, she took over the freelance science writer for children, but I think it's her passion towards research and looking at innovation and getting innovation to the market space is something that drives her presence and her work throughout. She's just returned from a sojourn in Sikkim. So over to you. Thank you so much, ma'am. And while we have her here today, she's going to be talking about navigating innovation, maze in life sciences, and agri for technology basket. Over to you, Dr. Dipan.
Think 20 platform and Dr. Tadas is here. I don't see Kalpana, but I'm sure we can discuss this with Kalpana. What would be that communique at the end of our presidency, and what does agriculture, the task force 6 of Think 20 would talk about? Is there anything through this sideline event that can go into building that communique? I thought if we have to talk of agri-food systems, 5 or 6 things come to my mind. One is the dichotomy between the aspiration of producers versus needs of consumers. Consumers need good quality food and agri-products at affordable prices. Producers, farmers, they want their products to be profitable. So there is this inherent dichotomy that can startups and innovation solve a problem like this. The second thing that strikes me is demographics. You know, I was reading a paper and I see that in UK, for every farmer of 40 years age, there are 3 farmers that are of age 65, which means, and there are other data, I'm not going to get into those data. I don't have the Indian data though. And that basically says that is agriculture on the whole an aging industry. When I say aging industry, I mean that are young people interested in agriculture or not? Is there a way through innovation we can actually get more younger people into agriculture? In India, of course, we know probably that's still not true. There are a lot of people in agriculture, but is it by choice or because there are no other opportunities available to them? Can we actually create opportunities through new innovations? The third thing that strikes me is that the environmental concerns, huge climate change concerns and so on and so forth, and the economics and profit that drives agriculture and livestock farming and so on and so forth. Where is the balance? Can innovation bring in that balance? Through technology, through new ways of looking into it, can we actually bring about a balance? And I was seeing that in the, actually industrial farm pollution is a large issue and a large problem. When I say industrial farm pollution, I can give you an example, and I'm not only talking of India because this is a G20 sideline event, I'll talk of the member states also. Spain, there's data that the pig manure that comes from all industries actually contributes to 50% of their land and water pollution. That is huge. So how do we deal with industrial farm pollution? I saw a technology that there is this for poultry, there's a raking system that they've made. I don't remember the name of the startup, which basically is churning the soil so that, and it's done every day, so that the excreta gets mixed, and after 45 days, he said, they'll change the soil. So I think we need to think of new technologies that actually can work with small farmers and mid-sized farms. Environmental concerns, of course, everyone has talked about. I'm not going to deal with that. But the other thing that really bothers me, or when I was reading, it's bothering me, because we deal with innovations. And when we deal with innovations, we very well know the position of India in the Global Innovation Index. And Mr. Ragnekar referred to it. We are 40. In 2022, we are ranked 40. A startup Blink index for startup, as a startup index, India is ranked 19th. So it means that we are more entrepreneurial than innovators. In SDG, Indian 2022 rank is 121. Where is the problem? Does it mean that SDG, because we are talking of reach to SDGs, how do we actually, through innovation and this maze of innovation that the topic have been given, how do we say that, how do we reconcile with the fact that we are 19th in startup ranking and 121 in SDG ranking? Does it mean that startups and innovations have nothing to do with SDGs? It just lies with the government to have, it's completely policy driven? Or is it that the innovation community and the startup community is not talking to the policymakers to make this happen? Is there a way? I think what Mr. Ragnekar spoke about, AgriStack, is a great way to help, because I know how financial inclusion has changed our ranking. And this is not about ranking, this is about well-being. Ranking is just to say where India is positioned vis-a-vis other countries. And if you look at, again, our G20 nations, in SDGs, some of the top 1, 2, 3 are all, I think, Sweden, Finland, and some others. We are 120. I have to ask, of all the nations, have we mapped where the SDGs are? And India, I think the focus, I was reading a Niti Aayog report, our focus, except for the three SDGs, we are there, we are mapping state by state all the SDG goals. Where are we slipping? Where are we not able to cope up? Is there a concerted effort to bring startups and innovations through, because agriculture is a focus area here, so agriculture and sustainability, can we actually see how we can impact SDG through innovations in agri-food systems and sustainability? If we cannot do that, we will completely fail in saying that India is a startup nation. We are third in terms of number of startups. What are these startups doing if you cannot impact life? Because SDG is one of the acknowledged ways of measuring how we are doing as a nation in terms of providing all citizens the benefits of development. If we are unable to link innovation and our startup ecosystem to SDGs, we would fail. So what I've done through this little bit of talk is to raise questions. The idea is not to be talking about IKP or what we do or what we have done. The purpose for me today is to raise questions about what we can do to work with our innovation ecosystem to make agri-food systems, sustainability, and SDGs, these three things that have been the topic of our conversation today. How do we bring in startups into it? I am aware of at least 30 or 40 startups working in these areas. Is that a good number? We spoke of 3,000 startups in the agri-food systems in India. And Dr. Chintala mentioned 50 of them are doing good. The rest of them are 1 to 2 crores of revenue. It's not about revenue. It is about the impact that you are able to make. And my question would be, I would map all those 50 that are really doing well and try to map them to SDGs and see whether there is an impact that is possible. I'm not going to take more time because I know there are startups in this session who would actually tell you about what impact they are doing in terms of agri-food system. And I see Manoj sitting here. So we would hear from them. Absolute is here, Shivam. But it's important to understand that the link between innovators in the agri-food system and SDGs. And if we can do a good mapping before our maybe the September communique or when we hand over the presidency, if there is a way to bring out a report on this, I'm not saying it's about where India stands and what we can do as kind of policy references for all the G20 member states. It varies a lot, but I think we need to talk about innovation and agri-food systems and what are the best practices.
My attention the most, being a part of the startup ecosystem, was looking at measuring the impact of startups to the SDG goals, especially when they have managed to come to a stage of being able to sustain themselves. How are they really impacting? I think that would be a great metric. So for all the ecosystem enablers out here, probably that could be another parameter that we add. Thank you so much, Dr. Dipanwita. Could I share a token of my affection for you?
Let me take this honor to introduce the next speaker on stage, Dr. Arvind Kumar, EDG CRISAT, who is going to be talking on aligning ourselves to SDGs. The CRISAT's approach, I request the guest of honor to kindly speak on this. But before this, I also would like to introduce his profile. Dr. Arvind Kumar is an experienced crop scientist with more than 28 years of experience in crop improvement, trait discovery to drought tolerance, disease insect resistance, and translational research. His area of expertise includes climate resilience, nutrition, crop improvement, genomics, trait development, disease management, policy, agribusiness, market linkages, and capacity development of ICRISAT mandated crops. So I would request you to kindly enlighten the audience with your insights. Over to you, sir.
Bringing ICRISAT to this discussion. And I am certainly benefited from the talk that Dr. Chintala just delivered. But now let's move on to ascertain where we are. These are the SDGs goals, 17 SDGs goals on which we monitor how we are doing well with our efforts to ensure that everybody has a food, everybody has good nutrition, our climate change adverse effect is reducing, how we are doing. We said this in 2015, we said that we achieve it by 2030, where we are. And we have only probably 7 more years to left that we should say that we have achieved this, and I don't think that we are there. So that's what I feel, that that genuinely we have to make more efforts than what we have put in over years to achieve these SDGs goals. Now, as an institute, ICRISAT keeps on working towards improving poverty and hunger, reducing poverty and hunger, reducing malnutrition, also reducing environmental degradation, and also we work towards the women empowerment. And in fact, but still, we have a long way to go. And what the statement that I made with the previous slide itself shows that there are still 71 million people who get into the extreme poverty because of the COVID-19, and also a large part of them are in Southern Asia, 32 million, and in fact also in the sub-Saharan Africa. The same is our scenario with the malnutrition. 381 million malnourished people in Asia and 250 million malnourished people in the Africa. Now the effect of climate change, everybody talks, and we know what's happening. We felt it last week. Untimely rains devastated our crops, and those things will keep on happening. And so the climate change, the increase in temperature, the change in the pattern of the precipitation, the frequency of the drought and flood, and in fact, I never realized till I had discussion with the soil people that climate change is also affecting the soil structure, the soil properties. And so I don't know where we are going, and unless we start taking some remedial measures, I think we will have a lot of problem. ICRISAT do work towards the women empowerment, reduce gender inequality, and also empower them. We talk of equity, just not equality, but we talk of equity, provide equal opportunity to everybody, and that's where we work. Very quickly, so where we are now, if we talk of these two goals, SDGs goals, the no poverty and zero hunger, ICRISAT approach is we develop improved varieties, the high-yielding varieties. And many of you know that we work for the dryland, so our crops are the legumes and the millets. And in fact, we promote sustainable intensification, and also we build agri-businesses and integration of the social dimensions. And in fact, there are several examples. Examples are in the legumes, where we have developed somewhere around 239 varieties, improved varieties. We have which covered around 4 million hectares area, and in fact we did work towards developing the new seed, 380,000 tons of certified seed, and 6.1 million tons of grain legumes was produced. Now similar efforts have been made towards the millet also, and since we are celebrating the International Year of Millet in 2023, I do want to say a few things about the millet. Everybody says millets are climate resilient. Millets can be grown in the drought-prone environment. And I always argue then by saying that we are pushing millets to that corner, that you are there suitable for that area where nothing can be grown. And then when we push millet there, and when we say that, okay, we should be producing more millet, then we talk about that millet is not profitable. Now you push some crops in the corner, and when it comes to comparing the profitability, you compare it with rice and wheat, where you provide 4,000 liters of water for each kg of the rice that is produced. You provide nitrogen, phosphorus, potash, and then you compare it with the millet. So my request would be that give millet the place, the exact place, the appropriate place, if we have to have better health. Not for the millet, but for our own health. If we have to diversify our diet, if we have to bring better health for the future. Now, we do work towards the water management, and in fact, we have worked with many of the micro watershed projects, and in fact, in the span of 4 or 5 years, we have, especially in the Bundelkhand, we have demonstrated that working on the watershed projects, we can enhance the farmers' income. The next one is towards the zero hunger, and in fact, we developed the improved varieties for the millets. Examples are the Dhan Shakti, Examples for the pearl millet, examples are the Prabhani Shakti. We have recently developed the high oleic acid varieties for the groundnut. And in fact, we do work very extensively even in Telangana towards the ready-to-eat meals and snacks for the tribal women. And in fact, we have launched joint program with the Department of Tribal Welfare Telangana, and in fact there has been a large number of beneficiaries. And in fact, we do also address the hidden hunger in Africa, and in fact we have worked in that part of the world also with the women. Now very quickly moving to the climate change. We all know what is happening with the climate change, especially with the environmental degradation. I don't know how many of us have realized that our soil's organic matter and organic carbon is drastically decreasing. And if we continue with the same agriculture practices that we have been doing over last 60 years, for which we all feel proud of, that India achieved the food security, but we should also feel that, at what cost, at what amount of water that we are using, how much we have worked and devastated our soil health, and in fact, in turn, our own health. So it is high time, and we work towards both water. I put an example from the Bundelkhand, but there are several examples also from Ethiopia, where we have improved the water availability to the crop. And I tell you, the Bundelkhand, where we receive only 400 to somewhere around 800 mm of rainfall, this is an excellent example where the number of families who run away from cultivating agriculture have returned back, and in fact now they are very happily cultivating the land. Overall, we have worked somewhere around improved 72 million hectares area, and in fact that has come into the double cropping, and the reduction in loss has been 30 to 60%. Moving to the next one. No? Okay. I said we do work towards the gender equality, in fact, also, and in fact we have reclaimed lands in the Niger, and in fact this has been done very nicely by the women. In fact, women, they own 200 meters square of the land, and in fact they made income which was equivalent to income that the men farmers make from 1 hectare of the land. We do promote women in the agribusiness, train tribal women in many of the programs, including that in Telangana. And in fact, we also work towards addressing the hidden hunger. Now, moving to our work in digital agriculture, which addresses many of the SDGs. In fact, we have developed this Meghdut in partnership with the Government of India, and in fact this is a mobile app, and through which weather forecast is delivered to 450 cities. There is another one, Plantix, on which we work with the Indo-German start setups, and in fact it helps farmers to address the plant disease issues of somewhere around 500 diseases covering 35 plants, and in fact now this is available in 18 languages, and more than this has had, as of now, more than 15 million downloads. We do use GIS and remote sensing in addressing the problem of agriculture. In fact, whether this is moving towards the insurance, whether this is moving towards identifying that, which are the areas where the second crop could be achieved. The next one is towards the gender diversity. In fact, the genetic diversity. Many of you know that ICRISAT maintains a huge gene bank. We have somewhere around 129,000 germplasm sessions, and in fact, we have effectively used it. More than 1.5 million samples have been shared with the number of stakeholders, and number of varieties has been developed. In fact, this gene bank is an important source of building resilience against the climate change. So overall, ICRISAT have addressed largely, we work towards the SDGs, no poverty, zero hunger, climate action, but also the partnership, but also the gender. And in fact, we have developed many of the varieties in the pigeon pea, which has resulted in 80% rise in farmers' income in Africa. And also, there has been one Malawi seed industry development project, which resulted in 5.7 million annually from seed and grain sales. And in fact, also examples are the watershed project in Karnataka that benefited somewhere around 4.7 million farmers. There is one technology that we introduced in Africa, which is microdosing, that help farmers to get 30% increase in yield. And more than 40 varieties and hybrids of legumes which are released in Africa are under cultivation as of now. With this, once again, thanks to Dr. Kalpana and all those who are with the involved with the organization of this event, and also good to be here at PJTSAU once more. Thank you very much.
May I have this opportunity to introduce the next key speaker, Dr. Jia Chintala, who is going to deliver the keynote address on investing in sustainable tomorrow. So honestly, I have no words to describe you, given your professional endeavors and also your personality. Thanks to all your support to AgHub, you've always been there. But as a formality, I would deliver. Dr. Jia Chintala was the former chairman of NABARD. He has a vast experience of 35 plus years. His initiatives include digitization of world's largest microfinance program under Project eShakti, roadmap for amalgamation of regional rural banks, promoting and nurturing FPOs, livelihood enterprise development programs, area development schemes, and alternative energy models. Over to you, sir. I request you to kindly come over and deliver the speech to the audience. Thank you.
There is quite a lot of things that are happening in the entire agri scenario, and it's time for us to relook into what exactly is happening in the ecosystem and how the ecosystem can be nurtured. Who are the players actually playing a very catalytic role in the whole of this thing? And what are the issues really that are plaguing, and how actually the new economy, particularly the startup kind of a thing, is shaping up the Indian agriculture. So with this, I would like to start my speech. The dignitaries on the dais, Sri G.A. Tadas, Fellow, and also T20 Engagement Group, Sri Gareth Wine Owen from High Commission of Britain, Dr. Sudhir Kumar, Dr. Arvind Kumar, Madam Kalpana Shastri, and all others who are there in the audience, and my dear alma mater students. I belong to this university. When it was an undivided university, actually I am a student and alumni of this university, and I studied at Bapatla, then subsequently I went to IRI, then from there to NABARD, and in NABARD actually I was there in almost all places, and finally as a chairman I was there. And that time actually, that when we are thinking of doing something for that new agricultural scenario that is going to happen, that's where this incubation center idea, which was already floating in the university, has come. Because before that, actually in 3 or 4 universities, NABARD had given these incubation centers, and Telangana Agriculture University, which is again my alma mater, actually they are requesting me, since you became chairman of NABARD, why can't you give something to your university? So we thought that actually it is best thing is to pay my gratitude to my alma mater. We gave that grant to AgHub. And also subsequently we gave quite a lot of a catalytic capital also to this one, because one is AgHub is nothing but a kind of ecosystem builder, actually, where you have created a kind of an infra, and you have staff, you have the mentors, you have people who are doing this thing. But at the same time, when a particular enterprise graduates to a particular little bit of a marketable kind of an enterprise, actually you require capital. So for that, actually you require either angel investors, venture capitalists, or the debt givers, or anyone, and at the same time you should need something else, because many a time the bankers still have got a kind of their apprehensions, because banks' money has to be collected back with interest. Actually, that is what the basic banking is. But in case of a developmental financial institution, actually we have a particular scheme where a part of our profit we will put it into this kind of a ventures and see that the ecosystems develop a lot. So that is how this whole of this thing has started. So now we are extremely happy that Ag Hub is doing wonderful job, and the way the innovations have been being nurtured, actually it is very great that we are catching up with the world. Now here I just want to see, because my topic is investing in a sustainable tomorrow. Actually now the topic is very, very innovative, because unless you invest today, you just can't live in tomorrow, because you can't graduate to the tomorrow. So that's why that investing in a sustainable tomorrow is a very, very important topic. So here I just made, actually that I thought that I may have to deliver a lecture of 1 or 2 hours. So I just prepared, because we generally deliver lectures in such a kind of elaborate things. So first I just thought that, okay, I will try to do a thing as to how this entire ecosystem is getting nurtured. That is, the investments are happening for a sustainable tomorrow. Just take the take of this SDGs, actually that sustainable development goals. Actually we are there in this development banking for the past 35 years. My entire career spanned there. Actually that there are quite a lot of goals. Earlier it used to be Millennium Development Goals, graduate into the Sustainable Development Goals. Now you just look into this SDGs or anything, they are nothing but the universal truths. Every citizen of the world should have an access to the good drinking water, he should have good food, he should have access to nutrition, access to education, access to employment. There should be a kind of a little bit no damage to the environment, and underwater kind of a thing. That is the thing in the marine life, everything has to be protected. These are all the universal truths on which actually we are all working. But really how far we are able to do this kind of a thing. Now take the case of human dignities, take the case of the livelihoods, take the case of depredation, take the case of throwing back the people into the poverty because of pandemic or some other kind of a thing. Actually these are all the things which we may have to think a bit about it. And at the same time, the primary occupation of the world, and particularly in India, where 70% of the people still reside in villages, and almost 50% of the people depending on agriculture, whether we are investing for their sustainable tomorrow. Now this is the thing which probably we all may have to ponder, as I say that quite a lot of a damage is happening to the natural capital that is available to us, to the people in the world. Natural capital is nothing but the clean environment, very good agroclimatic situations, and also the soil and water resources, which are the basic things for this entire natural thing. But what exactly is happening with this kind of a natural capital? Over a period of time, actually this natural capital is getting degraded. Fragmentation is, I'm not talking about, because fragmentation is another part of the economy, economic kind of an issue. But thing is, the normal soil which we are cultivating for the past millions of years, particularly in the last 70 years, actually we have done quite a lot of a damage by putting so much of an unwanted quantities of fertilizer. I am not saying that fertilizer should not be used, but when it is not required also we try to put it. Likewise, unwanted amount of the pesticides, fungicides, weedicides, they are all creating a kind of a damage to this natural soil asset, that is the soil. And what about the water resources? Now many places we are just tampering with the entire ecology. We are just denuding the forests. Most of the hills are getting crushed for the granite and other kind of things, and in the process the natural water courses are getting almost dried up, and in the process actually we are not having access to the water for irrigation and all those things. Then what exactly we are doing to do this kind of a thing? to just ameliorate this kind of a situation. Now, quite a lot of things are happening all over the world. Everybody is talking very loudly as to what we should do. Now, this natural capital has to be restored. If somebody is calling it as a regenerative agriculture, that is a very narrow term, I'll say, but thing is actually rejuvenation of this entire thing. The ecosystem is the thing which we have to talk about. So if that is the case, what exactly the investments that are required for this kind of a regeneration of the things, ecosystem? Now, who is going to put this kind of a investments? Now, many times, it's very easy to talk. Actually, everybody tells about, actually, we should do this, we should do this, we should. But thing is, who is going to bell the cat? Public sector, private sector, governmental, non-governmental, and also as a citizens, actually, we all have a role to play in this kind of a thing. Now, I just like to see that really what exactly is the ecosystem rebuilding. Take the case of water scarcity. Now, if you just look into the statistics, in 1950s or 1960s, before the Green Revolution started, in Punjab, the water table was just around 5 feet. Now, today it is 1,000 feet depth. Likewise, whether it is in Andhra Pradesh, whether it is Punjab, everywhere actually the situation is same. Because before Green Revolution, none of us were extracting the groundwater the way we are extracting today. The new motors, the submersible pump sets, free power, and everything is really causing enormous kind of a thing. Acceleration to this kind of an exploitation of the natural resource. So the natural capital of the groundwater is getting depleted. Then what about the soil? We are putting very heavy machinery on the soil when it is not required. Most of the animal power has been dispensed with. Actually, then we are not adding the organic manure. And at the same time, we have done away with all the kinds of good agricultural practices. And we started doing chemical farming because it's very easy for the farmer to just put 2 bags of urea to make the field green rather than putting 1 ton or 2 tons of a farm-made manure. That's why actually they are also not interested. So now, are we doing enough to restore this kind of a system, to restore the soils, to do the things? So then, what kind of a things which we have to do here? Then the next one is, whether is there any kind of a resilience thinking on our part? Now actually that resilient agriculture, resilient ecosystem is a very common thing which we talk about. But thing is, what is the resilience thinking which we are all thinking about? Because today everywhere you just take any document, whether it is in the banking, United Nations, or for that matter any kind of a documents which you take, everybody talks very loudly actually that ESG, ESG, ESG. What exactly ESG and how many are adapting to this kind of ESG? Environmental, social and governance kind of a standards have become a kind of a norm. That's what everybody says that people have to adopt it, though it is voluntary. Now many times people are writing that kind of we are adopting the ESG, but thing is what kind of a compliances which we are having, and really what kind of a cost actually people are incurring on this kind of ESG compliances. And thing is, what the investors are looking at it, because I being a banker for the past 35 years and also headed a $100 billion bank with almost $1 billion of profit. Actually, I know really what exactly the investors look into it whenever I speak about the ESG. Now actually that when I look into that investing for this sustainable tomorrow, most of the investors actually whenever somebody is going for that raising money from abroad, they say that actually what are your ESG norms? Because now nobody wants to have a very short-term kind of a returns. Everybody says that the enterprise which you are creating should be a very, very long-term and it should deliver goods to the people without damaging the environment on a sustainable basis. So if that is the case, that ESG norms have become almost mandatory, though actually it is voluntary for the time being. So now, are we really looking into the ESG norms very sincerely and also in a very deep kind of a thing? That also which we have to do it. Then the next one is that what exactly, that is who is going to make this entire thing viable, because maybe Act 2, that is the system, that is the ecosystem, because ultimately I say that the money is the one which makes man move. Likewise, the money is the one which makes everything to work. So if that is the case, somebody has to invest. in making this entire system very sustainable. So then actually who is this somebody? And what kind of a systems actually have been created? And what measures the government of India and also state governments are taking? And what systems actually the institutions like NABARD and others have put in place to do this kind of a thing? Now I just like to look into it. Probably many of you, though you may be students, you may not be looking into that credit part of agriculture. If I just reel out a little bit of a stats, I'll say that in 1950s, India was producing just 50 million tons of food grains and less than 70 million tons of fruits and vegetables, and hardly any kind of a sugar, and oil seeds and everything was a scarcity. Milk was almost abysmal quantity, but in the last 70-75 years, actually we have done wonders. Today we are producing close to 215 million tons of food grains, close to around 250 million tons of fruits and vegetables, 200 million tons of milk, and 15 million bales of cotton. And oil seeds actually not self-sufficient but still very reasonable. Likewise, meat and other things actually we are producing. But when doing all these things, what exactly is the trigger for this kind of a thing? Actually, if you look into it, in 1950s, 60s, and even 70s also, early 70s, the credit from the institutions was almost nil. Only the cooperative banks used to be the sole kind of a credit purveyors to the agriculture, and they had a very limited resources. And in 2000, if I take the statistics, in 2000 to 2022, if I really look into the statistics, in 2001, entire credit given to the agriculture, including allied sector, was just 56,000 crores, which is equivalent to close to around $7 billion as on date. But right now, we are giving $200 billion as the agricultural credit. That is close to around 18 lakh crores. So now, when I look into it, really how this 18 lakh crores is going to the farmers, because Government of India has come out with a system of subventing the interest rates. Actually now, any farmer in the country is getting loan at 4% up to 3 lakh rupees. So that is the biggest thing. Actually somebody is investing. I told that actually who has to invest? This is the government, which is doing quite a lot, but at the same time, the beneficiaries are everyone in this country. Then the next one is with regard to the various schemes the Government of India has come out, with regard to the food processing, with regard to the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund, with regard to the Dairy Infrastructure Development Fund, Fisheries Infrastructure. Then as a kind of a safety net, we have a PMFSBY, and we have so many other kinds of things. So everything is being invested by the government and the public sector. And at the same time, there are so many institutions, including institutions like NABARD, who are the agents for the United Nations Fund for the Climate Change. Actually, we have done quite a lot of work in initiating these climate change projects. Today, whether we like or not, climate change is real. Now we have reached a 1.5 degrees centigrade, and by 2040 it is going to be a norm, and the moment it is going to be the norm, actually your entire cropping system is undergoing a change. Now take the case of hailstorm and rains during this period of time, which is unexpected and which is damaging the entire orchard crops, likewise the normal crops. Likewise, actually we are having droughts, we are having very incessant rains when it is not required, and there's a lot of runoff, and all these things are happening. We need to tackle this climate change in a very big way. The other thing that is happening actually when we are looking into the climate change projects and actually financing it, we found that excessive drawing of groundwater, particularly in the coastal areas, because we are having very long coastline in the entire country, actually there is an incursion of seawater into the entire soil, and that again making the soil water is saline. So now these are all the issues which we have to look into it. So when I am looking into these things, actually that what kind of investments actually we require to do in this kind of a thing, because for investing for a sustainable tomorrow, actually that we have to invest quite a lot. Some of the areas which I will say that where the investments have to flow, first thing is with regard to the soil and water conservation, whether it is the watersheds, whether it is creating a kind of a sustainable infrastructure, And the next one is the clean energy. Actually, without going into that kind of a fossil fuel energy, we should go into the solar, wind and other things. And there also investments are happening. And beyond that, actually what more which we can do is increasing the water use efficiency, increasing the crop productivity, creating the new seeds, new genetic kind of a systems. All those things are also required. So there also the investments have to happen. Now, this is one part. Actually, now these are the things happening and some other things. But thing is, what is the latest buzz on the whole of this thing? It's the startups. Earlier, maybe some 7 or 8 years back, actually startups was a very new word. Actually, nobody was aware what exactly meant by startups. But today, in the country as a whole, we are having 80,000 startups. We are world's number 3 after United States, China. Then India is the world's number 3. With regard to agriculture startups, we have around 3,000 startups in the country. And when I go into, because every time, many times actually many people ask me to be their mentor and also to be on their board. But now actually I look into various startups, actually really how they are doing. Actually I found that out of these 3,000, at least some 100 are very, very promising. And they attained a scale and also they are doing quite well. Actually that, if you really look into it, actually how the startups, actually entire thing has been arranged. Some of them are into agronomical issues because they are going to the crop production, giving the precision farming tools, then the advisory, equipment, everything is one part. Then the next one is with regard to improving the biological kind of a thing, that is the genetics, recombinant DNA techniques, and also creating the new kind of a varieties, and also the microbial structures, doing so many things with regard to this thing. Then the third one is with regard to the mechanization, because now that mechanization is the one which is really gaining quite a lot of an importance because of reduced manpower to do this kind of a work, and also the intricacies involved with regard to the wages and everything. So that's why many people are opting for the mechanization. Now actually I could see one of the machines here, which is an electric robo, and there are many such kind of a versions are there, Farm Sathi, Electric Bull, X machines or such kind of a things. Now these are the things where farmers are going to rely upon in future. Now if that is the case, are we really doing anything to support them and also integrate them into the kind of an agricultural systems which we are trying to look into it? So now, likewise, in animal husbandry, actually that many of the people with the agricultural university, actually we never look into the animal husbandry as one of the major things. But otherwise, if you take the entire agriculture as a kind of a segment where allied activities also have got a big role, animal husbandry and fisheries are contributing substantial amount to the GDP, the agricultural GDP. So now I finished, but anyhow, I'll just take few more minutes to do this one. So now, when these animal husbandry things are happening, how actually 2 or 3 path-breaking things have happened. Some people have created animal malls, because generally animals are purchased just like that, but now actually there are so many startups that have come, where they say that they first take the animals, then they examine them, they grade them, they put the price for them, and they are trying to deliver it to the farmers who are going to buy it. So in that way, there is a guarantee. And there are some people in the animal husbandry which are doing the quality control of everything, actually, which they are doing. And some of them are doing into the genetics part of it. And likewise, so many things are happening with regard to these new startups that are there in this one. So now, when so many things are happening, what exactly is the maybe the scale actually they attained? Actually, if you look into this one, out of these 3,000 startups, 2,950 startups, at least I can say, might be in the range of around 1 to 2 crores, not beyond that. But the remaining 50 have reached a level of around 500 crores to 1,000 crores, and some of them are going to be unicorns also in agriculture. So now, that is one thing which we have to look into it, actually which kind of ideas which we have and what kind of a, maybe the funding which we are going to get out of this and all those things. So now, the latest is that the startup culture is right now, startup winter is happening, that is venture capital wintering is happening. Many of the startups are not getting the money from the same venture capitalists. So now the government of India and the normal banking system is trying to pitch in for such kind of a thing. And the SVB Bank of United States collapse had really created a dent in the startup funding. And today, actually, if you have read the pink papers, they say that now that Indian Banking Association has started a new startup kind of a funding platform within the banking system through the Gift City. So now this is the one. So finally, I'll say that ecosystem has to be built, agriculture has to be rejuvenated, and the new innovations have to happen to keep the things very this thing. And also, in case if we have to be in the future, because you cannot be hungry in future, you cannot have clothes in the future, you cannot have a kind of a bad kind of a weather in the future. So for all that, we need to invest today, and maybe some of the investments like this Ag Hub is a very small thing. Likewise, actually, so many investments have to happen. So I'll say that future is very bright, but the policy makers and thinkers and also the students have to come up with their ideas as to really how we will do it. So finally, before winding up, I will say that investing for sustainable tomorrow, people should invest in their health also. Without going through yoga, without going through a kind of a regular regimen of exercise, you cannot enjoy the fruits of tomorrow. So I will say that invest in health today for a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you.
I would also like to request Dr. Sudhir Kumar Garu, Registrar and Director of Ag Hub, to kindly come on stage and give his insights.
It's my pleasure to be here for this inaugural session on the workshop Building Innovation-Led Entrepreneurial Pathways for Accelerating the Sustainable Developmental Goals. As you all know, this is the year that India takes G20 as presidency, where there are several engagement groups like B20, T20, C20, etc. In tune with this broad thinking, we at PGTSU saw an opportunity for conducting this one-day workshop. So thanks to Tadas as well as Kalpana Shastri for making this workshop. So thank you, sir. And here we are in this inaugural session. Professor J. Shankar Telangana Agriculture University was established in 2014. It is the youngest agriculture university in the country, and it aims to become a center of excellence and one-stop destination for agriculture entrepreneurship, encompassing education, research, and extension with all its faculties, farmers, and rural communities towards greener prosperity and to create, foster, and present to the world entrepreneurs who will strive to work for ecological and nutritional balanced future for the state, country, and the world at large. The university has established Ag Hub, a Section 8 committee in hub and spokes model, where the hub is at Hyderabad and the spokes are at rural innovation centers. And the main aim is to encourage agri-food startups and aspiring student entrepreneurs. The rural innovation spokes promote rural entrepreneurship among the farmers, rural youth, rural women, and FPOs in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities of Telangana. So we are very much thankful to Dr. Chintala Garu for your financial support for this establishing the Ag Hub at the university. So till date, Ag Hub has nurtured more than 45 plus food and agri startups, more than 1,500 vision thinkers, 500 plus ideas, more than 10 rural enterprises, 20 grantees, more than 2 seed-funded startups, and impacting the lives of more than 5,000 farmers in the state. This workshop provides platform to propose process, pathways, and interventions needed to unlock the potential of innovation in agriculture and scaling up with inclusiveness. The shareholders present here today would bring meaning to this event by sharing their rich experience and knowledge about different types of agricultural innovations with examples, case studies, criteria for success, the enabling environment, and associated factors. These solutions would resolve the common challenges of all the G20 countries, such as food insecurity, gaps in global value chain, crop productivity due to climate change, and employment generation. This workshop, engaging with all the stakeholders, policymakers, academia, innovators, incubator fraternity in this region, and farmer is the ideal platform for understanding the needs, blocks, challenges, and a balanced economic growth and sustainable development. What we needed is the major 4 efforts, that is sustainable environment, sustainable production, sustainable nutrition, and sustainable livelihood. The government, private sector, and all the stakeholders need to collaborate and maintain harmony with nature, address inequality, create resilient, sustainable global value chains. The collaborating of this ecosystem players is perhaps the first step in this direction. Research Innovation System for Developing Countries and its Global Development Center and IKP Knowledge Park is a clear sign of putting it into right practice. Sir, we warmly acknowledge the presence of Gareth Owens for his interest and sparing his time to be with us today. We would be happy to explore more linkages in future, especially with research and academic programs of this university. Having Dr. Chintala as a keynote speaker in today's session sets the tone for the theme of this workshop. Sir, truly your support, guidance, especially in the area of innovation-led pathways and building agri-entrepreneurs in this part of the country has been path-breaking, and university truly acknowledges your inspiring and leadership role. We are also thankful to Dr. Arvind Kumar, our friend and supporter of PJTSAU. Sir, your presence is indicative how both global, national, and local programs work together in agri-food sectors. The approach of ICRISAT in imbibing the Sustainable Developmental Goals into its program is worth emulating and a useful model. We all look forward to hear you from this about your experiences. So with these few words, I once again take this opportunity to welcome you all to all this green campus and look forward for fruitful deliberations in this one-day workshop. So thank you one and all.
Let me now take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Gareth Owen, Deputy High Commissioner, British High Commission. His role includes promoting business and trade talks, strengthening scientific and education cooperation, and working with partners and tackle climate change and ensure a transition to clean and sustainable growth. So we look forward to have your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm really pleased to be here today, and I'm really pleased that we, the UK government, can support such an important day's discussion. Thank you to all our partners. There are many of you. We really appreciate your support bringing together this day of discussion, and we're really pleased to be working with you all on some of these key development and SDG priorities, especially in the area of agriculture. I think we'll all agree delivering on the SDGs are the most important to-do list that is facing mankind at this moment in time. And it's really important that we all work together on a number of key issues. Key issues such as sustainable agricultural production, global food supply, to ensure everyone around the world, everyone, all of us, have access to nutritious meals. We also need to look at the underlying drivers of food insecurity, how do we tackle such an important issue? And I certainly believe we also need to look at issues such as how do we utilize research, innovation, and new ways of working to ensure food reaches the most vulnerable across our globe. I think we can all agree there's enough food out there. How do we ensure everyone enjoys what most of us in this room do? And I certainly believe what's important is collaboration. Governments, businesses, civil society, universities. So it's great that today, across the discussions and in this room right now, we have agricultural professionals, we have innovators, we have people representing businesses, investments, students, and policymakers, to name a few. And I believe that is vital if we really want to accelerate how we are going to tackle the SDGs going forward. Because it's important we do not lose focus on the Agenda 2030 and the SDGs. Together, we all must tackle and deliver on the SDGs. It is vital for us all, whether you live in the richest country in the world or the poorest. Because for the SDGs, it's important because our planet needs us to deliver on the SDGs. The population of the world needs us to deliver on the SDGs. And I certainly hope from the discussions today will come out an actionable framework which will help accelerate delivery towards the SDGs and sustainable agriculture and tackling global food insecurity. Because I think you'll all agree, and that's probably why we're all here today, that the most important thing for the SDGs is that no one is left behind. And I certainly believe, and I certainly know, that we have it in us to achieve that, but we all must work together to do that. So thank you very much for organising this day. I believe, and from what I've seen already in the discussions I've had, it will be very successful, and I look forward to seeing the results. So thank you again for all our partners. It will be a wonderful, wonderful discussion. Thank you.
I work in an NGO called Seva Bharat. It's a larger umbrella that is supporting entrepreneurs and micro entrepreneurs that are basically women in 18 states of India currently. So we have right now entrepreneurs from 3 states of India. We have from Bihar, then Ladakh, and then Gujarat. My role, I work as a business associate. I help micro entrepreneurs to plan their business, make a business plan. And I am closely associated with the farmer producer company in Bihar. So currently we have all farmers with us. All of these women are farmers. So by now the farmers who are from Bihar, what they are doing is, so now agriculture cannot be done single-handedly, like only based on harvesting. We need to incorporate animal husbandry into it. So we are promoting integrated farming. What the Behan, like this is Urmila Behan, she is a board of director of Karn Bhumi Farmer Producer Company. So what her farmer producer company does is they provide better quality crops to the farmers, like the seeds also. And then they do cultivation in groups, like the same variety of seed is cultivated by a group of people so that they can sell the harvest together. So that's what they are doing. So we have all, like her company has already done the paddy sale last year of up to 70 metric ton, like all women organization. And they have earned the revenue of up to 8 lakh from that sale. Also, they are working in perishable products like sponge guard and have done a sale of up to 2 lakh in sponge guard. So that is her work mainly. This one is Sadhana. She is working in a goat rearing center. So what they are doing is they are promoting farmers to have goats, to adopt goats and then rear them, do the farming of goats. So firstly, they made a group of farmers and then taught them what are the benefits of having a goat. Then they are also research based. They are supported by the research organization, which help them provide the medicines also. So, Bakri ke doctor, they are making goat doctors. They have a group of women who are treating goats by going to the homes of the farmer. They are providing vaccines, injection, and everything that reduce the mortality rate. They have they have shareholders, members of to 16,000 in Bihar. So that many women. So you can imagine the scale they are working on. Yes, so they have made this new product. This is called the goat milk soap, Gotique, they have named it. And we have already, this is just started 6 months before, and we have already sold 5,000 soaps. And we are out of stock currently. People are asking for it. Yeah. We can move further to the Behan. She's from Ladakh. So she is a apricot farmer herself, and she's making different products from apricot, like apricot oil, juice, and different sorts of products. So this is she's bringing farm products to table directly. There is no middleman involved in the process. So she is getting the margin, or the farmer who's producing it is getting the margin out of the product. So that is something that Seva is promoting, eliminating the middleman, and the producer is getting the right price for the harvest. And then this Ben is from Rudy, from Gujarat. So Rudy is a well-known enterprise of Gujarat. They are making everything you can find in a kitchen. Anything you will say, they are making it, they are packaging it, and they are selling it. So their business is a little developed than the others. They are also available on the online platforms, and they are a profitable enterprise. They are making a sale of in crores. So there are many numbers is difficult. So we make members and we support all our members in whatever capacity we can. We also work on their social status, their economic status. So the motto of Seva is Swabhilamban and Purna Rozgar, getting employment for women for 365 days. So that's what we are aiming at. And to increase her social status, to increase her status in a family. She can also make decisions in her family. So those types of, formalizing the informal economy, that's what we are working on.
The discussions are indeed very crucial for the TF6 as they form important pointers as we are engaged in developing a policy document for the T20 and G20. Particularly, we could voice the models emerging in this geography of the country. With this brief introduction, I request Mr. G.A. Tardas, the chair of TF6, to come and brief on what is the task force.
In this August gathering, discuss on the sustainable solutions in agriculture. And I'm indeed thankful to collaborate with the Global Development Center RIS, of which I am also a part RIS, and the Professor Jai Shankar, Telangana State University Agriculture, then FCDO UK government, Ag Hub. In fact, we were going through the some innovation stalls which are put up when we were entering. It was indeed a good learning experience for me. We were thinking of how we should have a sustainable agriculture, and then I could see that we are indeed progressing towards that path. I did not know much about what sustainable solutions are available. We keep talking, in academic and research that we should be doing this or that. But today I could see that it is happening on the ground. That is indeed a very heartening development. As you know that G20 Task Force 6 is one of the very critical task forces dealing with the pathways to the Agenda 2030, where we are discussing the progress in the Sustainable Development Goals. Under that, there are very important sub-themes which are defined, and one of the sub-themes is on the sustainable agriculture, climate smart agriculture. There are important other sub-themes relating to gender equities, women-led development, health, one health approach to all mankind, and then we have blue economy, water conservation, and then we have the gender biodiversity, gender equity, and then ultimately we need to discuss on these themes so that we arrive at some suggestions, recommendations which we can forward to the G20 deliberations, so that the views and the suggestions that are put forth in these various important events are deliberated in the G20 summit as well. And hopefully that we'll be able to make some recommendations in the final declaration that may come at the end of the India G20 presidency in November. I don't think, because we are already running late, I understand, I will not take much of your time. We have a full day long to go through various important topics, and I am sure that we will be able to come out with important suggestions and policy recommendations. We have galaxy of experts who will be addressing all of us, and we look forward to a very fruitful discussions day long. And thank you once again all of you, and I thank again the collaborators for this very important event. Thank you.
So this app called Farm AR. So in this app, everything will be in AR. And for instance, if you want to grow a plant and don't know how to do it, so in this app you can see everything in a form of AR. And if you want to experience more, you can also use this Oculus, not Oculus. These are VR headsets for that. And you can also it will give you some products what to use, and what products, what chemicals you can use, how you can grow organically also. And we also developed the feature called plant disease detection. So in this there is an option community also, like farmers could ask questions, and the agri students are integrated in this. So the students may answer, and the professors and the scientists are also part of the app. So in this there is a feature called plant disease detection. So can I? So you could simply it's a real time, you can just detect it, and you get the information of the disease and all that stuff, and everything will be in AR. If you want to, you can also have the VR experience of the farm and how plants are growing. For instance, if you want to grow a plant and know about it, you could everything have in AR and virtually. From AgUp we got so much information about the plants, and how the plants are, about the disease, and some tech support, and also from database point of view, from providing in particularly about in Telangana state what crops they are going and what diseases we have. We got so much tech from AgUp.
మేము రైతులకు సంబంధించినటువంటి ఒక ఇన్నోవేషన్ తయారు చేశాము. ప్రస్తుతం రైతులు వాడుతున్నటువంటి మాన్యువల్ స్టార్టర్ వలన వాళ్ళకి తరచూ విద్యుత్ ప్రమాదాలు జరిగి మరణిస్తున్నారు. అలాగే వర్షాకాలం సీజన్లో అక్కడికి ఫీల్డ్ అంటే పొలం దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు కొంచెం బురద సమయాలలో పదును ఉండటం వల్ల, తేమ ఏర్పడటం వల్ల ఎన్నో విద్యుత్ ప్రమాదాలు జరుగుతున్నాయి. అలాగే వాళ్ళు ప్రతిసారి మోటార్ దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి ఆన్ ఆఫ్ చేసే క్రమంలో ఎంతో శ్రమకు గురవుతున్నారు. ఇవన్నీ నేను గుర్తించి ఈ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎంతో కొంత తగ్గించాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో నేను ఒక చిన్న రిమోట్ కంట్రోలర్ ద్వారా ఒక డివైస్ని తయారు చేశాను. ఇది ఆల్రెడీ రైతులు వాడుతున్నటువంటి మాన్యువల్ స్టార్టర్కి ఇన్స్టాల్ చేసుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది. దీని నుంచి మనము 1 కిలోమీటర్ దూరం నుంచి ఆపరేట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. దీనివల్ల రైతులకి ఎలక్ట్రిక్ ప్రమాదాలు జరిగే అవకాశాలు ఉండవు. అలాగే వాళ్ళకి ఎంతో శ్రమ కూడా తగ్గించే అవకాశం ఉంది. దీని ద్వారా చాలామంది రైతులు కూడా ఇది గతంలో మేము చేసిన ఇన్నోవేషన్ వాళ్ళు వాడుతున్నారు. ఎంతో హ్యాపీగా వాళ్ళు సంతోషంగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నారు. ఇప్పుడు ప్రజెంట్ ఈ ప్రోడక్ట్ని మేము అందరి రైతులకు ఇవ్వడం కోసం నేను గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం కనుక ఉంటే అందరి రైతులకు ఇవ్వడానికి నేను సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాను.
We are doing ready to eat and ready to cook millet chapatis using a very unique fermentation technology. With this technology, we've been able to make millets much softer and more palatable compared to the regular millets. And we've also been able to increase the shelf life to 3 times without the need to use any preservatives. So we have jowar, bajra, ragi, chapatis, the parathas as well as the fulkas. And we also have a very unique product that is the jowar methi paratha. The cost of each product is the fulkas are for a pack of 10 is for rupees 120 and the paratha pack of 10 is rupees 150. And these have a shelf life of 25 days in the refrigerator. Currently, it is available. We take orders over the phone and Google Forms, and we will supply it directly to your house. We are incubated in AgHub. We had come up with a product that was developed in the kitchen. When we came to AgHub, we were introduced to the food scientists here in the Agricultural University, and with the help of the food scientists, we standardized and validated the product. Also did the testing for shelf life, testing for other, the nutritional parameters. AgHub has helped us get a space inside the Agricultural University to start the pilot production, and that is where we are currently producing our chapatis. We also got a bootstrap grant from AgHub to do the initial, to start with the initial production and initial costing of the business. This is a biotechnology. So currently we are done with production. We just need to do a bit of package development and other things, and we are ready to go to the market.
సో ఇది డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు వ్యవసాయంలో ఏంటంటే రైతులకి ఏంటంటే పశువులతో వ్యవసాయం చేయడం అనేది దూరం అయిపోయింది. సో ఇప్పుడు ఏంటంటే ఏ రైతైనా సరే వ్యవసాయం చేయాలంటే టెక్నాలజీ అనేది ఆహ్వానించాలి. సో మేము ఏంటంటే ఇప్పుడు మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే స్ప్రేయింగ్ పర్పస్ డ్రోన్స్ అనమాట. సో మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే స్ప్రేయింగ్ పర్పస్ డ్రోన్స్. సో మాది ఏంటంటే 10 లీటర్ కెపాసిటీ ఉంటుంది. ఎందుకంటే ఇప్పుడు మామూలుగా మన మనిషి కొట్టేటప్పుడు రోజుకి 100 నుంచి ఒక ఎకరాకి 100 నుంచి 150 లీటర్ల వాటర్ నీళ్ళు అనేది అవసరం ఉంటుంది. అదే డ్రోన్స్ యూజ్ చేయడం వల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకి 10 లీటర్ల ట్యాంక్ కెపాసిటీ కరెక్ట్ గా మనకి 1 ఎకర్కి కరెక్ట్ గా సరిపోతుంది అనమాట. పైనుంచి కింద వరకు మీకు మొత్తం అంతా స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేసి యూనిఫామ్ గా స్ప్రే చేస్తుంది. అది ఒకటి ఇంపార్టెంట్. సెకండ్ ఏంటంటే దీనివల్ల ఏంటంటే మనకి 80% వరకు వాటర్ ని మనం తగ్గించుకోగలుగుతున్నాం. సో ఆల్మోస్ట్ 10 లీటర్ తో మనకి 1 ఎకర్ అయిపోతుంది. అలాగే మనకి కెమికల్స్ పరంగా చూసుకుంటే ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ కూడా మనం ఒక ఎకర్కి 1 లీటర్కి 150 లీటర్ 200 లీటర్ల ఫార్మర్ యూజ్ చేస్తాడు. సో బట్ ఇక్కడ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఒక 30% 20% కెమికల్ రిడక్షన్ కూడా మన కెమికల్ కూడా తగ్గించుకోవాల్సిన పరిస్థితి ఉంటుంది అనమాట దీనివల్ల. అండ్ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఇప్పుడు ఈ రోజుల్లో చూసుకుంటే మనకి లేబర్ షార్టేజ్ అనేది చాలా ముఖ్యమైనది. ఎందుకంటే ఫార్మర్కి ఇప్పుడు సపోజ్ ఒక 10 ఎకరాల రైతు ఉన్నాడు అనుకోండి, మనకి 10 ఎకరాల రైతుకి పురుగు పట్టిందంటే 10 ఎకరాలు ఒకేసారి కొట్టలేడు, అలాగే మనకి లేబర్ కూడా దొరకట్లేదు అనమాట. సో అదే డ్రోన్ యూస్ చేసుకుంటే మనకి 1 డేలోనే మొత్తం స్ప్రే చేసి వచ్చేస్తాం అనమాట. సో మనకి దీని కెపాసిటీ ఏంటంటే రోజుకి మనకి 20 నుంచి 30 ఎకరాల వరకు మనం స్ప్రే చేసుకోవచ్చు. సో ఒక ఏకర్ ఏంటంటే మనకి ఒక 7 నిమిషాలు టైం పడుతుంది. ఒక ఎకరం స్ప్రే చేయడానికి మాకు డ్రోన్ ద్వారా అయితే మనకి బయట ఛార్జ్ చేస్తుంది 500 నుంచి 650 రూపాయలు అలాగా. అదే లేబర్ కూడా మనకి 500 రూపాయలు అయిపోతుంది. బట్ అది వన్ డే మొత్తం కొడుతున్నాడు. సో మళ్ళీ సెకండ్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే మొక్కలు మెట్టేయడం కానీ, ఇంకా థర్డ్ థింగ్ ఏంటంటే మేజర్లీ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్. ఇప్పుడు చాలా మందికి క్యాన్సర్స్ ఇవన్నీ ఫెర్టిలైజర్స్ ఇవి స్ప్రేయింగ్ చేయడం వల్ల, దానికి తగ్గట్టు ప్రికాషన్స్ తీసుకోపోవటం వల్ల సో మనకి ఈ హెల్త్ ఇష్యూస్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ వస్తున్నాయి. సో వాటిని కూడా మనం తగ్గించుకోవచ్చు అనమాట డ్రోన్స్ యూస్ చేయడం వల్ల. అలాగే మరి ఏంటంటే కంపెనీలో మా డ్రోన్స్ ఏంటంటే కంప్లీట్లీ డీజీసీ అప్రూవల్ అండ్ టైప్ సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ అన్ని సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ ఉన్నది. అంటే మేము ఆల్రెడీ అంటే బ్యాంకులతో కూడా టైఅప్ అయి ఉన్నాం. ఎవరైనా తీసుకోగలిగిన వాళ్ళు ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉంటే వాళ్ళకి ఏంటంటే ఆల్మోస్ట్ వాళ్ళకి లోన్స్ కూడా ఇప్పిస్తాం విత్ ఇన్ 1 week లో. అలాగే వాళ్ళకి ఒక యూఐఎన్ నెంబర్ కానీ అన్ని ఉంటాయి అనమాట. కంప్లీట్ లైసెన్స్డ్ డ్రోన్ అనమాట ఇది. సో సెంట్రల్ గవర్నమెంట్ ద్వారా అంటే అప్రూవల్. సో అది చాలా తక్కువ కంపెనీలు మాత్రమే ఈ టైప్ సర్టిఫికేషన్స్ ఉన్న డ్రోన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. అందులో మన సౌత్ లో మార డ్రోన్స్ ఒకటి.
అంటే మనకి 3-wheeler మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ ఉంది మనది. ఆ మిషన్లో ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ ఆందేలు, మొక్కజొన్న, కందులు, జొన్నలు, గోధుమలు, శనగలు ఆల్ క్రాప్స్ మనం థ్రెషర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అంటే పాత బళ్ళకి ఆయిల్ ఇంజన్తోన మన ట్రాక్టర్తో నడిపిస్తారు. దానివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే ట్రాక్టర్తో నడిపించే దాంట్లోకి 4 లీటర్ డీజిల్ ఇదవుతుంది. ఇది మన ఆటోతోన 1 లీటర్ డీజిల్లో గంట సేపు వర్క్ అవుతుంది. ఇది గంటకి 9 క్వింటాల్ గంటకి 9 క్వింటాల్ ట్రాక్టర్ తీస్తుంది. ఆటో ఇంజన్తో మనం థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ ఏమో మనది మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్ 14 క్వింటాల్ తీస్తుంది. అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ అనేది దీంట్లో జల్లెళ్ళు రూటర్ చేంజ్ చేస్తే ప్రతి ఒక్క క్రాప్స్ మనం తీయచ్చు. అంటే ఎక్కడన్నా తీసుకోపోవచ్చు, ఎక్కడన్నా తీసుకురావచ్చు. మనకి మామూలుగా ఇంతకుముందు అది పాతకాలంలో బండికి తీసుకెళ్ళి గుంజుకోపోవాలి, ఎద్దుల బండితో ఆయిల్ ఇంజన్తో పని చేసుకోవాలి. కొన్ని ఫెయిల్ అవుతుండే, కొన్ని క్రాప్స్ డ్యామేజ్ అవుతుండే, పల్పు రావాలి. అలాంటివి లేకుండా మన థ్రెషర్ మిషన్లో నీట్గా ఏ క్రాప్స్ అని శుభ్రంగా తీయవచ్చు అన్నట్ల. తక్కువ ఖర్చులో ఎక్కువ గిట్టుబాటుగా వస్తుంది మనకి. చిన్న రైతు కానీ పెద్ద రైతు కానీ దీనికి అందరూ వాడుకోవచ్చు ఈ వర్క్కి. దీని మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ కూడా అవుతుంది. ఇంకోటి వాటర్ పంపు కూడా ఉంది మనది. అది 500 ఫీట్ నుంచి గ్రౌండ్ వాటర్ తీయవచ్చు. అంటే కొన్ని చోట్ల మనకి కరెంట్ ఉండదు. అక్కడ లేనప్పుడు కరెంట్ లేకుంటే ఏం చేయొచ్చు అంటే మనం బోర్ వేసుకొని ఈ ఇంజన్ పెట్టుకొని మనం వాటర్ తీయవచ్చు. వేరే పవర్ అవసరం పడదు మన అట్లా కరెంటు. ఈ 1 లీటర్ డీజిల్లో 3 గంటలు నడుస్తుంది మనకి. 4 ఇంచుల పైపు వాటర్ తీసేది. కిలోమీటర్ వాడతాక మనం దానికి పైప్ కనెక్షన్ పెట్టి తీయవచ్చు, వాడుకోవచ్చు, సప్లై చేసుకోవచ్చు. లూజ్ వాటర్ కానీ గ్రౌండ్ వాటర్ కానీ 2 వాడుకోవచ్చు. ఇంకోటి మల్టీ థ్రెషర్ మిషన్లో ఏముందంటే డీజిల్ అనేది చాలా సేఫ్టీ. ఇప్పుడు ట్రాక్టర్తో మనకి ఏమవుతుందంటే ఒక 8 లక్షలు 10 లక్షలు ట్రాక్టర్ కావాలి, మళ్ళీ మిషన్కి 1 లక్ష 2 లక్షలు కావాలి, 12-14 లక్షలు కావాలి. ఆటోతో ఎట్లా ఉందంటే 1 లక్ష రూపాయల్లో మనకు మిషన్ వస్తుంది. ఆటో ఒక 3,50,000, ఒక 4,50,000 మనకి ఈ యూనిట్ తయారీ బయటికి వెళ్తాయి షోరూమ్ది. ఇక మనకు మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్లో మనం సబ్సిడీ మనం వస్తే గవర్నమెంట్ సపోర్ట్ చేస్తే అది కూడా మనకు ఇంకా తగ్గియవచ్చు రైతుల కోసము. దాన్ని బట్టి మనము ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాము. మనకు గవర్నమెంట్ సహకారం చేస్తే కంపల్సరీ అది కూడా కంపల్సరీ చేసుకోవచ్చు.
It's a greenfield enterprise. We're making FMCG products out of agri-produce. That's the DNA of Motion Daughters. And presently we are here at AgHub, and here we are displaying skincare products which are made solely out of agri-produce with zero chemicals, zero preservatives, no fragrances, and they're so safe that you can actually eat them and there won't be any harm to the body. It's that safe. the skin is the largest organ of the body, and it's one of the sense organs. Just like our eyes, ears, this is also a sense organ. If I give you something which is filled with chemicals and I ask you to put it in your eyes or on your ears, will you do it? No. Why? Because he'll say that it has chemicals and it's not safe for my eyes or my ears. It's a sense organ. The same way, your skin is also a sense organ. You need to give it the natural nourishment. And if you want to add any chemicals for professional, maybe for professional use, like people use makeup and all, so use it on top of the natural skincare products so that your skin remains protected and nourished. And it will say thank you, because we don't realize the chemicals that damage the skin, they're also there in the environment. So whenever we are exposed to those chemicals, the skin goes on absorbing all those chemicals in our body, and that affects our internal organs too, which we don't realize while we are using the chemicals over the chemicals that is there in the environment. Okay. So I got connected to AgHub through my friend Nalini, who is, of course, the founder of Levine Bakers. And it was, when I came to AgHub, I was a bit lost. I didn't know where to start from. But then we have an excellent team here with Dr. Kalpana and Vijay as the CEO of AgHub. And they have been helping me not only with the incubation of our product Mati, the brand Mati, which is about convenience packaging for tea that we are doing here, that we are getting incubated for at AgHub. They're also helping us with the brand Miralq, which is about natural skincare. And for this brand, we are basically getting incubated at NIT Trichy. But they have been really supportive and helpful to enhance the experience of an entrepreneur and also create the sustainable ecosystem all around.
NutriCircle Limited is an innovative company where we are isolating plant protein, especially from pulses, millets, and oil seeds. As you're aware that every body requires protein for your body, and we are the first company to isolate plant protein from millets and pulses and oil seeds, I said. So India being a nutrition deficient country, you need a regular source of protein through your food. That's how we actually are developing product. As you can see here, for example, a very simple example, this is regular use of masoor dal. We use it on a daily basis. The percentage in the green is about almost 26%, but when we are isolated the protein from this, we fractionate it to about 46%. So this is our end product, which will actually be going to a B2B market. For example, let's say an atta company want to fortify this with a high protein atta, so this will be an ingredient for them. Or this can be used in nutraceutical companies where they will fortify with their protein based product. This can go into ready to eat like cookies, bread, beverages, industry, because it can also go to cosmetic industry because your skin also requires protein. So this is an application for the cosmetic industry also. This can also be for the hair care. So the application of this plant protein business is very, very wide. For example, we require about 5.5 gram of protein every day for your daily consumption. And generally if in case you are a non-vegetarian, the source is either through chicken and other egg and things like that. But largely for a vegetarian consume, when you are a vegetarian, you want to consume, you require certain amount of protein. As I told you, let's say one food require 5.5 gram of protein. So this particular protein you can add into your regular food also from a consumer point of view. So you can fortify this particular plant protein in your atta. Like the way you use your turmeric powder or a masala powder, you can add it in the vegetable, you can add it with your soup, you can add it with your beverage in the morning, you can add with the fruit, you can add with the fruit juice. So this is how for end consumer this could be an application for that. So on a larger scale it is for the B2B market.
currently what we are doing is we are focusing on the B2B market. But as you rightly said, over next 6 months' time, we'll also be coming with a sachet. This could, typically the protein powder sachet. This can be used in the household segment also. So currently, what you see is we are now in the pilot scale, where we are able to derive, protein extraction through some of the pulses, like as I told you, grain, masoor dal. Then you have kala chana, where we are isolated almost about 44% from kala chana, which is like a hot gram, which is easily available. Then for the first time now, this being an international year of millet, we also have isolated protein from foxtail millet also. So we are the first to isolate plant protein as far as the millet is also concerned. So currently we are focusing on B2B market. Way forward, we'll also be getting into consumer market also. Well, I think AGA being, especially for a startup like this, you need certain platform, in terms of your innovation, in terms of your product development, in terms of networking, with different scientists and food scientists. So the whole idea of we coming to AGA and to incubate there was in terms of the product development. And in fact, thanks to AGA, they have helped us in product development also. Second is in terms of networking with the stakeholder. For example, obviously to take the produce we need the farmers, so we network directly with the farmers and FPO. So we take the raw material from them, and of course in networking when you need sort of policy makers and networking with other stakeholders, AGAB is the right platform for us. That's how we got incubated with them.
My name is Prajwal. I am founder and CEO of Oscillo Machines Private Limited, Mysore. And we build electric farm machinery for paddy and poultry farmers. And our special, we modernize the farming with indigenous solution on local problems. So our current products, we have a poultry raking machine, paddy transplanter, paddy weeder and brush cutters. And all are electric driven. And we are the two products are already in commercial stage. Other two products are in piloting stage. So it's a completely electric based, where the fossil fuel has been eliminated. And if you take the poultry raking machine, the drudgery, these machines will reduce the drudgery up to more than 50%. And these are the main advantages to the farmers, as well as they can gain an income by reducing the labor cost. The primary target is a small and marginal farmers, and if you take in a case of a poultry raking machine, our targeted customers are the 5,000 to plus bird capacity. The cost is between 42,000, and the paddy transplanters are more than that, but we are catering and we are targeting the micro entrepreneurs basically to cater those small and marginal. We want to cater that with our own indigenous developed machines where the Indian farmers can be used. If you take a paddy transplanter, which we are developing, is where the traditional seedlings can be grown. The mechanized paddy transplanter is always there in India from past 20 years, but the adaptation rate is very, very low, is less than 5%. Why? Because the adaptation of growing the other technologies in the Indian soil condition is not maybe suitable. That's why we are tackling that problem and want to introduce these machines. So AGAB, we and AGAB are the Agritech Innovation Pilots. We are connected through a pilots program. We are conducting upcoming pilots with the AGAB team. So we like that.
Hearing from all the delegates who have been there, the startup exhibitors, a lot of other investors, everybody were have been very vocally telling me that there has been a lot of networking and a lot of exchange and learning experiences. All this has to culminate, and now we are about to start the concluding session. It's going to be in a different mode, but before that, may I request Ms. Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, Mr. Atul Kaushik, Dr. Satyanarayana, Madam Sushila, please come on to the dais. Mr. Anil Ipur, sir, kindly. Vijay, please come. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais. We have with us, of course, I'm sure everybody now knows Madam Dipanvita Chattopadhyay, and you all know that she is the CEO of IKP Knowledge Park. But in the afternoon session, she comes before us as one of the founder members or foundation members of the Startup 20. Her role in this concluding session, apart from being a partnering organization from IKP, is more on the role which the Startup 20 is playing in the entire year's activities of the G20. And can there be some sort of a link between Think 20 and what we call Startup 20, because there are many overlaps. I have also the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Atul Kaushik, the GDC Fellow, who is based in Delhi in the Research and Information System for Developing Countries, which plays a very crucial role in trying to converge and synergize some of the developmental activities, and which can be lessons for us. I'm sure many of you would have seen today some of the nice films which were played on the screen, digital screen just outside the hall. And there were already a lot of success stories and lessons which we in India can probably look at and try to see and maybe even improve those. So a warm welcome to you, sir, also. I have also the pleasure of welcoming Mr. Anil Ipur Garu, unknown face in PGTSU. He has been very, very closely associated with all the activities. I'm sure everybody in this auditorium will remember the CIE Tech Conclave, which has been very judiciously being taking place every May. I had just requested him to be part of the this session, and he just said yes, and a big yes, and that shows the commitment and the way he supports all our activities, not only in AgHub but also in PGTSU. He has been in the forefront. He has been the what we call president of the Confederation of Indian Industry, and continues to play a major role in the state and as well as in this entire region. And I have utmost pleasure in welcoming Madam Sushila Chintalagaru, who is the CGM in NABARD TSRO, as the guest of honor. I also take this opportunity to welcome, of course, through the online medium to Mr. Jayesh Ranjan, the Principal Secretary and Department of IT and GSC of Government of Telangana, who was gracious enough, despite the fact he is very busy on a 30th and he's traveling since 1 week, but he said immediately when I requested him, he said, I will come, I'll join you virtually. We have to be innovative. So I'll start without even talking about what has happened since morning and play a small video recording, which I would love all of you to see. Maybe some of the students will feel pleased because they'll see their faces. On March 17th, we at AgHub, in partnership with IKP and NABARD support, we had organized an event which we called as Youth, the Game Changers and Challengers. So instead of my telling what we really did, we'll just go through this clipping. But the basic idea was, we thought everybody has talked today in the final day on 29th, but the youth need that platform and voice to voice their ideas. And I think that has been a great way of communicating, because we found some fantastic ideas coming from the minds and brains of the students of the university. My full compliments to them, and they did a great job. This we called as Gen Y, deliberately Gen Y and not Z, because I feel some will be in the Gen Y generation. That youth here also from this geography have a great idea, and their contributions are definitely articulated. We hope if RIS can consider it as a request that the extempore were great, and if there's an opportunity in the task force final meetings in any time, we would be very happy to, take our youth and give them a chance to participate in that. With this, I would also now like to just a small brief that we had 4 thematic sessions after the inaugural in the morning, but the whole idea was to set ourselves to thinking about it. And one feedback I can give you from Mr. Tadas was, this workshop should have been done much earlier. The Task Force 6 would have had a very great, base background, as we have started our work since December, but if we had this before, we would have had better platform to articulate to the other members of the task force. So I take that as a credit that there was a lot of participation, there was understanding of research and agriculture, the toolkit of new emerging technologies coming from non-agriculture, how are they getting into the system, and use them as the ideas coming as processes, coming as technologies, coming as products, and then becoming businesses. The whole, chain of events was what we were looking at. We had different modes, and I'm so happy that all the panel discussions were very intense. Many of the panel discussion wanted more time. Many of the startups had questions, but I'm sure in all forms there has to be some sort of a gradation, and I'm sure all of you at one-on-one, I did see some B2B meetings also happening in the round tables here. So all in all, it has been a good way of things. I must compliment and all the exhibitors who have come. We insisted on them to come by 7:30, the technology showcase and exhibition, by the participating startups, by my Bens who have come all the way from Ladakh, from Gujarat, from also Jharkhand, they have come all the way, and which shows some of the efforts being made at the grassroots level in the rural communities. Those are also lessons for India to take it on in this. With this brief about the 4 sessions, I now take this opportunity first to call upon Madam Dipanvita to talk about the convergence of Startup 20 to T20 program.
See how people took to the theme of Think 20 Task Force 6 on agriculture and sustainability, inclusion, and debated and deliberated on the 4 topics that you had selected. Regarding, you mentioned about Startup 20, most of you would know that in India's presidency for G20, Startup 20 has been put as a new engagement group. There are several engagement groups already present. India thought that this is time to talk about startups as a separate engagement group. What this engagement group is doing is we have split into 5 task forces under the chairmanship of Dr. Chintan Vaishnav of Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog. One task force is called Foundation Task Force, the second one is Alliance, third one is Finance, fourth is Inclusivity or Inclusion, and fifth is Sustainability. I am part of the Foundation Task Force, which is basically to say what would even be the definition of startups or the terminologies that deal with startup across these G20 nations, so that when we discuss across countries or across nations, we have a common language to speak on, because startup is defined differently in different countries. India has a certain definition which has the age of the startup, like 10 years. It talks about a revenue cap. It talks, in some countries, in India also, innovation is defined. In some countries, like South Korea, they say all SMEs are startups. So the definition itself varies from country to country. The task that we have taken up is to come out with a handbook of definition and terminologies of startup. So it's a framework that we are going to offer, and probably other countries are going to adopt from the framework so that we have a common language. This would be required even if there is a fund that's set up which is across the G20 nations, a G20 fund for startups. That would require a common language of what a startup is, and so on and so forth. So that's been very exciting. What I liked about this, and Dr. Kalpana, in my session, we were talking of startups. That would be an important aspect, because what we can carry from the Think 20 task force, the discussions today, and link to the Startup 20 group. Actually, in terms of inclusion of startups and inclusivity group and sustainability group, agriculture is part of that group. There's no separate agriculture group within the Startup 20 engagement. But we can actually look at what groups, the task forces that are working on inclusivity and sustainability, and how the Think 20 communicate that goes can be linked to. Because ultimately what will happen is we produce either a few documents or have a communique from each engagement group. So Think 20 would also have a communique which for the G20 Sherpa and the leaders of the G20 countries. And if there is a common language of communique between the startup group, at least part of it can be with the Think 20 task force. That will be something very useful. I also wanted to mention in the passing, CREATE, which is a partner of the Startup 20 Secretariat, has come up with a G20 fellowship, which is basically a fellowship for studying. It's a one-year fellowship, 75,000 or 80,000. They said roughly $1,000 per month for a fellowship for a year to do research on startup ecosystems, which I thought was, can we actually from Think 20 do on agriculture such fellowship? Is there a possibility for RIS to actually institute a fellowship of a similar kind where you do agricultural systems research across these countries? It is not about a startup research, it's an agricultural systems research. And if there are some benefits that we can gain out of it. Because the idea of what we are doing in Startup 20 and how we can link, I thought let's mention that. And I have also mentioned to Dr. Chintan Vaishnav that IKP will launch a grand challenge. We have not decided on the topic, so I'm unable to announce that, among all the G20 countries. So that will be announced probably in the next task force that we have in April, 17th, 18th April, we have another meeting. Probably we will announce it then or in the May one. But from the Startup 20 side, there are these sideline events which are relating to all the 20 member states are doing. If it is possible for Think 20 to do, it will be, I think it will be a great thing. So thank you so much.
Now request Shri Jayesh Ranjan Garu, IAS Principal Secretary, Department of ITEC, Government of Telangana. Before I call the dignitary on stage, I have an opportunity and privilege to introduce Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. Mr. Jayesh Ranjan is the member of the Indian Administrative Service of the 1992 batch and has been working in the state of Telangana. He holds a master's degree in psychology from Delhi University, a degree in business management from the IIM Kolkata, and a master's in public management from Lee Kuan, New School of Public Policy, National School of National University of Singapore. He has done short courses in the University of Birmingham on environmental policy analysis, JICA Training Institute, Tokyo on rake remediation, London School of Economics on global and leadership, Kennedy School of Government, Harvard University in public policy, and Swedish Institute Stockholm on sustainability and CSR. He is All India topper of his IAS batch of 1992. So we have this wonderful opportunity. We are having a very diverse group of stakeholders led by eminent dignitaries from various partnering organizations from the global ecosystem and Indian ecosystem. We also have stakeholders from the agriculture university, the scientific ecosystem, and a group of students and entrepreneurs. We'll be very privileged to have your talk, sir. I request you to kindly enlighten the audience. Thank you so much.
In Telangana, as some of you would be aware, agriculture is a very important focus for the government. In fact, eight and a half years of our new state of Telangana have gone by, and I can share with you that almost 60% of the state's budget year after year in these last 8.5 years has been spent on creating and improving agriculture infrastructure, which of course which includes irrigation facilities, but also agriculture extension work, direct agriculture support to the farmer, which today has become a national policy, and so on and so forth. So when so much is happening in agriculture, we feel that this is the right time to find out if technology can also enable higher productivity, higher production, reduction of losses which farmers incur otherwise as well. And therefore, for the last about approximately 4 years plus now, we have designed this program. In Telugu, this program is called Sagu Bagu, which in English it means betterment of agriculture, or improving agriculture, or optimally maximizing the returns in agriculture, etc. So what we have done is that we have, for the common crops in Telangana, we have understood the entire cycle of operations that are performed. And all of you are agriculture related professionals. I'm sure you know what I mean. Right from the time that you prepare your fields, till you gather all your inputs, till you do the agriculture operations, you manage pests, drought, etc. Then you harvest the crop, then you store the crop, you do some primary processing, then it is taken to the market. In case there is some drought, etc., some natural calamity, you claim insurance. So what we noticed was that every step in this process of the common crops that we decided to work on, there are opportunities of improvement. There are certain inefficiencies which can be improved. We also noticed that the practices throughout this chain, which a large farmer undertakes, is very different from what a small farmer or a marginal farmer undertakes. So obviously the inefficiencies for a small or a marginal farmer are even greater than that of a large farmer. And then for almost 2 years, more than 2 years in fact, we spent time on seeking technologies which can plug those inefficiencies across all these steps or all the value chain that I spoke about. And we were able to identify 80 odd technologies of different kinds. Some technologies are actually sensor-based technologies, IoT, some are more data-driven, some are again relying on devices like a drone or a robot, and so on and so forth. But potentially 80 plus technologies through which we can either improve the production, improve the productivity, or minimize the losses. And again, with the help of our partner here, the State Agriculture University in Hyderabad, we have decided that some of these some of these solutions which appear promising will be first tested and tried out, and then we will scale it up. And as you would have learned by now, Agriculture University has its own farmlands of different soil types, of different microclimates, and we have been able to implement, of the 80 odd solutions that I spoke about, approximately about 18 of them. And we monitor those results very closely. And again, I'm very happy to share with you that the meticulousness through which the solutions were sourced, that is reflecting on the fact that a majority of the solutions, when the field trials have been conducted, have yielded very, very positive results, very encouraging results. And we are ready right now to at least scale up 5 of these technology solutions which have been identified. And this approach that you look at end-to-end solutions, use all possible technologies, is kind of something which is working well. Since I mentioned earlier that we are also looking at the challenges that the small and marginal farmers face, we have decided to make these technologies as easy to implement and as affordable as possible. Because as all of us know, farmers, most of them, a majority of them themselves do not have very high levels of formal education or too much of familiarity with gadgets or technology, etc. So unless you create a version which is very, very simple, more or less it is self-explanatory, you will get a huge pushback from the farmers. There'll be a mindset that these technologies are not for us. It is only for those people who live in the cities, who speak English and all those things. So we are very careful in ensuring that the usage of the technology, the adoption of the technology is at the level of the farmers. I again feel very happy to share with you that most of the 80 solutions that we have compiled in our compendium are sourced from young innovators and entrepreneurs, from startups essentially. And this again has happened because of a very progressive policy on innovation and startups that Telangana has, which mentions, first of all, the Telangana state itself offers lots of incubation facilities. So you would have heard about IKP, you would have heard about the Ag Hub, which is there in our agriculture university. These are just 2 of 70 such facilities which are there in Hyderabad. Not 5 or 10 or 15 or 20. Hyderabad has the largest number of innovation spaces for any city in the country, which includes incubators, accelerators, co-working spaces. And 9 of these incubators, accelerators and co-working spaces are dedicated to agriculture. There's an incubation facility at ICRISAT, which is called again IHUB, NARM, Manage, Indian Institute of Millet Research. Many of these institutions have focused incubation programs for agtech startups. And we also have another feature in our policy which mentions that if it is a homegrown startup with a solution which is of relevance to the government, then the government will procure it bilaterally from them. So normally one of the biggest challenges that startups face is that finding their first customer gets very difficult. In Telangana, we guarantee that the state itself will become your first customer. And many of these 80 odd solutions that I spoke about have been developed by startups who are incubating in one of these facilities in Telangana, in Hyderabad. And because we have this policy, we have been able to onboard them very, very quickly. So our turnaround time is very short. We don't run any complicated procurement process like RFPs and bids, and you have to outbid someone. These things don't happen here. And that is one of the reasons why lots of very innovative activities are happening. So of course, when I spoke about these innovation centers, these are not just brick and mortar buildings. Of course, they are buildings, but what happens inside these buildings is much more educated. So T-Hub, for example, which is the jewel in the crown of our city. Inside T-Hub itself is built in a very large space, very beautiful architecture, etc. But what happens inside T-Hub is much more interesting. So we have a list of almost 200 plus domain experts who are instantly, the moment a startup is onboarded, they are instantly made to own up some number of startups. They guide them, they mentor them, they evaluate their technology. 3 big technology institutions of the city, IIIT, IIT and BITS, their top faculty collaborate with the startups. We also arrange for funding to every startup, whatever is their stage of evolution. We find some agency or the other which can help provide funds, venture funds to these startups. I already spoke about how government assures that we will be the customer if the product or solution is of relevance to us. And then we also help them scale up. We recognize them, we encourage them to participate in global awards, national awards, etc. And many of them do well. Many of our agtech startups have won national recognition, etc. So again, as I said, this is something which people would not really encourage governments to do. The typical thinking would be that government should stay away from the world of startups, from the world of enterprises. The market forces will take care of all these things. But we in Telangana have actually demonstrated a contrary model, that the government can actually step in, provide very strategic kind of support and supervision, and help startups not only come up with important products and solutions which matter the most to us meaning to the citizens of this state, but also help them expand and grow and conquer domains outside of Telangana as well. So I'll be very happy. I heard Kalpana Shastri Garu, Dipanvita ji speak about how you want to proceed further regarding the T20 stream of the G20 work that you are doing. And I would like you to keep the overall ecosystem that the government and all of us have together created in the center of this work that you plan to do in the future. And any agriculture related work, we will be very, very happy to support. In fact, as I said, initially the idea was just to improve efficiencies, improve production, productivity, etc. But now we are doing much more than that. In fact, it is slightly premature to announce it formally, but I can share this with you. Just a very quick snippet that we are now setting up a full-fledged agriculture data exchange. We have already brought out an agriculture data management policy. We are setting up a framework. We are setting up a data exchange. And India Stack that we all talk about, for example, when we make digital payments, we know about the UPI, Aadhaar, etc. During COVID, we saw the India Stack being replicated for vaccination monitoring, etc., etc. Similar India Stack is being developed in Hyderabad by some of us related to agriculture. So certain things which even advanced countries are not even visualizing at this point in time, we are making a breakthrough, and we would like to showcase all of that work that we are doing. Nothing is secret, nothing is proprietary. We want as many states of our country, as many countries across the world to benefit from this innovation that we are carrying out. And I would like the opportunity that T20, G20 create to really do so. So once again, I'm grateful that you gave me an opportunity to speak out of turn. And my apologies that I could not be there in person. But once again, thank you all for accommodating me, and hope to meet you some other time in person somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful thoughts, and you've always been a torchbearer of the innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem of the Telangana. We are very thankful to the support of the government of Telangana, and especially the support from Department of ITEC. We look forward for your patronage in the coming time. Thank you so much for sparing your valuable time despite a hectic schedule. I would like to request now the next speaker, Mr. Atul Kaushik, GDC Fellow from RIS, to kindly give remarks on this session. But before that, I'll take this privilege to introduce the speaker. Mr. Atul Kaushik stays the Global Developmental Center at RIS, the retired Additional Secretary, Government of India. He was India's negotiator in the WTO for dispute settlement and intellectual property rights, in the UNFCCC for climate change, and also served in the permanent mission of India in Geneva. He has delivered multiple development cooperation projects in Africa, trade capacity building of developing country missions Geneva, and an Indo-US Triangular Development Partnership Program in New Delhi. He lectures at the National Judiciary Academy, the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and the Institute of Secretariat Training and Management of the Government of India, among others. He has also co-edited a book published by Academic Foundation entitled Reflections from the Frontline, Developing Country Negotiators in the WTO, and by the Government of India entitled Transforming India, Governance for Atmanirbhar Bharat, contributed chapters in dozens of books and several articles in various national and international journals. So we're very happy to have you here. I would like you to kindly come on the podium and kindly address the gathering. Thank you so much.
I had come with the thought in my mind that I'll take some time out of these sessions because they're going to talk a lot of technical stuff that I don't know about and may not care about, but I could not go out at all. It was so interesting that I spent the whole day with all of you, and I really learned a lot, and you spoke the language that I understood. So thank you very much, the university, for hosting me. I want to use this opportunity to talk a little about why I am here as a representative of the RIS and the GDC. So I have a small presentation, if you could put it up. You know, the Research and Information System for Developing Countries is a New Delhi-based think tank that works in the areas of research and development cooperation started way back in 1983-84, working on trade and economic development areas, but has now expanded to many verticals. And one of the verticals that it has, that it has started in January 2019 with the support of the UK government is called the Global Development Centre. So why did RIS decide to establish the Global Development Center, and what is the Global Development Center all about is the topic of my presentation. You know, I don't need to reiterate what all of us know, not only because it has been emphasized as a part of the Indian G20 presidency, but also because our Prime Minister has taken particular interest in becoming an active part of the Global South, a terminology that has started coming in currency more recently. But suffice to say that with the North-South and the South-South cooperation joining hands and now forging also triangular development cooperation, which involves a northern partner, a southern pivotal partner, and a development partner from the south, which benefits through this mutual exchange of knowledge and ideas. It has become imperative that the southern countries, they get together to do things for themselves. Now, when we want to do things for ourselves as the Global South, we do need to first know what do we have. Do we have the expertise that we can share with each other? And that is where the question of localization of our expertise comes. When I come and see what happens in all these startups that showcased their exhibits in the morning when the exhibition was opened, I find that the local problems have been resolved through local solutions by these startups. And this localization has been demonstrated through research also, in the literature also, to be a key component for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. If you remember the Millennium Development Goals, which are set up without thinking about the interconnectivity of all the goals, the 8 goals at that time, that mistake was corrected during Sustainable Development Goals setting up, and the participation of not only governments and negotiators, but also the entire set of stakeholders, including parliamentarians and civil society. It has created a situation where we do need to localize, we do need to find out how to curate solutions that are relevant for us, that are relevant for the southern countries. And that is where the idea of the Global Development Center came. So this was established in 2019, as I said. The premise of its establishment was collective growth. It promises to promote development programs showcasing not only Indian expertise, but mutual exchange across the Global South and sharing of peer expertise across the southern countries. And these experiences, expertise, and good practices can then cross-pollinate across the Global South. And that is the idea of the Global Center. So at the moment, we are working on these 4 verticals that you see on the slide in 4 different colors. But let me go forward to show you the connect between what we in the Global Development Center do and what you are doing today. Look at the first column here, which is on agriculture and nutrition, relevant not only for SDG 2, but particularly for SDG 2. So we have worked along with a clutch of Indian organizations, particularly central government organizations like the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, the National Water Mission, the National E-Agriculture Market or ENAM, and the Climate Smart Agriculture, PM Kusum, which found voice across two of the thematic sessions that we had in the morning and the afternoon today. Now, keeping in touch with these organizations, we identified a number of experiences, successful experiences that India has had in the agriculture sector. And when we engaged with other southern partners, we talked about it. And when we talked about it in global forums, in multilateral forums, or in our bilateral interactions, that generated interest in those countries to know more about it. And that is how the Global Development Center became a vehicle for South-South cooperation. Now, I will not go into the details of how it has become a vehicle of South-South cooperation. I will leave a copy of this presentation with the university and you can have a look at it. But I wanted to say that through this realization of South-South cooperation, this is the outreach that the Global Development Center has already undertaken since its establishment in January 2019. These are the various verticals in various regions of the world where GDC has worked. And this is despite the fact that we were established just a year before COVID happened, and most of our work until mid last year was virtual. So I wanted to talk about this outreach in particular to showcase that there are a number of areas relevant for agriculture in which we have been going across to Asian countries, to African countries, to the countries in the Pacific Islands, which are relevant for the kind of startups that we saw today, for the kind of engagement that we had in the thematic sessions today. And although I have taken notes, I would wait for a more detailed summary of the proceedings of not only today, but also the work that your brilliant students did on the 17th of March, and create out of it a new set of experiences and expertise that India can demonstrate to other countries, and take this across as a part of the Global Development Center's outreach to these all countries. We have already been to these all countries. We have interacted with these all countries, some of them virtually, some of them in person. Only last week, my colleagues came back from Ethiopia after talking to their ministries of agriculture, Ministry of Health. They wanted to know a lot more about how agriculture innovation is happening, how dryland farming is happening in India, what is ENAM, and they are planning to come to India also, and maybe we'll bring them to Hyderabad if time and opportunity permits, to continue this relationship that we are establishing with PJT SAU with this collaboration that we have had today. So once again, thank you very much.
We understand the coverage and extensive work that the GDC has worked in pioneering and spearheading the initiative of G20, and with your initiatives under T20, we are very happy to have you as an esteemed partner, and we look forward for more active collaborations and active participation in the coming time. Thank you for your wonderful insights. May I now request Dr. Kalpana Shastri, MD of AgHub, to kindly give a small memory from our side to present it to Mr. Atul Kaushik.
नमस्ते, मेरा नाम साधना है और हम हवेली खड़गपुर के बिहार से आए हैं। वहाँ पे हम सेवा से पिछले 7 साल से जुड़े हैं और 2 साल से हम CLM का काम करते हैं, कम्युनिटी लाइव स्टॉक मैनेजर हैं, और उसमें GRC गोट रिसोर्स सेंटर पे हम काम कर रहे हैं। GRC में अभी फ़िलहाल 16,000 बहन जुड़ी हैं जिसमें कि सब लोगों को हम लोग प्रशिक्षण देने का काम करते हैं कि पहले जो ब्रीड वो लोग रखती थी तो उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा होता, अब जो रख रही है उसमें उसको कितना फ़ायदा हो रहा है। तो अब जो बहन रख रही है ब्रीड, उसमें उसको झुंड बढ़ रहा है, उसका ब्रीड बढ़ रहा है, उससे वो सेल कर रही है तो उससे उसको फ़ायदा हो रहा है। और उसके बाद उसके पास जो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो उससे हम लोग अभी हाल ही में मतलब 6 महीने पहले से साबुन बनाना स्टार्ट किए हैं। और वो साबुन हम लोग का ये गोट मिल्क के साबुन जो बनाते हैं उसमें गोट मिल्क रहता है और पाम ऑयल रहता है, कोकोनट ऑयल रहता है, फ्रेगनेंस रहता है। फ्रेगनेंस हम लोग अभी वेनिला और लेमन ग्रास का यूज़ कर रहे हैं। तो इसका हम लोग जब स्टार्टिंग किए थे बनाना तो 3 मंथ जो हम लोग बनाए तो उसमें 3 मंथ जो बनाए तो हम लोग पहले खुद में ही ट्राई किए तो उसका फीडबैक अच्छा रहा। फिर हम लोग बहन को गाँव में दिए, गांव से फिर जब फीडबैक पूछे तो वहाँ से भी अच्छा रहा। अब तो ये कंटिन्यू बहन लोग का डिमांड है कि दी हम लोग के पास जब ब्रीड बढ़ गया है तो गोट मिल्क आ रहा है तो ये गोट मिल्क हम लोग से आप कंटिन्यू लेते रहिए ताकि ये हम लोग का चलता रहे और ये मेरा साइड इनकम हो जाएगा। ये विचार हमारे सेवा में एक आए थे भैया, SBI फेलो से थे वो, तो उन्होंने ये सारा प्रक्रिया खोज के निकाला। उसके बाद हम लोग को प्रशिक्षण दिए, उसके बाद उससे फिर हम लोग प्रशिक्षण लिए और वो अभी हम लोग दिसंबर महीने से कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनका कुछ ही दिन मतलब 1 साल का उनका टाइम था जो कि उनका बीत चुका था। तो वो लोग हम लोग को प्रशिक्षण दे के चले गए और दिसंबर महीने से अभी तक हम लोग 5000 साबुन बना चुके हैं और सेल कर चुके हैं और इससे बहन लोग को बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हो रहा है। अगले 5 साल में हम यही करना चाहेंगे कि अगर ये गोट मिल्क चल गया तो इससे बहन को भी बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा होगा और हमको भी फ़ायदा होगा क्योंकि हम जो कमा रहे हैं उससे हमसे जो छोटे भाई बहन हैं उसमें उसको हम पढ़ाई में पैसा देते हैं और उसमें मम्मी को भी मदद होता है और क्या, और बहन को भी फ़ायदा हो रहा है इसमें क्योंकि उससे जो हम दूध ले रहे हैं वो 200 रुपया लीटर ले हैं और अगर 1 महीने होता है तो 1 महीने में उसका 6000 रुपया है जो कि एक बिहार की बहन के लिए बहुत बड़ा रकम होता है।
It is worked on the production of the biosurfactants. So these biosurfactants, it is recently in the 2 years back in two states like Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, the chili farmers facing the lot of problems with the thrips, black thrips. It is called as a black thrip. The scientific name is the thrips parvispinus. These thrips, it is attacked during the flowering stage. So due to this, there is no production of red chili. So due to this, it is the chili crop production is very expensive. So due to this, too much of expensive of the farmers. So generally the farmers in average 1 acre of average the chili production is 10 to 15 quintals. Due to this, when the bug is attacked in these plants, the production of red chilies it is decreased. It is like 1 quintal or 2 quintal. So due to this, the red chili price is very high. So like 1 quintal in 90,000. So some varieties 40 to 50,000. So in Indian red chili is very famous in all the types of the spices, and it is also used in the medicinal purpose also. So here, the bug also it is resistant to the chemical pesticides. So we are trying to, in India, we are first time we are using the biosurfactants in the different technology. We are the production of the biosurfactant. We are using the killing these black thrips through our biosurfactants, the different technology. So my products is help to the farmers. To my product in the biosurfactant product, it is very less toxicity and easy biodegradable. It is easy to available the farmers. So we are in the next season, we are ready to the market. So currently the prototype is developed. So the validation studies are going on. So here Hagab is too much of knowledge experts, is too much of agriculture scientists in the different ways, agronomy scientists is there. My startup and my product is very suitable for the Hagab. Hagab mentoring my startup, I associate with the Hagab, and also Hagab, it is how to conduct the field studies, how to conduct the validation, so how to conduct the business models. The Hagab good help my startup. This is the help from the Hagab.
నా పేరు శ్రీజ. నేను గద్వాల్ జిల్లాలోని చింతలకుంట గ్రామానికి చెందుతాను. ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రస్తుతం ఇంటర్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను. నేను వచ్చేసి శ్రీజ గ్రీన్ గెలాక్సీ ఒక స్టార్టప్ను స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. దాంట్లో భాగంగా నేను ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ తోటి తయారు చేశాను. ఈ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్తో తయారు చేసిన ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ ఎందుకంటే సాధారణంగా నర్సరీలో మొక్కలు పెంచడానికి ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ను ఉపయోగిస్తుంటారు. వాళ్ళు ఉపయోగించే ఆ ప్లాస్టిక్ కవర్స్ అనేటివి సింగిల్ యూజ్ ప్లాస్టిక్. వాటి వలన పర్యావరణానికి చాలా అంటే చాలా హానికరం జరుగుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఈ విషయాన్ని నేను గమనించి నేను ఈ సమస్యకి ఏ విధంగా కానీ సొల్యూషన్ కనుగొనాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో ఈ మా గ్రామంలో అగ్రవేస్ట్గా ఉండే అధిక మొత్తంలో దొరికే గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్ని ఎంచుకున్నాను. వాటి ద్వారా వాటికి ఇంకా కొన్ని బైండింగ్ ఏజెంట్స్, న్యాచురల్గా దొరికే బైండింగ్ ఏజెంట్స్ని కలిపి ఈ పార్ట్స్ని ఈ విధంగా గట్టిగా తయారు చేశాను. ఇవి మనము ఈ విధంగా బయట 3 months వరకు పెట్టవచ్చు. అంతేకాకుండా మనం మొక్క ఎప్పుడైతే భూమిలో నాటేయాలి అని అనుకుంటున్నామో అప్పుడు ఈ పార్ట్ని ఈ విధంగానే నాటేయాలి. అప్పుడు ఒక 7 daysలోనే అది బయోడిగ్రేడబుల్ అయిపోతుంది. ఇక్కడ ఈ గ్రౌండ్నట్ షెల్లో ఉండే కాల్షియం, మెగ్నీషియం ఇవన్నిటి కూడా మొక్కకు చాలా ఉపయోగపడుతున్నాయి. ఇవి ఎప్పుడైతే డిసాల్వ్ అవుతుందో, ఎప్పుడైతే భూమిలో డిగ్రేడబుల్ అవుతుందో దీంట్లో ఉండే పోషకాలన్నిటికీ కూడా ఈ చెట్టుకి అందుతుంది. అప్పుడు ఈ చెట్టు ఆరోగ్యంగా ఉంటుంది. అయితే ఈ పార్ట్స్ని ఎక్కువ మొత్తంలో ఉత్పత్తి చేయడానికి నాకు గ్రాంట్ అవసరమైంది. తర్వాత వీటికి కావాల్సిన ముడి సరుకులు కానీ వాటి అన్నిటి తెచ్చుకోవడానికి కూడా నాకు ఈ గ్రాంట్ అవసరమైంది. ఈ హ్యాకప్ వాళ్ళు ఏం చేసిండ్రు అంటే ఆ గ్రాంట్కి సపోర్ట్ ఇచ్చిండ్రు. అంతేకాకుండా నేను తయారు చేసిన ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ నిజ జీవితంలో ఉపయోగించుకోవడానికి, అంటే నిజ జీవితంలో ఏ విధంగా ఉపయోగించుకోవడానికి సరైనవా కాదని ఇక్కడనే ఈ హ్యాకప్లోనే వాళ్ళు ప్రయోగాలు చేశారనమాట. అయితే వాళ్ళు చేసిన ప్రయోగాలను బట్టి ఇవి ఎన్ని రోజులు బయట ఉండగలుగుతాయి, వాటర్ ఎట్లా పట్టాలి, ఈ మొక్క బరువు తట్టుకోగలుగుతుందా లేక, క్రాక్స్ వస్తున్నాయా, ఇలాంటివన్నీ చిన్న చిన్న ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ అన్ని సాల్వ్ చేసి మాకు ఇంకా కొన్ని సజెషన్స్ ఇవ్వడం కూడా జరిగింది. నా ప్లాన్ వచ్చేసి ఏంటంటే, నా లక్ష్యం ఏంటంటే ఈ పార్ట్స్ కేవలం ఇది ఇన్నోవేషన్లోనే ఉండకుండా నిజ జీవితంలో ఇది ఉపయోగపడాలి. ఇప్పుడు మన తెలంగాణలో హరితహారం కార్యక్రమంలో భాగంగా పెద్ద ఎత్తున మొక్కలు పెంచుతూ ఉంటారు. దాంట్లో భాగంగా పాలిథిన్ బ్యాగ్స్ని పూర్తిగా రిప్లేస్ చేసి ఈ బయో పార్ట్స్ని నేను ఆ హరితహార కార్యక్రమానికి ఇవ్వాలని అనుకుంటున్నా. అంతేకాకుండా మన తెలంగాణ గవర్నమెంట్లో చాలా స్కూల్స్ ఉంటాయి. ఆ స్కూల్లో ప్రతి ఒక్క పిల్లలకు ఈ పార్ట్స్ని ఇచ్చి వాళ్ళే స్వయంగా సీడ్ వేసి వాళ్ళు పెంచి వాళ్ళ స్కూల్లో నాటాలని నా లక్ష్యం.
We made a library box actually, which is known as story box. Its purpose is for reading. Students should get into habit of reading daily some part actually usually. So when they grow up, they'll become good at socializing, they'll be good at finance. Survey says that good people who are good readers, they're very good at socializing also. So it helps students when they grow up. So we made this box, which you can see, this is known as a library in a box. It's actually school stuff. We have this box has school stuff where students will read stories, poems, interesting facts, puzzles, all those things at just a press of a button. So they need not worry of books, carrying a book or searching a book from a library. They can happily just touch a button of icon which will be story or poem or interesting facts or puzzles. They'll just a button. If he or she wants to read a story or a poem, they'll just give a selection of story. They'll select medium, very easy or easy, high, something like that as per the reading capability. They'll select and they'll touch the button, and they'll have 4 options here: fantasy, fables, poem, humor or anything. They can select whichever they want, and they'll get a printout like this. Yeah, and they'll get a printout. This is something like a sad tale. So they'll read this, and what did they understand out of this? In this box actually they will do the activity.
which what did they understand from the story or poem. They'll write, they can draw, they can write a second part. It's a activity thing actually for students. And next, if we'll move forward, we'll have puzzles, in which we'll have number puzzle, word search, and crossword, where students can solve puzzles. In this also, you'll have medium, like very easy, medium, or high. They can select either of them, and they'll get a printout. This is a number puzzle where they can do this Sudoku. They can solve this. Below they'll have answer also, so that they'll not leave the between. So moving forward, we'll have even interesting facts.
नमस्ते जूले, मेरा नाम छुरुल है। मैं लद्दाख से आया हूँ। मैं फूड प्रोसेस का काम करती हूँ। मैं 2018 से सेवा से जुड़ी। पहले मुझे नहीं पता था हमारे लद्दाख में बहन लोगों को सेवा क्या काम करते हैं। फिर मैं सेवा से जुड़ के ये सब पता चला कि हमारे गांव में, हमारे लद्दाख में ये खुबानी, बादाम, ये सब वेस्ट होता है, गाय को खिलाता है। फिर इधर आके ट्रेनिंग दिया अहमदाबाद में 45 डेज। फिर इधर से हम लद्दाख में जाके हमारे बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी 600-700 बहनों को मैंने ट्रेनिंग दिया। अभी हम लोग, हमारे बहन लोग ये एब्रिकॉट ऑयल, सिबाकथोन जूस, जाम, एब्रिकॉट जूस बनाता है। हमारे लद्दाख में 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, एक लेह और करगिल। 21 सेंटर चलता है। अभी हमारे बहन 3000 ये फूड प्रोसेस का काम करता है, 2000 टेलरिंग का काम करता है, 2000 वीविंग का काम करता है। हमें बहुत अच्छा लगा। पहले हमारे बहन लोग कमरे से बाहर भी नहीं निकलता। अभी हम लोग अपने हाथ से खुद कमाई करके अपना इनकम, एक बहन का 3-4 हज़ार मिलता है। लद्दाख में भी बिकता है, इंडिया में भी अभी ऑर्डर आता है सर, क्योंकि ये ऑयल तो आज का ऑर्गेनिक है। हम सब बहन मिल के हाथ से बनाता है जी। ये क्रीम के लिए भी अच्छा है। ये जूस आजकल कोरोना आया ना, उस टाइम तो डॉक्टर लोग बोल रहे ये कोरोना के लिए दवाई है बोल के, हम तो 500-600 बैरल का डिमांड भी आता है सर। अभी हमारा सोच है ये ऑनलाइन भी भेजेगा, सोच रहे हैं सर।
We are basically a digital platform for agriculture processing companies and agribusinesses, where we help them in identifying and calculating the carbon emission across the supply chain. So right from the farmer till the produce is exported, all the processing flows that happens, all the interventions that happens across the supply chain. So we help them calculate the carbon emissions and give them a DMRV tool. DMRV tool stands for Digital Measuring, Reporting and Validating Tool, so that companies can can have information on what is their carbon emission across the supply chain and offset it based on the informed decision. So this is what we basically do. So we are a 3.5-4-year-old company. We have around 35 customers across India. We are now expanding to European Union and Middle East region. So
how's been your association with AgHub?
Yeah, so with AgHub, we also developed a portfolio in terms of seed traceability. So AgHub, we are incubated at AgHub, and they gave us an opportunity to establish seed traceability from the point of the seed at the nucleus stage till the point is seed is sold to a farmer, the various stages that happens across the supply chain in terms of converting the seed, nucleus seed to a breeder seed to a foundation seed, then into seed treatment, production, and then finally selling it to the farmer. All the activities are captured on our platform, and essentially a farmer can what is the quality of the seed, what is the germination percentage of the seed, what is the moisture level in the seed. So that way he can know exactly who is the farmer who has multiplied the seed for him, which and can vouch for the quality of the produce that he is growing. Yeah.
At Transity, our focus is to enable farmer cooperatives, self-help groups, and other foundations to become sustainable agribusinesses. We do this by providing them a digital platform through which they can digitize every element of their operations. And number two, we provide them market access. Today, if you look at all these grassroots organizations, like I named, they're all having very good ground level work they are doing. But unfortunately, they are not able to get connected to the market. And because this is primarily because of their inability to run their operations in a streamlined manner. So we work with them hand in hand, provide them the necessary digital platform to digitize themselves, run their operations efficiently, essentially lay their entire foundation so that they're ready for the market. Because today, if you have to go to the market, you have to be ready for the market. So we provide that kind of a foundation platform for them. And once while we are doing that, we understand what is the kind of cropping profile that they are having, what is the possibility of value addition, and what is the market need. So we kind of do that bridging between them, and in the process help them to become a sustainable agribusiness. This is the area that we are working. So our core offering and what our IP is our platform called Fresh Flow. This platform can digitize every element in the seed to deliver value chain. So right from when the farmer has sown the seed to when the harvest is going to come, to recording the cropping information, whatever activities are happening on the field, to predicting when the harvest is going to come, disseminating package of practices through real time, then doing the inventory management, taking orders from customers. We provide online apps for their customers so they can get orders. And the entire order to fulfillment cycle can be digitized, and so that they can really work like a modern agri enterprise. That's the need of the hour for these organizations to become sustainable. Okay, AgHub, we have been part of the AgHub cohort for Agri Tech Innovation Pilot Program. So through that program, we actually got an opportunity to work in the Nizamabad cluster, which is a turmeric cluster. So AgHub has helped us to, through its Krishi Vigyana Kendras and research stations that are available. So we were able to actually get to the ground level, understand the ground level realities, understand what is the expectations over there, discuss about our solution, make changes and refinement, and then, kind of iterate on our model. So AgHub in that way is of immense help, because that's the connect that you require for any new technology or innovation. That connect with the grassroots is very important. So that is the kind of support we are getting. Obviously, there are many other things like these kind of forums. There are so many events that they do, and we also get such kind of exposure both nationally and internationally through their support.
So we started in 2020 with a supply chain traceability using blockchain. Right now we are a progressive company into the climate tech using Web3 blockchain technology, also creating a lot of impact on climate change. We started with learning with the technology in 2020, so to say. By 2021-22, we are mature with the technology on the supply chain, on the traceability side. Then we thought of why not apply in the climate action and the climate change, addressing the double counting, addressing the authenticity issue of your climate data. So that has provided us a boost. So it's a kind of a natural progression. So you can't talk food and agriculture without climate. So it's a kind of a natural progression. But again, the opportunities are pretty big right now. The whole globe is running after climate, and the challenge is on the climate data side. So that's why we want to focus on the climate data, how to provide a quality data, a traceability of the data, and climate action should be properly reported. That's all. See, when you talk about the global climate change initiative, the corporates or the countries are rushing towards mitigating the climate risk. That means if a corporate creates a carbon footprint of, let's say, 100 million tons, where he has to mitigate. So we have got those data sets, we have got those climate actions where he can come to us and buy those carbon credit with a complete traceability. So these are the carbon credits. It's not devised out of our own ways. These are the defined process and methodology which are defined by Clean Development Mechanism, Gold Standard or VERA. These are the data sets what we create, and we get it verified, and they can come and mitigate it. So world is for us. So the customer, if you ask us, right now we are focusing into Middle East and Europe and US also as a climate customer. So if you look at climate data, by 2030, people are expecting it to be something around $400 billion opportunity. So everybody will have a pie onto that. So yes, if you are looking at the Mid East, the Southeast Asia, India, these are the prominent market because a lot of climate actions happens here, and these are the good opportunity what we are looking for. And it's a kind of $100 billion opportunity, what I say, by 2030 for if you look at the India subcontinent, that sort of a climate data. 17% of the greenhouse gases in India are produced from agriculture, particularly paddy. Now, when you talk about the paddy uses a lot of water and lot of uncontrolled water, I would say, and lot of uncontrolled fertilizer. So, chemical fertilizer. So, if you correct all those things, your emission is going to get reduced. So, we have got certain process and methodology called alternate wetting and drying, what we digitally converted. In fact, we have got application, we measure those. So, the moment you reduce or sequester any kind of a carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, you are eligible for carbon credit. So this is a measurement where Indian farmer helps to reduce the carbon dioxide footprint in the globe. So that's how they are eligible, and that's how we create values for them. See, three things are happening. If you do a controlled practice, your productivity is going to improve. You are earning a additional revenue for your produce, for your package of practice what you do. Also, you create a less carbon footprint, or you contribute towards the environment. So these are the good benefits which are happening. So three benefits, as I told you. We have got certain aggregator companies, we have got certain APOs. So APOs can connect with us, we can enable digitally with them and create that impact. They need not connect us directly, but again, there are a lot of APOs, intermediary, and the aggregators who are working with the farmer to create these sustainability practices, and farmer can value from them. So farmer can also directly reach out to us. In turn, we are going to connect them with those APOs and aggregators. Egg Hub has given us a beautiful opportunity to grow multifaceted. Let me tell you, through Egg Hub, we have created a bigger impact for 40,000 farmers in Tandu region, getting their GI, geographical indication for their Tandu dal, what they produce. So this is impacting around 40,000 farmers, improving their lifestyle. This is the biggest contribution. Egg Hub has contributed us providing those elements where we can do a field trial. We created a couple of products on the seed traceability with the help of Egg Hub. So it's a kind of a, Egg Hub has given us an outreach ability, given us a platform to experiment, given us a platform to come out of new products and get connected with the farmer ecosystem. Yes, Egg Hub is a good opportunity. They have given us a good opportunity to scale up our startup. Rather, Egg Hub has given an opportunity to innovate ourselves and get into a perfection in short time.
We do end-to-end supply chain traceability solutions for our customers. We are focusing primarily on the food and beverages industry. What supply chain traceability means for food and beverages is basically to track the food product from its origin right up to the end point where it reaches the end customer. The complete journey is traced and it is put on blockchain. What I mean by tracking the journey of the food product is that the food is tracked right from its origin to its processing, packaging, its finishing, and it's right when it reaches the customer. When does the food, when is the expiry date, what are the various certifications that the food has. increasingly customers want to see where their food has come from, and brands want to be more transparent to customers, because for organic food brands and for direct to customer brands, this is one of the best ways to actually come closer to the
మాది ఒక రోబోటిక్స్ కంపెనీ. సో మీరు చూస్తున్నది ఇది ఒక ఫుల్లీ ఎలక్ట్రిక్ మైక్రో ట్రాక్టర్ కేటగిరీ అనమాట. సో ఈ రోబోట్ని యూజ్ చేసుకుని మనము పొలాల్లో మొక్కలు నాటుకోవడము, విత్తనాలు వేసుకోవడము, కలుపు తీసుకోవడము, పెస్టిసైడ్ స్ప్రేయింగ్, ఫెర్టిలైజర్ మైక్రోడేషన్, గ్రాస్ కటింగ్, ఇట్లాంటి రకరకాల ఆపరేషన్స్ అనేది చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి. ఇదేంటంటే ఫుల్లీ బ్యాటరీతో నడుస్తుంది, రిమోట్ కంట్రోల్ వెర్షన్ ఉంటుంది. సో మనం దీన్ని రిమోట్ ద్వారా నడిపించుకుంటూ ఉండాలి. సో బ్యాటరీలు మనం 2.5 గంటలు ఛార్జ్ చేసుకుంటే 4 గంటలు వస్తుంది అనమాట. సో రోజుకి కలుపు తీసుకోవడం దానికేమో మనకు రోటావేటర్ వస్తుంది. ఒక రోజులో రోటావేటర్ వేసుకోవడానికి 2 ఎకరాలు మనం కవర్ చేయొచ్చు. అదే పురుగు మందు స్ప్రేయింగ్ లాంటిది అయితేనేమో ఒక రోజులో మనం 8 గంటల్లో 4 నుండి 6 ఎకరాల దాకా కవరేజ్ అనేది ఉంటుంది అనమాట. సో మీరు వీడియోలో చూస్తున్నట్టుగా దీనికి ముందున కొన్ని అటాచ్మెంట్ కానీ వెనకాల కొన్ని అటాచ్మెంట్ కానీ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. మా దగ్గర 2 రకాల రోబోట్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఒకటి వచ్చేసి 40 సెంటీమీటర్ స్పేసింగ్ ఉన్న చిన్న రోబోట్ అనమాట. దీంతో మనము పత్తి, మిరప, కూరగాయలు ఇట్లాంటి నారో క్రాప్స్ అన్నిట్లు కూడా పోతా ఈ ఆపరేషన్స్ అన్ని చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. ఆ రోబోట్ యొక్క కెపాసిటీ వచ్చేసి 25 లీటర్ల ట్యాంక్ పెట్టుకోవచ్చు, లేదంటే 72 లీటర్ల ట్యాంకు రైతు యొక్క అవసరం తగినట్టుగా వాళ్ళు వాడుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. అది అప్ టు స్ప్రేయింగ్ అయితే అప్ టు 7 feet హైట్ వరకు స్ప్రే చేయగలుగుతుంది, డైలీ 4 to 6 acres అనమాట. ఒకవేళ మనకి పెద్ద రోబోట్ కావాలి, వాళ్ళ దగ్గర షార్ట్ క్రాప్స్, బెడ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ క్రాప్స్ ఉన్నాయి అనుకుంటే మనం ఈ రోబోట్ అనేది ప్రిఫర్ చేస్తాం. ఇదేంటంటే మనకి వీల్ విడ్త్ అనేది అడ్జస్టబిలిటీ ఉంటుంది. మనకి సోయాబీన్స్ కానీ అట్లాగే షార్ట్ క్రాప్స్ ఏవైతే వెజిటేబుల్స్ ఉంటాయో, ఆకుకూరలు, ఇట్లాంటి బెడ్ టైప్ ఆఫ్ క్రాప్స్ కూడా ఈ పెద్ద ప్లాట్ఫామ్ యూజ్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అనమాట. సో రెండింటిలో కూడా సేమ్ అటాచ్మెంట్స్ అనేవి మనకి అవైలబుల్ ఉంటాయి. సో దీని ప్రైజింగ్స్ వచ్చేసి చిన్న రోబోట్ స్టార్టింగ్ మనకి 1,75,000 పడుతుంది. 1,75,000కి ఏదైనా ఒక అటాచ్మెంట్ వస్తుంది, 4 గంటలు పనిచేస్తుంది రిమోట్ కంట్రోల్తో అనమాట. అండ్ మాకు ఆటోనమీ టెక్నాలజీ కూడా రెడీగా ఉందన్నమాట. ఈ ఆటోనమీ టెక్నాలజీలో మనం రైతు యొక్క ఫామ్ ఏదైతే ఉంటుందో ఆ ఫామ్ని GPS మ్యాపింగ్ అనేది ముందు చేసుకుంటాం. ఆ మ్యాపింగ్లో రోకి ఎంత డిస్టెన్స్ ఉంది, మొక్క గ్యాప్ ఎంత ఉంది అనేది మొత్తం ఫీడ్ చేసుకుని పెట్టేసుకోవడం. తర్వాత ఆపరేషన్ స్టార్ట్ చేసిన వెంటనే ఇది మనిషి ఇంటర్వెన్షన్ లేకుండా ఆటోమేటిక్గా ఆ పని చేసుకుంటూ అవుతుంది అనమాట. అది ఫుల్లీ ఆటోనమస్ వెర్షన్. బేసిక్ వెర్షన్ వచ్చేసి రిమోట్ కంట్రోల్. సో రైతుల యొక్క వాళ్ళ కన్వీనియన్స్ని బట్టి ఏది తీసుకోవాలనేదని వాళ్ళ ఆప్షన్ అనమాట. అండ్ మాకు మేజర్ వచ్చేసి మేము రెంటల్ మోడల్లో వెళ్తున్నాము. ఇదేంటంటే ఈ వచ్చే ఖరీఫ్ సీజన్కి మేము కొన్ని ఏరియాస్లో మా రోబోట్స్ని లాంచ్ చేసి రైతులకి రెంటల్ ప్రాసెస్ ద్వారా దీన్ని ఇవ్వడానికి చూస్తున్నాను అనమాట. సో వాళ్ళు కాల్ చేస్తే మా ఆపరేటర్ వెళ్ళి ఆ పొలంలో రెంటల్కి తిప్పుకుని ఏ ఆపరేషన్ చేసి ఎంత ఎకరేజ్ ఎంత అవుతుంది అమౌంట్ కలెక్ట్ చేసి వచ్చేటప్పుడు మా మేజర్ ప్లాన్ అనమాట. వాళ్ళ యొక్క ఆపరేషన్ బట్టి ప్రైస్ చేంజ్ అవుతుందండి. ఒకవేళ వాళ్ళకి కలుపు తీసుకునే వీడింగ్ రోటావేటర్ కావాలనుకుంటే ఎకరాకి మనకి 1,500 నుండి 2,000 ఆ రేంజ్లో ఉంటుందన్నమాట. ఒకవేళ స్ప్రేయింగ్ అనుకుంటే 350 to 400 రేంజ్ అనేది ఉంటుంది. మొక్కలు నాటేది అయితే 3,000 అట్లా తీసుకుంటాం. మేజర్ యొక్క మా కోర్ థీమ్ ఏంటంటే మనుషులు లేబర్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఏదైతే రైతులు ఫేస్ చేస్తున్నారో దాన్ని తగ్గించడం అనేది మా యొక్క అజెండా అనమాట. సో ఈ రోబోట్స్ని యూజ్ చేసుకుని రైతులు తమ యొక్క పొలంలో ఎప్పుడు కావాలంటే అప్పుడు పనులు చేసుకోవాలి, అట్లాగే వాళ్ళు లేబర్ అనే డిపెండెన్స్ అనేది తగ్గించుకోవాలనేది మేము చూస్తున్నాం. సో వాళ్ళకి ఆన్ టైం ఆపరేషన్ జరుగుతాయి అండ్ ప్రిసైజ్గా కూడా ఈ రోబోట్స్తో మనం చేయగలుగుతాం. ఫ్యూచర్లో రకరకాల కొత్త రకమైన అటాచ్మెంట్లు కూడా ఈ రోబోట్లకు మనం పెట్టుకోవడం ద్వారా వాళ్ళు ఎండ్ టు ఎండ్ అన్ని పనులు ట్రాక్టర్ వచ్చి దున్నేసి వెళ్ళిపోయిన తర్వాత మొక్కలు నాటడం దగ్గర నుండి హార్వెస్టింగ్ దాకా అన్ని రకాల పనులు ఈ రోబోట్లతో మనం చేసుకునే వీలు.
they have identified some 5 pillars. In those 5 pillars, we have to identify the gaps and come up with some kind of, policy decisions.
I think that is the boost where two of the aspects. I think we'll discuss more about the framework and the policies and the responsibilities of all of us.
Whole ecosystem need to move towards rural areas. It is still lacking. Many of the ecosystem is vibrant in many cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, or Delhi, but really need to move towards rural areas.
Right. In last 4 years, we worked with more than 80 incubation centers. We supported them with the various knowledge sharing sessions, and then we started supporting them even with the CSR grants.
Pipeline of startups, and it starts with getting the youth interested in the students and the you get them interested in the startup opportunity, and that's where it starts.
So what we can have is we can have uniformity on defining criteria. However, the limit or the range of those criteria can be different in different economies.
We as incubators, we normally whenever we see these kind of businesses, we just say that we're going to come at the door. So this is something that needs to change, and we need to embrace these people as well, because these are the ones who are actually doing a lot of good work.
Our own children's life at home, because there is something has happened in the grassroots that is making the life easier in the grassroots level. Even inculcating the entrepreneurial spirits at the students, and also academic institutions, there should be a compulsory credit system should be involved in the national education policy.
Actually, startup in my view is a facility for entrepreneurs to get onto it, get the benefits out of it, what the system offers, and then take off by the entrepreneur.
When we do investor connects or investor programs, we feel there is also a lack of raising investments. So I think that needs to be clubbed rather than having a separate one.
SIDBI has invested almost 8,600 crore in startups. It does financing by an indirect manner. It invests in alternate investment funds registered with SEBI.
Grant is committed entirely only for specifically for startups only. So that is our commitment, and we are very thrilled to help and be part of the entire startup ecosystem. We all know the lot of gaps in the whole startup ecosystem. So we need to highlight, they have identified some 5 pillars. In those 5 pillars, we have to identify the gaps and come up with some kind of, policy decisions. We happen to identify one gap is we don't have a definition for startups. In the same context, there are various issues which all of us as ecosystem enablers, we are finding a few difficulties which can be addressed by the policy makers and also the international G20 nations. We can learn from G20 nations. That's the reason why we have Australia representation also here. We need to learn from the business leaders, youth, and also the entrepreneurs and finance part, handled by banks, which what they are looking forward to from startups, and technology people like research labs, and I think we need to create an ecosystem. Already we have been doing it, but there are certain issues. We want to be open and come out with our result-oriented recommendations.
But I think the globalization and the freedom for startup to align with national policies and national mandates. I think that is what the prime, you can say, purpose of this particular G20 and its predecessor meetings that so far happened. Even today we are sitting for that purpose. In that context, I think last line from my side is that being an incubator, I mean, major responsibility is there, not only from the government. Being an incubator, I'm saying that it is our responsibility. Incubators need to take that responsibility, and I'm just telling here in front of all of you that the gaps that what Ramadevi garu trying to anticipate or expect from all of us to discuss and to resolve certain those of gaps. I think we are taking that ownership of those responsibilities to help all the startups to connect the dots. That's what my last line. I think everybody have gone through the 5 pillars or what are the challenges they briefly mentioned, but we have to actually look from the rural sectors to cities, and then to states, and then to national, then to global.
Actually, startup, in my view, is a facility for entrepreneurs to get onto it, get the benefits out of it, what the system offers, and then take off as entrepreneur. Now, the definition has to be given, it should be given for the users, not for only the ecosystem. When a village boy is there, a village girl, a woman is there, how do you understand the definition of startup vis-a-vis present company registrations, MSME, so many ecosystems already existing. It's not that we had nothing so far. Now, how do we differentiate between these two, and that particular person in the village be able to understand, yeah, I have a choice of 3, 4, let me look into this, or choose all of them. Now, today there's a confusion, and that has to be taken off because somebody says guidelines, somebody says policy, and there's no mandatory. And in the schools, what she said, that are we making them startups, or are we promoting innovation? What is that we need to do in the school? And startup innovation, in my view, are not totally identical. There's a difference in these two. Yes. Let's focus what is innovation and what is problem solving in the schools, and maybe as they grow, we can think of startups. I mean, that's of course a choice of parents and children.
I sincerely believe that startup ecosystem, unless it is developed, we can't reach that goal. And congratulations to ALEEP and CMB institutions and other incubators for doing that job. All are startup enablers, and we are committed to innovate and deliver and enable the entire startup ecosystem environment. We all already have many SME intensive branches and a huge branch network. But in Hyderabad, we thought that though State Bank of India has already come up with startup branches in centers like Bangalore, in Mumbai Metro, in Chennai, and also in Gurgaon. So this will be the 5th startup branch we will be opening in Hyderabad on 5th of June. In fact, it's already complete. It will be formally inaugurated by the chairman himself. And that branch is committed entirely only for, specifically for startups only. So that is our commitment, and we are very thrilled to help and be part of the entire startup ecosystem.
What we see when we talk about agriculture or social inclusion, we are talking, but it is whole ecosystem need to move towards rural areas, but it is lacking. Many of the ecosystem is vibrant in many cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, or Delhi, but really need to move towards rural areas. Then there may be the innovation ecosystem, the impact or the benefits we can reap for all the population. That's why maybe coming together these type of different innovation ecosystem players that might be interesting because our competencies or resources we can share so that we can create much more impact than what we are now creating.
So the bank HDFC as a startup journey started way back in the 2016, right when the government of India announced Startup India initiatives. That's when we realized as a bank we need to have a separate and focused vertical for startups. That's where we have formed our own division. Now since last 6 years, right, we are very active in the space. We started long back we started identifying the ecosystem partners, right, especially the incubation centers. Right, in last 4 years, we worked with more than 80 incubation centers. We supported them with the various knowledge sharing sessions, and then we started supporting them even with the CSR grants. So that's where even the Alip, last year we signed an MOU with Alip. That's where we promised we'll get something as a CSR grant, and we have delivered that this year with 50 lakh as a one-time grant. Right, even the CCMB is right here. Even for them, we supported with 35 lakhs this year. Right, as a bank, we kind of have a very good share, right? So we out of the DPIIT registered startups, we say 70,000-80,000, 30,000-35,000 already banked with us, right? The vision of the bank was very clear. We have our own branches, right? Across India now. We have reached 25 startup or specific branches.
Till date, SIDBI has invested almost 8,600 crore in startups. It does financing by an indirect manner. It invests in alternate investment funds registered with SEBI. So it is not directly assisting startups, but it assists the startups through alternate investment funds.
Collectively, the group of 20 nations represent a startup ecosystem that has more than 850,000 startups, more than 1,600 unicorns, more than 20,000 incubators. At the highest level, Startup 20 has two overarching objectives that must be achieved simultaneously. First, to harmonize the global startup ecosystems in order to facilitate collaboration across these ecosystems. But second, to do so while preserving the freedom of national ecosystems to develop and grow as they desire simultaneously. The group expects to produce the following outputs. First, the main deliverable of this group is the policy communique to be submitted to the world leaders. There are 4 other deliverables that will be produced in the process of producing the communique. First, a startup definition framework and terminology handbook. Second, a startup financing framework for financing across G20 nations. Third, mechanisms to accelerate startup.
But a couple of things that I have noticed, the similarities that are there between Australia, for example, and India. And Dr. Rama pointed that out earlier when she said, the quality of the startups. So that pipeline of startups, and it starts with getting the youth interested and the students and the people from their 10th grade or their early university years. Then you get them interested in the startup opportunity, and that's where it starts. Still, I'm sure maybe we have again similarities with India. In Australia, it is like startup is not considered as a viable career option by the students, the parents. So infusing that enthusiasm in the youth is very important.
What we consider as startup in 2018-19 versus what the startup definition has been changed now, which is annual turnover up to 100 crores and not more than 10 years old. So somewhere when we say that we will have to come up with a defined definition of startup across G20s, there are 2 challenges. So one challenge is every country's economy is different. Every company's the stake that the industry has and whether it should be considered at that point as a startup or should be considered industry may change. So what we can have is we can have uniformity on defining criteria. However, the limit or the range of those criteria can be different in different economies. That is very possible. Secondly, also we have to like when we say the startup definition says there are no limitation up to 100 CR or registration to 10 years we can call startup. Why there are particular funding schemes or incentives which have different criteria, like not more than 2 years old or not more than 1 CR revenue or turnover. So if we can define them and revise the startup definition and give you one definition, and with this definition you will get all the incentives.
It's very true. We don't have a compulsory mechanism in our policy as far as the education institutions is concerned. So we have a guideline saying that you have to promote innovations in the school and college level. But what happens is it matters to a paper publication, or it matters to a kind of bringing into the PR exercise kind of thing for the education institution. So now the imposition of credits to the curriculum that may impose in students, because the students, it's not the mistake of the students or it's not the mistake of younger generation. It's the system that makes that as it is not compulsory, the focus is very low. If it gets a credit course, either in the up to 12th standard or in the kind of graduation level, that picks up. And also we are very low in, as sir said rightly from Palestine, we are failing to scale the grassroots innovations. That's major impact. We are not even bringing it into light to our own children's life at home, because there is something has happened in the grassroots that is making the life easier in the grassroots level. Even inculcating the entrepreneurial spirits at the students, and also academic institutions, there should be a compulsory credit system should be involved in the national education policy.
Startup definition, what I would like to add is that when we say startups, we are actually alienating 99% of the new businesses that are registering every year. 99.5 I would say. Why? Because most of the businesses that are registering are B2 businesses, somebody's doing, manufacturing a generalistic thing, doing a service that is already there in the market. But I feel that these are the ones who are going to revenue positive maybe within the first 1 year or 2 years. How can we include them in the definition of the startup is something that we should think about, because it doesn't 99.5% businesses are going to be these kind of things where there is like literally no innovation, right? But they are the ones who are actually generating the revenue. They are the ones who are actually generating the employment. So we as incubators, we normally whenever we see these kind of businesses, we just say that we're going to come inside the door. So this is something that needs to change, and we need to embrace these people as well, because these are the ones who are actually doing a lot of good work.
I believe when we do investor connects or investor programs, we feel there is also a lack of mentoring which is required for every startup. While I know funding is a very important aspect, but whether the startup is investor ready. So I think 3.1 that we're talking about can be in complementary, or rather 3.4 can be in complementary to 3.1, because mentoring or awareness is equally important where we talk about raising investments. So I think that needs to be clubbed rather than having a separate one.
There are a lot of aspects of inclusivity that we have to look at more micro level also. Of course, this is on macro level as a level, but it helps. I mean, we are quite an advanced society as far as startup and entrepreneurship goes. Among the G20 also, there will be hardly one of the countries ahead of us. So a lot may depend upon us itself as India, to take the leadership in establishing ecosystems in these other countries. If we can take it forward to that level, and G20 is only for 1 year, the presidency changes. I don't know what happens to all this after that, and how sustainability of this is going to be put into a proper workable framework.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
But I represent a community which is mostly ignored, the grassroots innovations. Grassroots innovations are two types. One is for grassroots people and by grassroots. We're talking about by grassroots. Actually, startup, in my view, is a facility for entrepreneurs to get onto it, get the benefits out of it, what the system offers, and then take off as entrepreneur. Now the definition has to be given, it should be given for the users, not for only the ecosystem. When a village boy is there, a village girl, a woman is there, how do you understand the definition of startup vis-a-vis present company registrations, MSMEs, so many ecosystems already existing. It's not that we had nothing so far. So how do we differentiate between these two and that particular person in the village be able to understand, yeah, I have a choice of 3, 4, let me look into this. Or choose all of them. Now, today there's a confusion. And that has to be taken off because somebody says guidelines, somebody says policy, and there's no mandatory. And in the schools, what she said, that are we making them startups or are we promoting innovation? What is that we need to do in the school? And startup innovation, in my view, are not totally identical. There's a difference in these two. Yes. Let's focus what is innovation and what is problem solving in the schools, and maybe as they grow, we can think of startups. I mean, that's of course the choice of parents and children. One thing is every innovator did not be entrepreneur and vice versa is true. So the way definition demands is that you got to have an idea and then you also want to be an entrepreneur, then only startup will allow. Let's be clear about it. Then we know that automatically we segregate a lot. Those who don't want to have an idea, they will go somewhere else. In this context, all grassroots innovators have innovation. They come, they solve a problem, the solution they bring out. Therefore, there is innovation. They want to disseminate. You call it entrepreneurship, whatever. They want to disseminate so beneficiaries get maximum benefit. So the eligible people are available. In 85% people available, we're not gone there yet. What kind of a diffusion kind of process we have? 7 years now, 2016 we started. The people who are ready with innovation, ready with solutions, ready to disseminate their products, we have not touched them. And you're looking at somewhere where train children, train colleges, train things, why? If all of you, ecosystem, wants to really help this country, go to the people who are ready-made available. Make a difference first only for them. Can we make it a human being, has an idea, something useful to other people, and it recognize him readily? Like if you go to a bank, just ask Aadhaar card. What more you ask to open an account? Can you do something like that, and why not? Ultimately, we are doing all this for the benefit of people, not for counting number of startups or money invested. It's a benefit to go to the people. 7 years, startups have benefited how many? 90% are IT. And if you really take a stock of it, impact is not there in society. Most of us don't use startups even today of 7 years. But whereas if you go to the grassroots, there every innovation there has got utility by millions of people. And it's available. They need ecosystem, they need a friendly ecosystem, they need enabling ecosystem. Let's focus on that. Initially, first 5 years, let's concentrate on ready-made available startups and then build the schools and colleges later, and with that strength to bring up and bring up. From startup phase 1, phase 2 should be made. Thank you. Yeah, I restrict myself to grassroots innovations. I have knowledge of the last 17 years of working on this. Now, what is scalability? Scalability is the geography, or it is numbers, or it is revenue. So you've got to be clear about it. It has to be case based. Like Malaysian observation, most of you know, it is applicable only to projectable levers. So what is scalability of this? That every household potential is ever should get it. That's the scalability ends. There is certain, certain animal treatments, and they are useful only where the plant is available. You take this plant from there all the way to other places, it may not work. So the scalability of any innovation, especially grassroots innovations, which are customized. Nature is customized, technology is standardized. So there is a limit for scale. And when you do the scaling across geography, the efficiency changes, effectiveness changes. For us to aware of this. But when the grassroots innovator comes to the incubator, he says, can you scale it up? He says, no, I cannot, I don't need to scale it up. It's not that innovation to scale it up.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
There are so many gaps within, and now we are talking about G20, we are talking about international, and all the time so far we were struggling with internal gaps itself. And I always have a pet peeve that we keep saying Telangana, but everybody's only Hyderabad and only unless Christian is here from somewhere. That's all it is. So yes, there are a lot of aspects of inclusivity that we have to look at more micro level also. Of course, this is on macro level, but it helps. I mean, we are quite an advanced society as far as startup and entrepreneurship goes among the G20. Also, there may be hardly one or two countries ahead of us. So a lot may depend upon us itself to, as India, to take the leadership in establishing ecosystems in these other countries. If we can take it forward to that level, and G20 is only for 1 year, the presidency changes. I don't know what happens to all this after that, and how sustainability of this is going to be put into a proper workable framework. But yes, so much of experience here within this room itself and in the enlarged ecosystem of the country. We can certainly be giving a whole lot of inputs to strengthen the ecosystem across G20.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
Collectively, the group of 20 nations represent a startup ecosystem that has more than 850,000 startups, more than 1,600 unicorns, more than 20,000 incubators. At the highest level, Startup 20 has two overarching objectives that must be achieved simultaneously. First, to harmonize the global startup ecosystems in order to facilitate collaboration across these ecosystems. But second, to do so while preserving the freedom of national ecosystems to develop and grow as they desire simultaneously. The group expects to produce the following outputs. First, the main deliverable of this group is the policy communique to be submitted to the world leaders. There are 4 other deliverables that will be produced in the process of producing the communique. First, a startup definition framework and terminology handbook. Second, a startup financing framework for financing across G20 nations. Third, mechanisms to accelerate startups addressing critical SDG and inclusion gaps. And fourth, a blueprint for creating a network of global innovation centers to foster collaborations across G20 nations and organizations.
We have recently started a company called Cereal Craft with one of the partners. We are now into manufacturing of noodles, the healthy noodles with herbal ingredients, and also the seasonings with herbal ingredients.
We are into sustainable lifestyle. What we, my company is based out of Kerala, so we have various products to help, means for as home decor or home wares. All those are having a common thing, coir. If I think many of you know coir, it is a byproduct of coconut, and we use everything. Our philosophy itself is Kalpa Vriksha, so we use everything. We are a zero waste company.
You know, this community has 5 pillars, and one of those 5 pillars is inclusion. And we try to articulate inclusion-related policy directives at the highest level along 2 dimensions. One is how to support the underrepresented groups in these startup ecosystems of the world. And second is how to support those startups that can make the world radically more inclusive.
Atal Incubation Center, ALEAP VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
2 inputs on both reconciliation 1.1 and 1.2. So one is about defining startup. So my career is not very now. I just joined the ecosystem since last 5 years. But as in this stage, what we consider as startup in 2018-19 versus what the startup definition has been changed now, which is annual turnover up to 100 crores and not more than 10 years old. So somewhere when we say that we have to come up with a defined definition of startup across G20, there are 2 challenges. So one challenge is every country's economy is different. Every company's the state that the industry has, and whether it should be considered and classified as a startup or should be considered an industry may change. So what we can have is we can have uniformity on defining criteria. However, the limit or the range of those criteria can be different in different economies. That is very possible. Secondly, also we have to, like when we say the startup definition says there are no limitation up to 100 CR or registration to 10 years you can call startup. Why there are particular funding schemes or incentives which have different criteria, like not more than 2 years old or not more than 1 CR revenue or turnover. So if we can define them and revise the startup definition into one definition, and with this definition you will get all the incentives. No differentiation is there. The only factor which is differentiated can be the sector that they are working. For example, 2 years is nothing when we consider about the lifestyle of deep tech lifestyle startup versus the enterprise tech. So that can be one differentiator, but rest of the things can be off. And second, 1.2, which is establishing a forum to adopt policy framework. So this is again a challenge when Ministry of Education defined national education policy. They say this is a policy and has to be implemented by all actors. Whereas when it comes to startup policy, they say these are policy guidelines. And that's why the defining features are majorly controlled by the administration of institutes, the government bodies, the research labs, etc. So there is, not of clarity on which is acceptable and which is not. It includes access to resources, it includes access to, intellect of the institute using IPs, etc. So can we come up with something which is a concrete policy with little flexibility, but we don't keep it open to individual institutes in defining the criteria. So that will be what that is.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
But a couple of things that I have noticed, the similarities that are there between Australia, for example, and India. And Dr. Rama pointed that out earlier when she said, the quality of the startups. So that pipeline of startups, and it starts with getting the youth interested and the students and the people from their 10th grade or their early university years. Then you get them interested in the startup opportunity, and that's where it starts. Still, I'm sure maybe we have again similarities with India. In Australia, it is like startup is not considered as a viable career option by the students, the parents. So infusing that enthusiasm in the youth is very important.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
TIE definitely works on the vision which says for the entrepreneurs and by the entrepreneurs. So we bring a dearth of experience from the entrepreneurs who have been there, done that, and we really look forward to contributing to this vision. Focus to the finance task force. Just one thing where what we miss or being an enabler to startups, I believe when we do investor connects or investor programs, we feel there is also a lack of mentoring which is required for every startup. While I know funding is a very important aspect, but whether the startup is investor ready. So I think 3.1 that we're talking about can be in complementary, or rather 3.4 can be in complementary to 3.1, because mentoring or awareness is equally important where we talk about raising investments. So I think that needs to be clubbed rather than having a separate point.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
As a State Bank of India, we are committed to not just commercial business, but we are also committed to social service and social welfare. And in the dream to 5 trillion economy which the present government has, so we are totally committed for that. And I sincerely believe that startup ecosystem, unless it is developed, we can't reach that goal. And congratulations to Aleep and the institutions and other incubators for doing that job. All are startup enablers, and we are committed to innovate and deliver and enable the entire startup ecosystem environment. We all already have many SME intensive branches and a huge branch network. But in Hyderabad, we thought that though State Bank of India has already come up with startup branches in centers like Bangalore, in Mumbai Metro, in Chennai, and also in Gurgaon. So this will be the 5th startup branch we will be opening in Hyderabad on 5th of June. In fact, it's already complete. It will be formally inaugurated by Chairman itself. And that branch is committed entirely only for specifically for startups only. So that is our commitment, and we are very thrilled to help and be part of the entire startup ecosystem.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
We all know the lot of gaps in the whole startup ecosystem. So we need to highlight, they have identified some 5 pillars. In those 5 pillars, we have to identify the gaps and come up with some kind of policy decisions. We happen to identify one gap is we don't have a definition for startups. In the same context, there are various issues which all of us as ecosystem enablers, we are finding a few difficulties which can be addressed by the policymakers and also the international G20 nations. We can learn from G20 nations. That's the reason why we have Australia representation also here. We need to learn from the business leaders, and also the entrepreneurs and finance part, handled by banks, what they are looking forward to from startups. And technology people like research labs, And I think we need to create an ecosystem. Already we have been doing it, but there are certain issues. We want to be open and come out with our result-oriented recommendations, so that government of India will take it forward. This is the background of this meeting today. We are being assigned with this work. It's not for the sake of work, also to improve the quality of startups and sustainability of the startups to reach to the global ends. What we need to do is the whole idea behind this. There is issues like access to credit, access to infrastructure, and they want social impact projects also. How we can scale up under social impact. And another issue is sustainability. A very big issue, because often startups face a lot of problems with regards to sustainability and reach to the markets. Coming together is very important. So we startup enablers, all of us are startup enablers. We are all coming together with some consigns and recommendations so that we improve the whole ecosystem. We need to innovate, even as enablers, we need to innovate, create and deliver. These are the things which we have to keep in mind.
My concern again is with regards to maybe we need to recommend some kind of definition which takes care of all these aspects. Like it need not be something very innovative, but startup. What is that startup? Somewhere we have to create them. So it's not something like 5 years old, 10 years old, something like that. There is a very vague way of looking at startup definition. Once we come up with the startup definition, the other things we can put it, like they are eligible for this, they are eligible for tax exemption, they are eligible for international alliance. Everything falls into line. But as Ganesh sir said, the rural, we need to give opportunity even to the rural. There's so much innovation happening. So can we bring this definition even to the rural, not linking with, there's so many, like we have almost SISM, we have BD, we have Ministry of MSME. Each one is dictating one kind of parameters. So in SISF, if you are a proprietor, you are not eligible. In Ministry of MSME, if you are if you are private limited, you are not eligible. So this is some way, creating a lot of confusion. The whole ecosystem we are losing on. For example, what is happening is a proprietary concern, which is a very good enterprise. We are asking them to change to private limited.
Private limited,
because to enable them access to everything, that should not be the condition. When you have a startup, you have a separate flow of everything, all the skills. There's some innovation. You identified innovation. You are it's a product which is going to scale up in such a level, you should be given everything. The SDG goals, in fact, of each nation is so good recommendation. Each nation should address one SDG. That's what you say. And every incubator should take up one kind of addressing one issue. And another aspect which is hurting our startups is we are encouraging manufacturing, but there is no infrastructure. Affordable infrastructure is not available to startups. So how do we address? This some kind of recommendations required in this. Automatically, each state should have a startup infrastructure provided. Let us collaborate as a network partners. We are not doing this for the sake of policy or something, but improve our own self. Like I learn from you, you learn from me. We can share our efforts and create a platform. So finally, end up with us, startups are sustainable. I thank each one of you for coming.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub, and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
As AICCCM, we were focusing majorly on life science healthcare startups, but again, some of the overlaps with the Aleep and other entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs. Having this startup 20x, I mean, earlier I think Peter Thiel mentioned about startup 10x. That means the startup should be 10 times stronger in his journey than the second best in these competitors or whatever. So I think 20 countries and this G20, where I think we are making it as a 20x. I think that is the boost where two of the aspects. I think we'll discuss more about the framework and policies and the responsibilities of all of us. But I think the globalization and the freedom for startup to align with national policies and national mandates. I think that is what the prime, purpose of this particular G20 and its predecessor meetings that so far happened. Even today we are sitting for that purpose. In that context, I think last line from my side is that being an incubator, I mean, major responsibility is there, not only from the government. Being an incubator, I'm saying that it is our responsibility. Incubators need to take that responsibility, and I'm just telling here in front of all of you that the gaps that what Ramadevi Garu trying to anticipate or expect from all of us to discuss and to resolve certain those are gaps. I think we are taking that ownership of those responsibilities to help all the startups to connect the dots. That's what my last line. I think everybody have gone through the 5 pillars or what are the challenges they briefly mentioned, but we have to actually look from the rural sectors to cities, and then to states, and then to national, then to global. I think we have to change our perspective. Although we are talking about the countries today, 20 countries will be talking and having their discussions, how best we can actually share our services or platforms to other countries. That is the main agenda. But locally, if we don't understand our own problems and challenges and put forward properly to the nation, then India, how it can be the center or hub to all the countries to give provisions from our side and also to their side. Because 2-3 challenges that we have, for example, as Kunal mentioned about, I think procurements and imports, simplest issues that we have, they look simple, but they're very complicated. Okay, I can apply for an FCRA to get foreign funds for our own startups. It's not for the incubator, for example. The incubator is again supported by the government organization like CCMB. But the application is there with the MHA from past 2.5 to 3 years. We are blessed with our host organization CCMB, for example. And we are rooting out the funds because CCMB is exempted because of the CSIR. It's a society. So like that, many other incubators may be having these challenges locally to get the funds from foreign, be it the CSR money or the philanthropic money or whichever the way. So that is one kind of problem. So I think having our own these challenges nationally, how these mechanisms are friendly to our startups or the incubators, because we are talking about the startup 20x, how we can actually do it 20x when we are not even able to reach to the 10x. So I think having this challenge in front of us, not only one challenge, maybe some 100 or whatever. So today, let's put out those at least some 10 to 15 solid pointers that can actually add up to this draft document from this table, from this room. That's what probably ATLs can actually look at it. Parents can be included in making some models. Parents can also be the award winners along with their kids. Maybe some teams can be made like that. I'm just thinking these are the blunt ideas, but that's the only way to include them so that they can understand about what is a startup. Our ATLs, for example, at the AIC, CCFP, we nurtured like AIC and Elite also. They actually are trying to make patents, trying to form companies at the age of 13, 14 or 15 years. It's changing, but yes, I think we have to have clear-cut adaptations of policies to build these, the foundation in each country.
I would like to bring in my own experience. We run an industrial training institute in a rural area.
We have national policies today. Maybe they define 5 years before or so. But still adapting them to the institutional level, school levels, colleges level, university level, I think that's the problem. And also I think 1.2, right? Recalibrating.
Yeah.
So that recalibration, you have an instrument or you have a kind of internal system auditing, for example, quarterly internal audits and external audits, quarterly that you do recheck, right? The policies need to be rechecked such a way, otherwise, you will be missing the speed of it. So that is one thing. NISP kind of policies we need more, and they have to be adopted by all. I think the government should be having, insisting that all institutions, can be whatever the school or any organization, to practice this as a must. It is not there. They are just on the paper. Okay, it is there. You can use, you can implement in your organization. At least IICs, Institutional Innovation Councils, at least trying to align their policies as per NISP. But I think you have to reach it. I think a very important point. Everybody wants to register as a private limited or even LLPs. At the time of investment, they have to convert themselves to private limited. But these proprietorship companies or one man or one woman companies, they are doing fantastic at the ground level, but they are not. Yet they have their barriers. So someone needs to actually address. Okay, how? I think repeat that point. I consider this way: how we can actually make them inclusive, to give equal status like a startup to get these incentives or maybe investments. I think that is one point that we have to make a note. I think forming. Yes. Yes.
Because even partnership and proprietary
Partnership
also
companies, yes.
can be a startup.
Yes. Yeah. Other than the private limited and LLP, all others should be included. How these can be giving provisions to go global, for example. Because you mentioned here in the draft document, in the foundation point about considering all these startups, so not foundation, probably financial. So the cash flows or business that you talk about, that maturity or the awareness at least, whether it is there for those non-private limited or non-startup category. So you have to create a category equivalent to the startup.
I think fundamentally we are missing one point when we come to the definition of startup. Actually, the startup revolution starts with the startup idea.
Yes.
And these ideas need to be recognized somewhere. And this could be at the grassroots level or it could be at the academic institution, it may be science exhibition. During the science exhibition, a lot of these students actually come out with a lot of ideas, and once the exhibition is over, it's done. So they don't really nurture that particular idea and take it to a startup or a commercialization stage.
Yes.
So it becomes very important to actually recognize and define that this is also a process of the startups.
listening to your point and sirs, actually, I think it's not written in this document about the open innovation. Why can't these school student innovations, or they're just trying to spend some 30% or 40% of their time, school time, to bring some innovative solutions for the societal problems. But if they are not patenting, if they are not forming the companies, at least schools or maybe those organizations can actually make them as an open innovations where startups can, I don't know, some mechanism is to be anyway. Sustainability when it comes again, not having those scalable numbers, but at least scalable products. Whether you can actually sustain your business or maybe initial 2 to 3 years, or maybe whether you are able to pivot it or not. About where startup 20x we are talking, but startup 10x at least linked to a sustainability matrix where 10 things about the needs. You know most of them and all of them also. Just reading out so that we can open it for 2-3 questions or recommendations. So needs, opportunity, discovery, timing. Timing is the key again. And pivoting, that's also mostly we discussed, or maybe most of them are adapting. And speed, that I mentioned to you, speed is the key. The pace, every incubator or any ecosystem stakeholder need to adapt. And what kind of models you are adapting and learning the cash flows, and ultimately the team, because funding I'm not mentioning because we have enough funding. So team, again, strategy, you should be having, and character. So I think having these things, how do you actually modulate or maybe link on to that sustainability models? Maybe 2-3 recommendations if we can give, that will be great. Here's a headline differentiation you can understand that there may be some tech-based investments, innovation-based investments or grants or startups. Again, business, we are purely business oriented. Again, the startups which are talking about the innovation, they may not be understanding the business acumen very well. But you guys, in case if there is no such innovation per se is there, but you are doing the best. I mean, there is a differentiation. I totally agree. So I think you have to hit to the right, what you can say, investment agencies or granting agencies where innovation is not there. I think Ramadevi are already having dozen of schemes to that line, but thanks for that point.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
Startup definition, what I would like to add is that when we say startups, we are actually alienating 99% of the new businesses that are registering every year. 99.5 I would say. Why? Because most of the businesses that are registering are B2 businesses, somebody's doing manufacturing a generalistic thing, doing a service that is already there in the market and all. But I feel that these are the ones who are going to revenue positive maybe within the first 1 year or 2 years. How can we include them in the definition of the startup is something that we should think about, because it doesn't 99.5% businesses are going to be these kind of things where there is like literally no innovation, right? But they are the ones who are actually generating the revenue. They are the ones who are actually generating the employments. So we as incubators, we normally whenever we see these kind of businesses, we just say that we're going to come and set it off. So this is something that needs to change, and we need to embrace these people as well, because these are the ones who are actually doing a lot of good work.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
It's very true. We don't have a compulsory mechanism in our policy as far as the education institutions is concerned. So we have a guideline saying that you have to promote innovations in the school and college level. But what happens is it matters to a paper publication, or it matters to a kind of bringing into the PR exercise kind of thing for the education institution. So now the imposition of credits to the curriculum that may impose in students, because the students, it's not the mistake of the students, or it's not the mistake of younger generation. It's the system that makes that as it is not compulsory, the focus is very low. If it gets a credit course, either in the up to 12th standard or in the kind of graduation level, that picks up. And also we are very low in, as Sir said rightly from Palestine, we are failing to scale the grassroots innovations. That's major impact. We are not even bringing it into light to our own children's life at home, because there is something has happened in the grassroots that is making the life easier in the grassroots level. Even inculcating the entrepreneurial spirits at the students. And also academic institutions, there should be a compulsory credit system should be involved in the national education policy.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
We all know the lot of gaps in the whole startup ecosystem. So we need to highlight, they have identified some 5 pillars. In those 5 pillars, we have to identify the gaps and come up with some kind of policy decisions. We happen to identify one gap is we don't have a definition for startups. In the same context, there are various issues which all of us as ecosystem enablers, we are finding a few difficulties which can be addressed by the policy makers and also the international G20 nations. We can learn from G20 nations. That's the reason why we have Australia representation also here. We need to learn from the business leaders, youth, and also the entrepreneurs and finance part handled by banks, with what they are looking forward to from startups, and technology people like research labs, and I think we need to create an ecosystem. Already we have been doing it, but there are certain issues. We want to be open and come out with our result-oriented recommendations, so that Government of India will take it forward. This is the background of this meeting today. We are being assigned with this work. It's not for the sake of work, also to improve the quality of startups and sustainability of the startups to reach to the global levels. What we need to do is the whole idea behind this There is issues like access to credit, access to infrastructure, and they want social impact projects also. How we can scale up under social impact. And another issue is sustainability. A very big issue because often startups face a lot of problems with regards to sustainability and reach to the markets. Coming together is very important. So we startup enablers, all of us are startup enablers. We are all coming together with some consigns and recommendations so that we improve the whole ecosystem. We need to innovate, even as enablers, we need to innovate, create and deliver. These are the things which we have to keep in mind.
As AICCCM, we were focusing majorly on the life science healthcare startups, but again, some of the org-labs with the leap and other entrepreneurs, especially women entrepreneurs. Having this startup 20x, earlier I think Peter Thiel he mentioned about startup 10x. That means the startup should be 10 times stronger in his journey than the second best in these competitors or whatever. So I think 20 countries and this G20, where I think we are making it as a 20x. I think that is the boost where two of the aspects. I think we'll discuss more about the framework and policies and the responsibilities of all of us. But I think the globalization and the freedom for startup to align with national policies and national mandates. I think that is what the prime, what you can say, purpose of this particular G20 and its predecessor meetings that so far happened. Even today we are sitting for that purpose. In that context, I think last line from my side is that being an incubator, major responsibility is there, not only from the government. Being an incubator, I'm saying that it is our responsibility. Incubators need to take that responsibility, and I'm just telling here in front of all of you that the gaps that what Ramadevi garu trying to anticipate or expect from all of us to discuss and to resolve certain those of gaps. I think we are taking that ownership of those responsibilities to help all the startups to connect the dots. That's what my last line.
As a State Bank of India, we are committed to not just commercial business, but we are also committed to social service and social welfare. And in the dream to 5 trillion economy which the present government has. So we are totally committed for that, and I sincerely believe that startup ecosystem, unless it is developed, we can't reach that goal. And congratulations to ALEEP and the institutions and other incubators for doing that job. All are startup enablers, and we are committed to innovate and deliver and enable the entire startup ecosystem environment. We all already have many SME intensive branches and a huge branch network. But in Hyderabad, we thought that though State Bank of India has already come up with startup branches in centers like Bangalore, in Mumbai Metro, in Chennai, and also in Gurgaon. So this will be the 5th startup branch we will be opening in Hyderabad on 5th of June. Because it's already complete, it will be formally inaugurated by the chairman himself. And that branch is committed entirely only for specifically for startups only. So that is our commitment, and we are very thrilled to help and be part of the entire startup ecosystem.
What we see when we talk about agriculture or social inclusion, we are talking, but it is whole ecosystem need to move towards rural areas, but it is lacking. Many of the ecosystem is vibrant in many cities like Hyderabad, Bangalore, or Delhi, but really need to move towards rural areas. And there may be the innovation ecosystem the impact or the benefits we can reap for all the population. That's why maybe coming together this type of different innovation ecosystem players that may be interesting, because our competencies or resources we can share so that we can create much more impact than what we are now creating.
TIE definitely works on the vision which says for the entrepreneurs and by the entrepreneurs. So we bring a dearth of experience from the entrepreneurs who have been there, done that, and we really look forward to contributing to this vision.
But I represent a community which is mostly ignored, the grassroots innovations. Grassroots innovation is two types. One is for grassroots people and by grassroots. We're talking about by grassroots.
So the bank, HDFC as a startup journey started way back in 2016, right when the government of India announced Startup India initiatives. That's when we realized as a bank we need to have a separate and focused vertical for startups. That's where we have formed our own division. Now since last 6 years, right, we are very active in the space. We started long back we started identify the ecosystem partners, right, especially the incubation centers. Right, in last 4 years, we worked with more than 80 incubation centers. We supported them with the various knowledge sharing sessions, and then we started supporting them even with the CSR grants. So that's where even the Alip, last year we signed an MOU with Alip. That's where we promised we'll get something as a CSR grant, and we have delivered that this year with 50 lakh as a one-time grant. Right, even the CCMB is right here. Even for them we supported with 35 lakhs this year. Right, as a bank we kind of have a very good share. Right, so we out of the DPIIT registered startups, we say 70,000-80,000, 30,000-35,000 already banked with us. Right, the vision of the bank was very clear. We have our own branches across India. Now we have reached 25 startup or specific branches. In Hyderabad we have 2 dedicated branches, right, and these branches are working with startups since last 4 years. Right, so we were in fact kind of the first player in this space. We started chasing the entire ecosystem and started supporting the entire startup or even the major startups as well.
Till date, SIDBI has invested almost 8,600 crore in startups. It does financing by an indirect manner. It invests in alternate investment funds registered with SEBI. So it is not directly assisting startups, but it assists these startups through alternate investment funds.
Collectively, the group of 20 nations represent a startup ecosystem that has more than 850,000 startups, more than 1,600 unicorns, more than 20,000 incubators. At the highest level, Startup 20 has 2 overarching objectives that must be achieved simultaneously. First, to harmonize the global startup ecosystems in order to facilitate collaboration across these ecosystems. But second, to do so while preserving the freedom of national ecosystems to develop and grow as they desire simultaneously. The group expects to produce the following outputs. First, the main deliverable of this group is the policy communique to be submitted to the world leaders. There are 4 other deliverables that will be produced in the process of producing the communique. First, a startup definition framework and terminology handbook. Second, a startup financing framework for financing across G20 nations. Third, mechanisms to accelerate startups addressing critical SDG and inclusion gaps. And fourth, a blueprint for creating a network of global innovation centers to foster collaborations across G20 nations and organizations.
We have recently started a company called Schedule Craft with one of the partners. We are now into manufacturing of noodles, the healthy noodles with herbal ingredients, and also the seasonings with herbal ingredients.
We are into sustainable lifestyle. what we my company is based out of Kerala, so we have various products to help means for as home decor or home wares. All those are having a common thing, coir. If I think many of you know coir, it is a byproduct of coconut, and we use everything. Our philosophy itself is Kalpa Vriksha. So we use everything. We are a zero waste company.
You know, this community has 5 pillars, and one of those 5 pillars is inclusion. And we try to articulate inclusion-related policy directives at the highest level along 2 dimensions. One is how to support the underrepresented groups in these startup ecosystems of the world. And second is how to support those startups that can make the world radically more inclusive.
I think everybody have gone through the 5 pillars or what are the challenges they briefly mentioned, but we have to actually look from the rural sectors to cities, and then to states, and then to national, then to global. I think we have to change our perspective. Although we are talking about the countries today, 20 countries will be talking and having their discussions, how best we can actually share our services or platforms to other countries. That is the main agenda. But locally, if we don't understand our own problems and challenges and put forward properly to the nation, then India, how it can be the center or hub to all the countries to give provision from our side and also to their side. Because 2-3 challenges that we have, for example, as Kuntal mentioned about, I think procurements and imports. Simplest issues that we have, they look simple, but they're very complicated. Okay, I can apply for an FCRA to get foreign funds for our own startups. It's not for the incubator, for example. The incubator is again supported by the government organization like CCMB. But the application is there with the MHA from past 2.5 to 3 years. We are blessed with our host organization CCMB, for example. And we are rooting out the funds because CCMB is exempted because of the CSIR. It's a society. So like that, many other incubators may be having these challenges locally to get the funds from foreign, be it the CSR money or the philanthropic money or whichever the way. So that is one kind of problem. So I think having our own these challenges nationally, how these mechanisms are friendly to our startups or the incubators, because we are talking about the startup 20x, how we can actually do it 20x when we are not even able to reach to the 10x. So I think having this challenge in front of us, not only one challenge, maybe some 100 or whatever. So today, let's put out those at least some 10 to 15 solid pointers that can actually add up to this draft document from this table, from this room.
But a couple of things that I have noticed, the similarities that are there between Australia, for example, and India. And Dr. Rama pointed that out earlier when she said, the quality of the startups. So that pipeline of startups, and it starts with getting the youth interested and the students and the people from their 10th grade or their early university years. Then you get them interested in the startup opportunity, and that's where it starts. Still, I'm sure maybe we have again similarities with India. In Australia, it is like startup is not considered as a viable career option. option by the students, the parents. So infusing that enthusiasm in the youth is very important.
That's what probably ATLs can actually look at it. Parents can be included in making some models. Parents can also be the award winners along with their kids. Maybe some games can be made like that. I'm just thinking they're the blunt ideas, but that's the only way to include them so that they can understand about what is a startup. You know, our ATLs, for example, at the AIC, CCFP, we nurtured like AIC and Leap also. They actually are trying to make patents, trying to form companies at the age of 13, 14 or 15 years. It's changing, but yes, I think we have to have clear-cut adaptations of policies to build these, the foundation in each country.
I would like to bring in my own experience. We run an industrial training institute in a rural area, and they are boys and girls who are actually trained in fitter, electronics and all, but they have never an introduction of startup culture there, and they really do not know the opportunities existing. I think such startup, when you're talking about startups, I think these cases like the ITIs have to be considered because they're more practical people and they really don't know these opportunities. We try to bring them back. I think it is this kind of startup culture has to also go to those people who really can bring in wonders to this world. I think that's my submission.
Two inputs on both recommendation 1.1 and 1.2. So one is about defining startup. So my career is not very now. I just joined this ecosystem since last 5 years. But as in this stage, what we consider as startup in 2018-19 versus what the startup definition has been changed now, which is annual turnover up to 100 crores and not more than 10 years old. So somewhere when we say that we have to come up with a defined definition of startup across G20s, there are two challenges. So one challenge is every country's economy is different. Every company's the state that the industry has and whether it should be considered and classified as a startup or should be considered an industry may change. So what we can have is we can have uniformity on defining criteria. However, the limit or the range of those criteria can be different in different economies. That is very possible. Secondly, also we have to, like when we say the startup definition says there are no limitation up to 100 CR or registration to 10 years you can call startup. Why there are particular funding schemes or incentives which have different criteria, like not more than 2 years old or not more than 1 CR revenue or turnover. So if we can define them and revise the startup definition, it will be one definition, and with this definition you will get all the incentives. No differentiation in between. The only factor which is differentiated can be the sector that they are working in. For example, 2 years is nothing when we consider about a lifespan of deep tech lifestyle startup versus the enterprise tech. So that can be one differentiator, but rest of the things can be off. And second, 1.2, which is establishing a forum to adopt policy framework. So this is again a challenge when Ministry of Education defined national education policy. They say this is a policy and has to be implemented by all of them. Whereas when it comes to startup policy, they say these are policy guidelines. And that's why the defining features are majorly controlled by the administration of institutes, the government bodies, the research labs, etc. So there is, lot of clarity on which is acceptable and which is not. It includes access to resources, it includes access to, intellect of the institute using IPs, etc. So can we come up with something which is a concrete policy with little flexibility, but we don't keep it open to individual institutes in defining the criteria. So that will be what that will.
We have national policies today. Maybe they define what 5 years before or so. But still adapting them to the institutional level, school levels, colleges level, university level, I think that's the problem. And also I think 2.2, recalibrating.
Yeah.
So that recalibration, you have an instrument or you have a kind of internal system auditing, for example, quarterly internal audits and external audits, quarterly that you do recheck, right? The policies need to be rechecked such a way, otherwise, you will be missing the speed of it. So that is one thing. NISP kind of policies we need more, and they have to be adopted by all. I think the government should be insisting that all institutions, it can be whatever the school or any organization, to practice this as a must. It is not. They are just on a paper. Okay, it is there. You can use. You can implement in your organization. At least IICs, Institutional Innovation Council, at least trying to align their policies as per NISP. But I think you have to reach it.
It's very true. We don't have a compulsory mechanism in our policy, but as far as the education institutions is concerned. So we have a guideline saying that you have to promote innovations in the school and college level. But what happens is it matters to a paper publication, or it matters to a kind of bringing into the PR exercise kind of thing for the education institution. So now the imposition of credits to the curriculum that may impose in students, because the student, it's not the mistake of the students, or it's not the mistake of younger generation. It's the system that makes that as it is not compulsory, the focus is very low. If it gets a credit course, either in the up to 12th standard or in the kind of graduation level, that picks up. And also we are very low in, as Sir said rightly from Palestina, we are failing to scale the grassroots innovations. That's major impact. We are not even bringing it into light to our own children's life at home, because there is something has happened in the grassroots that is making the life easier in the grassroots level. Even inculcating the entrepreneurial spirits at the students, and also academic institutions, there should be a compulsory credit system should be involved in the national education policy.
Actually, startup, in my view, is a facility for entrepreneurs to get onto it, get the benefits out of it, what the system offers, and then take off as entrepreneur. Now, the definition has to be given, it should be given for the users, not for only the ecosystem. So when a village boy is there, a village girl, a woman is there, how do you understand the definition of startup vis-a-vis present company registrations, MSMEs, so many ecosystems already existing. It's not that we had nothing so far. So how do we differentiate between these two, and that particular person in the village be able to understand, yeah, I have a choice of 3, 4, let me look at this, or choose all of them. Now, today there's a confusion, and that has to be taken off, because somebody says guidelines, somebody says policy, and there's no mandatory. And in the schools, what she said, that are we making them startups, or are we promoting innovation? What is that we need to do in the school? And startup and innovation, in my view, are not totally identical. There's a difference in these two. Yes. Let's focus what is innovation and what is problem solving in the schools, and maybe as they grow, we can think of startups. I mean, that's of course a choice of parents and children.
Startup definition. What I would like to add is that when we say startups, we are actually alienating 99% of the new businesses that are registering every year. 99.5, I would say. Why? Because most of the businesses that are registering are Me-Too businesses. Companies doing manufacturing a generalistic thing, doing a service that is already there in the market. But I feel that these are the ones who are going to revenue positive maybe within the first 1 year or 2 years. How can we include them in the definition of the startup is something that we should think about, because it doesn't 99.5% businesses are going to be these kind of things where there is like literally no innovation, right? But they are the ones who are actually generating the revenue. They are the ones who are actually generating the employments. So we as incubators, we normally whenever we see these kind of businesses, we just say that we're going to come and set low. This is something that needs to change, and we need to embrace these people as well, because these are the ones who are actually doing a lot of good work.
I think a very important point. Everybody want to register as a private limited, or even LLPs at the time of investment, they have to convert themselves to private limited. But these proprietorship companies, or one man or one woman companies, They are doing fantastic at the ground level, but they are not. They have their barriers. So someone need to actually address. Okay, how I think Ritika, that point I consider this way. How we can actually make them inclusive to give equal status like a startup to get these incentives or maybe investments. I think that is one point that we have to make a note. I think forming. Yes. Yes.
Because even partnership and proprietary
Partnership
also
companies, yes.
can be a startup.
Yes. Other than the private limited and LLP, all others should be. How these can be giving provisions to go global, for example. Because you mentioned here in the draft document, the foundation point about considering all these startups. I mean, so not foundational, probably financial. So the cash flows or business that you talk about, that maturity or the awareness at least, whether it is there for those non-private limited or non-startup category. So you have to create a category equivalent to the startup.
I think fundamentally we are missing one point when we come to the definition of startup. Actually, the startup evolution starts with the startup idea.
Yes.
And these ideas need to be recognized somewhere. And this would be at the grassroots level or it would be at the academic institution, especially science exhibition. During the science exhibition, a lot of these students actually come up with a lot of ideas, and once the exhibition is over, it is done. So they don't really nurture that particular idea and take it to a startup or a commercialization stage.
Yes.
So it was very important to actually recognize and define that this is also a process of the startups.
Listening to your point and sirs, actually, I think it's not written in this document about the open innovation. Why can't these school student innovations, or they are just trying to spend some 30% or 40% of their time, school time, to bring some innovative solutions for the societal problems. But if they are not patenting, if they are not forming the companies, at least schools or maybe those organizations can actually make them as an open innovations where startups can. I don't know, some mechanism needs to be created. Anyway.
Focus to the finance task force. Just one thing where what we miss or being an enabler to startups, I believe when we do investor connects or investor programs, we feel there is also a lack of mentoring which is required for every startup. While I know funding is a very important aspect, but whether the startup is investor ready. So I think 3.1 that we're talking about can be in complementary, or rather 3.4 can be in complementary to 3.1, because mentoring or awareness is equally important where we talk about raising investments. So I think that needs to be clubbed rather than having a separate one.
Is startup just an innovation? We're always talking about the innovation angle in startup. And not every business or not every product has an innovation. Because if I look at food you need not really require that kind of innovations in food, but you require that honesty and processing that is required in food, because that is the basic and it has to feed the masses. But I think not every product needs an innovation. So this entire thing of startup, even when we go to any kind of funding or grants, they always ask us, what is the innovation in your product? And I think this really puts us back, because not every product needs that kind of innovation to be proved as a startup.
There's a headline differentiation you can understand, that there may be some tech-based investments, innovation-based investments or grants or startups. Again, purely business oriented. Again, the startups which are talking about the innovation, they may not be understanding the business acumen very well. But you guys, in case if there is no such innovation per se is there, but you are doing the best. I mean, there's a differentiation. I totally agree. So I think you have to hit to the right, what you can say, investment agencies or granting agencies where innovation is not there. I think Ramadevi are already having dozen of schemes into that line. But thanks for the point.
My concern again is with regards to, maybe we need to recommend some kind of definition which takes care of all these aspects. Like it need not be something very innovative, but startup. What is that startup? somewhere we have to create that. So it's not thing like 5 years old, 10 years old, something like that. There is a very vague way of looking at startup definition. Once we come up with a startup definition, the other things we can put in, like they are eligible for this, they are eligible for tax exemption, they are eligible for international alliance. Everything falls into line. But who, as Ganesh sir said, the rural, we need to give opportunity even to the rural. There is so much innovation happening. So can we bring this definition even to the rural, not linking with, there's so many, like we have almost SISM, we have BD, we have Ministry of MSME, each one is dictating one kind of parameters. So in SISM, if you are a proprietor, you are not eligible. In Ministry of MSME, if you are if you are private limited, you are not eligible. So this is some way, creating a lot of confusion. The whole ecosystem we are losing on. For example, what is happening is a proprietary concern, which is a very good enterprise. We are asking them to change to private limited. Because to enable them access to everything, that should not be the condition. When you have a startup, you have a separate flow of everything, all the skills. There's some innovation. You identified innovation. You are a very, it's a product which is going to scale up in such a level. You should be given everything.
One thing is every innovator is not an entrepreneur and vice versa is true. So the way definition demands is that you got to have an idea and then you also want to be an entrepreneur, then only startup will allow. Let's be clear about it. Then we know that automatically we segregate a lot. Those who don't want to have an idea, they will go somewhere else. In this context, all grassroots innovators have innovation. They come, they solve the problem, the solution they bring out. Therefore, there is innovation. They want to disseminate. You call it entrepreneurship, whatever. They want to disseminate so beneficiaries get maximum benefit. So the eligible people are available. In 85% people available, we have not gone there yet. What kind of a diffusion process we had? 7 years now, 2016 we started. The people who are ready with innovation, ready with solutions, ready to disseminate their products, we have not touched them. And you're looking at somewhere where train children, train colleges, train things. Why? If all of you, ecosystem, wants to really help this country, go to the people who are ready-made available. Make a difference first only for them. Can we make it a human being, has an idea, something useful to other people, and it will recognize him by the way. Like if you go to a bank, just ask Aadhaar card. What more you ask to open an account? Can we do something like that? Why not? Ultimately, we are doing all this for the benefit of people, not for counting number of startups or money invested. It's a benefit should go to the people. 7 years, startups have benefited how many? 90% are IT. And if you really take a stock of it, impact is not there in society. Most of us don't use startups even today of 7 years. But whereas if you go to the grassroots, there every innovation there has got utility by millions of people. And it's available. They need ecosystem, they need a friendly ecosystem, they need enabling ecosystem. Let's focus on that. Initially, first 5 years, let's concentrate on ready-made available startups and then build the schools and colleges later, and with that strength to bring up and bring products. From startup of phase 1, phase 2 should be made. Thank you.
Sustainability, when it comes again, not having those scalable numbers, but at least scalable products. Whether you can actually sustain your business or maybe initial 2 to 3 years, or maybe whether you are able to pivot it or not. About where startup 20x we are talking, but startup 10x at least linked to a sustainability matrix. There are 10 things about the needs. You know most of them and all of them also. Just reading out so that we can open it for 2-3 questions or recommendations. So needs, opportunity, discovery, timing. Timing is the key again. And pivoting, that's also mostly we discussed, or maybe most of them are adapting. And speed, that I mentioned to you, speed is the key. The pace, every incubator or any ecosystem stakeholder need to adapt, and what kind of models you are adapting and learning the cash flows, and ultimately the team, because funding are not mandatory because we have enough funding. So team, again, strategy you should be having, and character. So I think having these things, how do you actually modulate or maybe link on to that sustainability models? Maybe 2-3 recommendations if you can give, that will be great.
Yeah, I restrict myself to grassroots innovations. I have knowledge of the last 17 years of working on this. Now, what is scalability? Scalability is the geography, or it is numbers, or it is revenue. So you've got to be clear about it. Let's be case. Like Malaysian transformation, most of you know, it is applicable only to Pochampally levers. So what is scalability of this? That every household Pochampally lever should get it. That's the scalability ends. There is certain animal treatments, and they are useful only where the plant is approved. To take this plant from there all the way to other places, it may not work. So the scalability of any innovation, especially grassroots innovations, which are customized. Nature is customized, technology is standardized. So there is a limit for scale. And when you do the scaling across geography, the efficiency changes, effectiveness changes. For us to aware of this. But when the grassroots innovator comes to the incubator, he says, can you scale it up? He says, no, I cannot, I don't need to scale it up. It's not an innovation to scale.
The SDG goals, in fact, of each nation. Each nation is so good recommendation. Each nation should address one SDG. That's what you say. And every incubator should take up one kind of addressing one issue. And another aspect which is hurting our startups is we are encouraging manufacturing, but there is no infrastructure. Affordable infrastructure is not available to startups. So how do we address? Some kind of recommendation is required in this. Automatically, each state should have a startup infrastructure provided. Let us collaborate as a network partners. We are not doing this for the sake of policy or something, but improve our own self. Like, I learn from you, you learn from me. We can share our reference and create a platform. So finally, end up with us, startups are sustainable. And I thank each one of you for coming.
Atal Incubation Center, Aleep VHub, and Atal Incubation Center, CCMB, in collaboration with G20 India Presidency, organized the Startup 20X Hyderabad Sabha, an innovative and influential panel discussion. The event aimed to serve as a platform for various stakeholders in the global startup ecosystem to come together and share their perspectives. As part of this initiative, an open discussion forum was held to discuss the Startup 20 policy report. Facilitators of the startup ecosystem, government officials, CEOs of incubation centers, investors, and bankers joined the forum with the objective of achieving a more fruitful outcome.
So the bank, HDFC as a startup journey started way back in the 2016. Right when the government of India announced Startup India initiatives. That's when we realized as a bank we need to have a separate and focused vertical for startups. That's where we have formed our own division. Now since last 6 years, we are very active in the space. We started long back we started identifying the ecosystem partners, right? Especially the incubation centers. Right? In last 4 years, we worked with more than 80 incubation centers. We supported them with the various knowledge sharing sessions, and then we started supporting them even with the CSR grants. So that's where even the Aleep, last year we signed an MOU with Aleep. That's where we promised we'll get something as a CSR grant, and we have delivered that this year with 50 lakh as a one-time grant. Right? Even the CCMB is right here. Even for them we supported with 35 lakhs this year. Right? As a bank, we kind of have a very good share right? So we, out of the DPIIT registered startups, we say 70-80,000, 30-35,000 already bank members, right? The vision of the bank was very clear. We have our own branches, right? Across India now we have reached 25 startup or specific branches. In Hyderabad we have 2 dedicated branches, right? And these branches are working with startups since last 4 years, right? So we were in fact, kind of the first player in this space. We started, chasing the entire ecosystem and started supporting the entire startup or even the major startups as well.
Till date, SIDBI has invested almost 8,600 crore in startups. It does financing by an indirect manner. It invests in alternate investment funds registered with SEBI. So it is not direct, though not directly assisting startups, but it assists the startups to alternate investment funds.
The Hyderabad Gaming Weekend 2023 was an exciting gaming event that brought together gaming enthusiasts, startups, and industry professionals, providing a platform to showcase the latest advancements in gaming and foster collaboration within the gaming community. During the event, engaging panel discussions took place, where participants shared their insights and perspectives on various gaming-related topics.
Let's do this more of an interaction. Okay, I think the first session was with somebody like Rajat, obviously a lot of gyan experience of the last decades. So this one, let's 20 plus, yeah. So now let's give it up for Kapil, the young sort of CEO from Meta Studios. Thank you once again. So after that awkward exit, that was a game that was, the plot was very different. So it was right. So Kapil is back and, huh? 2 versions, yeah, the version 2. So let's make this more interactive. I'm sure that it won't be boring. So if it is, raise your hands and let's make it more gamified. Okay. So Kapil, so firstly, journey, we'll get into all that. Why metaverse? Let's kind of ask Meta Studios, because आपके नाम में metaverse है, मतलब Meta Studios है. So in the context of metaverse, I think Rajat's previous thing was a detailed sort of history of metaverse and all that. But in your case, right, being a consultant at PwC and working in that space and building a practice in metaverse, for some of you who do not know PwC, it's a consulting firm. So, yeah. So, coming to Meta Studios as a CEO, right? That is transition. So, for those who do not or not from the gaming industry, how many of you are not at all in the gaming space, like not connected to the gaming? Okay. So I think that question is very relevant because the future of everything is going to be on metaverse. So I think the last takeaway for me was like metaverse is going to be like a layer on top of Android, on top of everything, right? Like basically it's a layer. So with that, as a spirit, and Meta Studios is an interesting name. So you also run Meta Engine, right? So there are 2 companies. So tell us a little about the context of metaverse and how it is relevant to your vision at Meta Studios, and also a little more about for those who are not in the area of gaming and metaverse, including somebody like me. Primarily I'm doing this because I support or evangelize anything futuristic, and I believe that metaverse definitely has scope. Though I'm not from the gaming world, I'm nothing to do with the gaming world, but I definitely am a tech evangelist. I've always, throughout my life, always believed in things that are different. So when blockchain came to India, I probably was one of the first community, evangelist in Hyderabad. In 2017, we got Joe Lubin from, Consensus. So we did a lot of such things as part of very mad and crazy people and community that we have. And metaverse obviously is the present. It's not the future. And this came out of a conversation with Rajat. And our conversation also has been pretty recent this year, Jan at IIT Bombay. So a lot of passion and a lot of things are there. So over to you now. I think what would it's such a long question, but how would you unfold it in terms of Meta Studios?
So I'll divide it in like 2 or 3 parts. One is like why metaverse.
right? And there, I think we have quite a few things in similar, like you mentioned, like something new, something creative, something which is changing, that is something that you really connect with. I'm the same. Throughout my life, I have been a fan of creating something different. Whether it is a company, whether it is a song, whether it is writing a book, whether it is studying, anything that eventually leads to creation of something, knowledge, product, company, anything, right? Classic example. This is an example I always used to take back in the day when I was running a label. Releasing a song is literally like giving birth to a child. Right? You write a song on a blank paper, you start on a blank paper, then music starts adding to it, the first beat, the second beat, then it becomes a melody, then becomes a complete song, then it is sounding odd, so you do a mix and master, so it becomes a beautifully sounding song that you can jam on, that you enjoy. You have heard it 500 times because you have made it, but that becomes like, okay, this is special. Then it goes in the market, then people start listening to it. You see one person shaking his head on that song, that brings a smile on your face, because it's like your creation. You created it and now people are enjoying it, right? That's literally a creator's journey. And this is the smallest example that you can take about creating anything, right? So that's who I am. Like, I love creating, and that satisfaction of creating something and seeing the journey of it. Sometimes things work, sometimes things don't work. Part of the life, right? When it does not work, you learn something out of it and make sure that next time it does not happen. So always been a fan of creating something and enjoying that journey. And you know,
we are living in times of generative AI.
Oh yeah.
So many AI tools, right?
Yeah.
Just as context, right? Where do you stand as a company?
Oh yeah.
Integrate a lot of generative AI stuff inside.
So we have started doing that very actively now. So we have our head of AI integration who takes care of integrating AI elements in our gaming engine. So taking a step back, we have our own gaming engine on which so far, like, it has been in existence since 2001. So far, more than 600 MMORPG games have been built using that engine. It's a post-multiplayer development. Imagine like 50 users building an environment together. Interoperability that we spoke about, we are really trying to get deeper into that aspect, and scalability, like, you know, how you can host multiple, like, you know, hundreds and thousands of users in one single virtual server. So that's the gaming engine, and on top of it now we are adding a layer of Web3 integration. So if any game studio wants to build a game, you don't have to worry about the Web3 integrations of it, because this is something that we firmly believe in, that when you start making a game with tokenomics, with blockchain integration, with all these things in mind, you are really not giving it a life. You are just thinking about making it an economic model. Rather, it should be the other way around. Make a cool game that will that people will really enjoy, and then, of course, in that journey, transition to making it economically viable so that everybody makes money, and you also, as a developer, eventually ends up making money. So, in a
quick question, because I think the economics and viability, right, of the game versus making the game itself, it's a very debatable thing, right? How many of you struggle to actually make a model to make money in the game? Is that the right context in terms of talking about? Because I think the high creative elements of the game itself are the thing. It's also monetizability, right? I think a lot of startups that probably you can ask them how hard it is to monetize their games.
Yeah, exactly. So okay, let's even start with that question. How many of you all think in this context that if I'm making a game, one is like, what is the first thing that you focus on? That what is my focus? The game should be fun and everybody should enjoy playing it. Or second, how do I create a economic model in the game? Which side of the table do you fall in? The first one, making a game fun that everybody should enjoy. Raise your hands. And the second one, that it should be an economic model so that more and more people come, they make money, everybody makes money.
I think with that also.
Yeah. Also, of course. Also, right? So, in the Web3 side of the world, many this Web3 games start from the second. Many. And that's why. Yeah, I mean, take classic. There's this game Star Atlas. It's on Solana. They have 38 or 36 blockchain engineers and 3 or 4 game designers. blows your mind. Like, yeah, because they are like, we have to create. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's another fact. Like, even the parity in terms of payment. So what are you building, right? Are you building a game or you're building an economic model? So, and that's why the adoption in the Web3 gaming is at a low right now. Because you will play a game when it is fun, right? So drawing that balance is very important. And that's the kind of ethos that we try to do. So as Meta Studios is the game development studio and the immersive experience development studio, so we make sure that we are building fun experiences that then we can, so that we don't have to worry about all these integrations that our engine and our infrastructure takes care of. So that's where we kind of come into picture. But I'm not sure if, because all of us raised 2 hands, that's why you guys did that. But I'm so glad to see that here, at least in this room, people are really focused on making fun games. Because that's what drives fun, right? That's what games are supposed to be. And most importantly, if the game is fun, if the game is engaging, it will end up making a lot of money. There can be 10,000 things that you can do to make sure that it makes money.
Now, again, critical question is, before you make money, wait for the chicken. Like, you have to make some survival, right? A lot of startups, right? Let's talk about the early stage of 0 to 1, right? And it's nice to see that you have a model of services and product.
Yeah.
Now, many of the companies, maybe many of the startups, you should ask them, what are they doing to survive? So, also crafting a revenue model in the early stages without kind of disturbing the ethos, disturbing the creativity and the game. How do you balance that? Right, that is a critical question.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think could be done, because you have an interesting model?
So, and that is precisely why we have these 2 focuses. When you are building a technology, when you are building an infrastructure, it takes time, right? When you're building a game, for example, game building takes time. Making cool game takes time. So how do you kind of divide everything that you're doing in your company in steps? And with each step, that should be like a milestone. So what we do, that is why we divided the business in 2 parts. The engine thing, the infrastructure piece, that's going to take like 8 months, 9 months, 10 months to kind of come in its form. When it comes, it's going to be scalable, it's going to capture the market, but hopefully. But till then, how do you survive? Either you end up raising a lot of money from investors, that takes care of the bills, or you create a revenue generating model on the side. So if you are on that side of the table where you're able to raise money from the investors, fine, you're well taken care of, so you don't have to worry, you keep building what you're building. But if that does not happen, and it's fine, like in business it happens many times that you're not able to raise money, but you have faith in what you are doing, so you want to keep building. That's when dividing each and everything, so you don't just step for the end goal, you divide everything in steps. You divide everything in milestones and take a call on यहाँ पे कैसे पैसे कमा सकते हैं. What can I do more instead of just building? Can I do something else also that can pay the bills? So those kind of strategic decisions, and it's gonna depend company to company, founder to founder, team to team, कि आप किस तरीके के काम, the projects you are doing which can give you a venue to kind of start making money in the journey.
One of my co-founders actually, we do some side projects. So I think there is also sort of a misnomer. Like these side projects karna, it's a different thing. It's a deviation from the main kind of goal, right? So as an investor, again, it's a different thing. Somebody is doing a side thing. I don't know how you look at such a company, but survival is everything, right? So being in the game dev area as a game dev, right? How many of you are actually developers? Designers, how many of you are designers? Okay, and developers. So, and how many of you can actually be on any of the freelance platforms and make some extra money or making it, right? Good number. And why are the others not making it? So maybe
they're just not.
They're just not raising their hands. Yeah, but do you think that is a good approach, given that a startup requires everything, right? A lot of focus. At the same time, you have to kind of build an alternative.
So there are 2 philosophies that exist in the startup world when you're creating anything, and there is no right and wrong about it. Philosophy number 1 is that old story that a team crossed the river, went on an island, burnt a boat. Up to पूरा island capture करके वापस आएंगे. Only one approach. No matter what, we're gonna do this. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, survival हो ना हो, we're gonna keep it. So that's philosophy number 1. That you keep focusing no matter what, you don't deviate, you don't have a plan B, there is only one plan. Nawazuddin Siddiqui, like 10 साल लगे, 15 साल लगे, 20 साल लगे, चाहे कुछ ना हो, मैं एक्टर ही बन के जाऊंगा, right? Brilliant. Respect. Hustle. Takes a lot of guts to do that. The other approach is practical approach. Always have 2 plans. Right? ठीक है, build करना है, 100% करना है, but at the same time I have to take care of my family as well. Everybody has a different set of responsibilities. Everybody comes from different backgrounds, right? So then you have a plan B, the survival thing. You figure out, should I do something on the side as well to make money while I am still chasing my dream, right? So there is no right and wrong. Which category do I fall in? In different phases of my life, I have been in different sides of the table. So I don't advocate one over the other. When I had less responsibilities, I didn't have to take care of my family, I was all out. चाहे कुछ भी हो जाए, like ठीक है, 5,000 a month, I'll still survive, fine, वड़ा पाव खा के रह लेंगे, लेकिन जो करना है वो करना है. When family comes and all those responsibilities come, you become more practical, then you hedge and you figure out what's the best way to kind of still chase your dreams, but have a stability, have some practical sense to it that it pays your bills as well. Now again, if you are on two plan approach, right? Even in 2 plan, there are 2 ways to do about it. Number 1, for example, let's take game building example. I want to build a game, I keep building a game, but to make money, I do something separate, some side hustle. Or second is, while I'm building this game, can I build it in a way that it also pays my bills? Maybe the development and the completion will be longer. Instead of 6 months, it may take 1 year, but I'll continue to do the same thing, but while making some sort of money. So all these things there is no right and wrong in this. Everybody will have a different philosophy, but everybody is in a different stage in your life. So my advice would be like, be really practical, take those calls, like which situation are you in and what is it that will allow you to be like, move forward with the most sensible plot in mind.
Rightly said. So in the context of metaverse, given that people have to make a buck as well and do that, right? So what would you think are the top 3 or 4 or 5 opportunity areas in metaverse that people can kind of? So one is of course the long-term thing. Now somebody like a Brahman Studios, for example, okay, they build like a big game, and it takes time. It's not like some digital app ki humne kuch Me Too model bana diya na. So, unlike any other startup area, it's gaming kind of thing, according to my kind of observation, is a long-term game. Game itself is long-term game. So, you can't get an exit like, doing a digital startup in like 3 days, and, you can build literally an app in 3 days. We know it, we have done it. So, 3 days you can build a front end, 3 days back end. But game, especially given the context of its huge back end, the computation, and, depends on what you're doing. So there are 2 segments, right? One is casual games, and you've got to be either lucky or you should have like a very clever plot and do kick-ass marketing and all the clickbaits and all. Or you build a very traditional, huge game and a lot of messaging, a lot of building education on the characters, a lot of building is there. Now, in the context of what you said, right? NFTs, the blockchain, what could be the short-term sort of goals for startups in the area? Right? Every startup may not have that bandwidth to think of, say, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years. Right? On an average, I think it takes a certain amount of time for this domain to really kind of even raise money from investors. Right? Yeah. So, any alternatives or like top 3 areas or opportunities that you see?
Very difficult question, by the way. But I can share my thought process in when it comes to building anything, whether it is short term or long term. I'm a long term guy divided into short term, multiple short terms. Follow an approach which can get you associated with more and more people. If you have the numbers, you will have success. Game bana rahe hain, it's game building is going to take 6 months, 1 year. How can you have a model, or can you have a demo, or can you have anything built which allows you a feedback loop? I'm building a game, I think it's going to be awesome, it's going to change the world, but that's what I think.
That's exactly why we've done this event in first place, so that people like them can actually get it.
Yeah, so
you're proving it's validation sort of.
So like my son is the best son in the world, no matter what, because it's my son, right? Like I gave birth, like he's my blood. No matter what, I'm gonna do whatever to make sure, like that he wins. But that's because he's my son. Can I say the same thing about somebody else's son? I will be very objective in analyzing and giving feedbacks about somebody else's son. The same thing. It's your game, your baby, your product. You will love it no matter what because you are creating it. You have decided the story, you have done the coding, you have done the art. It looks amazing. Yeah, because it's yours. Take it out. So feedback loop, I call it feedback loop. Like your feedback loop should always be as short as possible. So create things that you can take out in the market or take feedback from people, and that will keep giving you a realistic output in terms of, okay, am I going in the right direction? Do I need to change something else? Okay, now this is working, this is not working. Let's twist this, let's keep this. And using those models, because that allows you gain numbers. And if you have numbers, money comes. Chase the numbers. The money will come. And now in Web3, there is a reason it is known as creators economy, right? There can be like 100 models. I can't like really categorize 1, 2, or 3 because depending on the product, depending on the project, there's gonna be like, different models that will work. But if you have the numbers, money comes. Dropping NFT collection. If you have a strong community, for example, people are raising millions because they have been able to create a community of people, right? So run behind numbers that can associate with you with more people. And most importantly, I can't emphasize on it so much. Keep your feedback loop as short as possible. Don't go in the room and come out after 6 months building something. Hey, I built the best game in the world. No, the world has changed. World is changing every month. Create something and be live, be present, go out and talk to as many people as you can. Give demos to as many people as you can. Ronak told me he created the demo of his game in 10 days. I loved it. Very good. I'm not played your game, but I'm sure it's going to be amazing. I'm waiting forward. Yeah. But that's a good approach, right? Even in our company, we do it. Like we are talking to one of India's and I think globally biggest publishers, and we are looking at building a game together with them. But the approach that I'm following there is, I don't know, are they going to sign a deal with me or not? It's till the papers are signed, till the money hits your account, the deal is still floating. So till then, how can you be practical? Can I, because it's the world's biggest publisher, should I put all my company resources, all my employees to do those things? No, I'm doing 10 projects at a time right now. Even though I have this one of the biggest deals on the table, I'm still doing 9 other deals, being practical. I'm going to them with a demo. I'm going to them with a game design document. My concepts, my everything is in place. If they say, this works, done, let's do it. Then again, 1 month later, again, there's going to be a meeting. Does this work? Yeah, let's do it. Does not work? Let's modify. Feedback loop. As a company which is funded, still I follow this approach because I'm a big believer of keeping your feedback loop in everything that you do as short as possible. That keeps you closer to the ground.
Excellent. I think that feedback loop is a very good insight. So in terms of, let's say, gaming, right, as an industry, I think we spoke that just a while ago that it's the best time perhaps. There's a positive investor sentiment, and despite the fact that most of the games may not have a monetizable plan. I think you ask like, what is your plan to monetize? They'll be like, हमने तो game बनाया है, अभी इसको कैसे बेचना है हमें नहीं पता. So, and a lot of them probably might struggle to get the numbers of it. I mean, they might need some mentoring or some sort of thing. But in the context of this, right, when you see gaming, it's a much bigger industry than music and film industry, as Rajat always says, and you also in fact made the statement last time. So gaming being this big, metaverse becoming more and more popular and being the present, right? What are the industry use cases and applications that you think beyond just the game? Some of them, for example, making a tourism metaverse, for example. He has a game too, and it is actually more like a Google ka tour guide. So it's like it's more like a hybrid between a game and a real life application.
Absolutely.
There's a lot of such interventions. So in most of the cases, you might find that. Right? So any top areas that you think metaverse can kind of be a monetizable thing, while actually the original idea is a game. Right? For example, it might be a game, but you might see a metaverse spin in that. Right?
Yeah.
Given the current sentiment of
Oh no, absolutely. That's a brilliant point. To start with, everything that happens virtually is a game. Small, big, minor, gigantic. Everything that you're seeing and experiencing online is a game of one or the other sort. That's number one. Let's first of all address that. Second, the modifications to it that allows you to reach different sectors, different markets, which is the term which is coming out, gamification. Right? That is where we are seeing a lot of boom, lot of interest coming in now. What is gamification? Theoretically speaking, or rather, like if the definition, if I have to put, inserting gaming elements in non-game environments. That gamifies it. Right now, for example, we are having this chat right now. This is a one-to-one chat. Now, if this becomes like a more, fun-driven exercise, that's like we have gamified an interview. Right? There are like, instead of just me talking to you, I do some or the other activity. That's like a fun-driven. I've gamified the environment. Very, very big example. Actually, it was a bad example. But this, for the traditional companies, now it's becoming a big go-go. Now, take an example of any traditional company like Samsung, for example, right? How have been they reaching out to their consumers so far? They come out with a product, they create a beautiful advertisement around it, take like some superstar in it and release it on the TV. That's how they, step number one, that's how they do it. Second, when social media became famous, they started doing activation campaigns on social media, then physical events, etc. Now how are they doing it? Now they're going on party night. That's where the crowd is. Now they are finding much more fun and engaging ways to connect with the youth of the country. That's gamification, right? Now, if anybody knows how to build games, and they also know how the real world operates, how these traditional brands, how these companies want to connect to their consumer, you can become a bridge to that. And there's a huge demand for people like this who understand both sides of the things, right? Hardcore gamer, brilliant. Like
very excellent point. Very well articulated.
Yeah, you have to, the bridge.
The real world businesses and a medium to kind of enter that, right?
Yeah, because who pays? Who pays money? Yeah, that's a brilliant example. So many brands, like 200 brands are working with Rajat right now. There is a reason, right? Rajat has been able to put these traditional brands in a fun environment. People like to have fun. If there is a fun engagement happening, if there is an environment where there's fun, we are sitting here. I hope you are finding this conversation interesting. That is why you are sitting here. If it was boring, you would have left by now, right? So how can you engage with the people? And any brand who has money, brands, if you build games, who's going to fund it? Who's going to pay for it? Some or the other brand, right? Not me. I'm going to buy a game of like $1,000, but somebody will have to pay for the whole bill. Game development is an expensive exercise, right? Who's going to be it? Some or the other brand, right? So because they have the money, so getting closer to people who have the money in the most productive manner. And I always put it in two baskets. One is a proper core game development that in itself is one of the best things to be done. But if you have to connect it with the traditional side of things and using your game development skills, then gamification is the answer, because you become a bridge between the hardcore game development and the brands who want to reach out to their consumers. Again, coming to my point, numbers. How do you reach more people? If you are able to connect more people, you make money.
Also, yeah, I mean, excellent way of looking at it. So if there are some startups, right, that or games that essentially are in Web 2, we were just chatting, and that probably will see better light in Web 3 environment, right? Where there's a better scope, for example, to sell NFTs or to have more monetizable options. Not forcibly do it. So he was actually, you were saying Brahman Studios can also see a Web 3, So in case there is such thing, right, what kind of resources in terms of technology? Because making in Web 2 is relatively different, making a same thing in Web 3.
Yeah.
So how do you see such a, what could be the changes?
Yeah. I'm a firm believer of taking gradual steps. If you are in Web 2, you have made an amazing game, don't directly jump to Web 3. You have a game development team, hire one person or get one person to consult you that okay, this is the game, अब इसमें क्या-क्या next changes कर सकते हैं, which opens the door to monetize it. You have like it's a battle game, so you have swords, you have this thing. So now if you have the users, can I sell these swords as NFTs? Right now, if I have sell it, why should somebody buy my NFTs? You provide some utility to it. Baby steps. So that is why somebody asks me, like, I'm a firm believer of Web 2.5. Not directly jumping into the whole Web 3 element, but again taking it gradual, because then the numbers are important. Ultimately, people are gonna play the game. Ultimately, school-going kids, college-going kids, they are gonna play the maximum amount of games. Right? So the more simpler you keep it for them, the better the chances of mass adoption. So if you directly switch to Web 3, your audience becomes Web 3, which currently is comparatively lesser. There is the biggest number of people sitting in the Web 2 world. So if you, like Rajat put it, right, you will be operating in the metaverse without even knowing that you are operating in the metaverse, because that will be the underlying foundation of it. That's the right way to put it. Your game, if you don't even realize that it's a Web 3 game, while playing, but it is still like the backend you have taken care of it so nicely that okay, I don't even realize it's a Web3 game. I'm making money, I'm playing, I'm having fun, everything is been taken care of. That's the success. But that does not happen like this. Take some steps. Like how gradually you transfer your game and adding more elements to it, building some community around it, building some NFT elements to it, putting whatever parts are required to be put on blockchain. First of all, does it even require to be on blockchain? Just because Web3 is so buzzing does not mean that you have to create something in Web3. No. If already it is so cool, then why do you need Web3? Don't put it on Web3. But some elements, because Web3 provides you with a lot of more flexibility, a lot of more, but there's a reason it is known as a creator economy, because it opens doors for many things. So put those pieces there and then see how it is working out and then take the next step. That's very important. So slowly and steadily, one step at a time, not completely transitioning, because then again the whole debate that we were having, it becomes an economic focus instead of a game focus. Keep it a game, add economic elements to it. And that will take it to the next level.
Yeah, I think what we've done for this game expo, right, is so there are some parameters that every game has, like the environment, the gameplay. We made some sort of interesting parameters, and the feedback loop, right, for each of the games. Are there any techniques or ways in which you can get a feedback in a very good way?
Oh yeah, amazing. Good.
Of course, there is Discord and other communities, but what are some hacks and growth hacks where not just the feedback, but also a very constructive critic, right? Where you can probably get elements like, okay, maybe I should add something like this on top. I think the success primarily depends on how quickly you are making that pivot.
Yeah.
And if it is already good, it is okay. If it's not, then you have to take a call.
Yeah, I mean, that's the simplest part actually. You get to know, like, if somebody is sitting and playing your game for more than 15 minutes and they have a big smile on their face, you're doing something right. As simple as that. Even if it is new, nobody has known about it. I am not playing Call of Duty because the entire world is playing Call of Duty. Right? So sorry, like most of the people play Call of Duty because the entire world is playing Call of Duty, and that's when they get introduced to it, and then they fall in love with it, right? Because there's a huge billions of dollars spent on marketing and everything. That's when, but we buy it because it's a big thing coming out. But your game, you built it, you came out of your room, you came out of your development studio, and somebody's playing it for the first time. Nobody knows you, nobody knows your game, but they have a huge smile on their face when they're playing it. They're engaged, they're asking you 10 questions. That means you've done a good job. If they leave your booth in 5 minutes, that means you've done a bad job. Sit with them, grab them, take them for a coffee, do whatever, take feedbacks, what went wrong, and spending time with the right set of people. That's important. I think this is very important. Build something, go out, spend time with people, be in every community, every Discord, every Telegram channel where people discuss games. Keep sharing it with them. And like, of course, and try to spend as much time in person with people, because ultimately you make games for humans. It's a tech product, it's an online virtual thing, but humans are going to use it. How their emotions, how they respond to your games, that's important. You need to study that. That's very important. That does not happen way too much in virtual world. You have to do that, like virtually share it. You can't be everywhere. It's important. But I'm a firm believer of these kind of things. If you have to be as much as you can do in person, because you can study. Ultimately, just keep this in mind. Whatever you are making it for real people. So the people connect, understanding people, what brings smile on their face, what immediately drop the focus, where did you lose them, was the game too difficult, was the game too easy, was it engaging. I was recently in Singapore this whole week for a Web3 gaming conference by Google and Jump. There, the games that had come, they have been building since last 2 years, 3 years, and then they did this whole demo of the games. Every gaming booth, because of course it was Google, they called only the best ones. Every game that you played, people were hooked onto them for half an hour, 1 hour, they were not getting up. They got up because they wanted to move to the next booth.
I use the right word, hooked. Right? So how many of you find it extremely hard to make something that's hooked? Like, how many of you feel that you already arrived there? Yeah.
How do you judge that somebody is hooked or not? First of all, that's important. They completed the whole mission, and then, but again, so I will just like respectfully add another layer to it. They completed the whole mission, but while they were playing, again, judging these things are very important, because people usually want to be nice. Anybody who will come to your booth, they say, hey, I loved it, very good job. Nobody's going to say, hey, shitty game. No, why would they say it? They're meeting you for the first time, right? And if they're giving that time, they will play. But while they are playing, judging, spending time with them, sitting next to them, what do you think, explaining them the game, asking them questions while they are playing, that's very important. Reading each and every minute of how they are spending their time on your game, that's very important. That's judging, and that's how you get to know like whether they were hooked or not hooked. Taking that extra effort by sitting with them when they are playing, and spend as much time after you have played. Spend as much time as you can with strangers, people who know you. They will be nice. Go out, find new people to kind of spend time with and making them play your game, and especially people who are going to be like really honest, and strangers, that they can you can judge them a little because of their body language and everything. That's going to be very important.
So, any kind of synergies that you see with these startups, or as such in metaverse, right? So, anything that you see can be done. If you have some ideas, let's kind of brainstorm and probably go it up to people.
I would rather like to
3 things that you have in mind in terms of talent, in terms of synergies or strategic partnerships. Like when you call yourself a meta studio, right? Like you have a host of metaverse things, I assume.
Yeah.
So what are some synergies that you think can be explored?
So I would rather like to put it the other way around. What do you guys think? Right? Because we had this chat and I'm really keen, right? Rather like let's trying to make it interesting, right? Starting with you, because you mentioned like game studios came. What's your plan to kind of take it to the next step? How do you see that happening? And what kind of partnerships do you have in mind to take your game to the next step? That answers.
It's a very interesting way of putting it.
Exactly. And that answers the question that we are talking about, right? You didn't need anybody else to tell you this thing. You figured it out while playing more people, playing it and understanding what's working, what's not working. That's exactly the key. The more time you spend on this, you figure out these hacks. Other people, when they come and advise you, that is why the term is advise. They advise you. They can enhance what you are doing, right? But the heavy lifting has to be done by you, right? So this is, I think this answers. I don't want to spend more time on it because this has been a beautiful example from the people themselves. Yeah, I mean,
more like culture, tourism.
Exactly. So, Ministry of Culture or anything. But one thing that I would like to add a flavor to that is you are taking the traditional approach, like telling people how traditionally Hampi used to be, right? That's what you want to do. Exactly. How does people want to see it on ground? What's the research that you have done on that? No, my question is, do people want to see the traditional Hampi? How? How do you know? No. So, sorry, let me rephrase my point. What you have done is brilliant. Of course, like Hampi has always had a traditional beauty. Would I want to go and experience that ecosystem? 100% yes, right? But I'm saying that this, again, you're making this product because you wanted to build it, and like, what was the reason behind, or let me rephrase it again. What was the reason behind choosing this to be built, like showing traditional Hampi to the people of today? What sparked this? Okay, and how do you plan to make money out of this? Virtual tourism. Why virtual tourism? And virtual tourism not to the current Hampi but the traditional Hampi. How many people? How many people do you think? How many people visit Hampi every year physically? And how many people do you think will visit it virtually? Architectures. Go ahead, continue. Sorry, please continue. I was just here. Got it. So yeah. So who can give you access to this? Who's going to be most interested in making sure that people visit the traditional Hampi? Yeah, schools, right? But who will be most interested that the traditional Hampi gets highlighted to the people of today? Who will benefit the most out of it if that happens? Students will learn, but who will benefit? Who said government? Yeah, right. So you got the 4 partners that you have to focus on.
The F&B guys and the hotels around Hampi also.
Yeah, that if you are able to capture these 4, these are the 4 doors that you have to knock on, and you yourself gave the answer. That is, please, my apologies, I was drilling it because I wanted to get the answer from you itself. These are the 4 doors that you have to knock. You knock these doors, make sure you build an amazing product that can make them happy because they are gonna win. Ultimately, as a product developer, you win if the person who's gonna use the product wins. So you have to step yourself in their shoes, right? So who do you have to make win? Them, these 4, not yourself. I'm not making the traditional Hampi because I want the world to see traditional Hampi. No. Nobody, it does not matter what I think. I am making traditional Hampi because these 4 bodies would benefit if traditional Hampi gets highlighted and gets viral. So these are the 4 doors you have to knock with this narrative that you just explained. And if you get them, and because they will then make sure that it becomes like a popular thing, you will get users. And if you have users, the industries will come who will pay all the bills. So this is like the same. That is why I did. Yeah, that is why I wanted to do this exercise, drilling down, because every product that you make, just keep drilling this. You will have your own answers.
Great. So you highlighted the role of community. Let's wrap it up by actually saying, maybe kind of pledging on how we can build a better community network. While I think there are many that Rajat may be part of, or but being in Hyderabad or any other city, right, even Bangalore, for example, I think there needs to be a lot of folks, right? Every startup here, they might be part of an incubator at STPI or the Image Tower, but I think still idea validation, accelerating, getting this exercise and drilling well, it will be much faster at a rocket speed if there is a community. And there's a regular sort of, not just talking shit and going on, but I think an actionable sort of steering things. If, for example, maybe after the second month, there has to be a review on like where they've gone. It could be interesting correcting of jobs. As you rightly said, 2 months later, I think the industry may kind of be in a different place. And your model also, you might find better partners in different domains.
Yeah.
So, Amika jo assumption and all that, today it might look good. So, we have to be so fast, right? And it's all speed. And so, what is any specific sort of commitment as Meta Studio?
Oh,
Build a metaverse community.
As Meta Studios and as Couple, 100% committed. Anything. But again, before even I answer that question, I want to take a step back so to kind of make sense to what I'm going to say. Community building, right? What is community? If I can ask you, anybody, just raise your hands. What do you understand by community? Okay. What is the purpose of building a community? The reason I ask this question is majority, and this is how majority of the people perceive communities as one-to-many approach. I built a community for this purpose. Let's say Meta Studios built a community. Why will Meta Studios build a community? So that tomorrow I can benefit from the community I made, and that is why I will invest, and that is going to be in my favor. So that's the purpose of, let's say, Couple will build a community for Meta Studios because I want to benefit something out of it. But this becomes one-to-many. This is not the typical community. This is a business marketing. This is real community. Yeah, this is real community. Not one-to-many, many-to-many. When any group is created with this ethos, that in this group we will achieve something which benefits everyone. Not if Couple is creating a community, I will build a story that everybody gets something, but eventually I get the most. That's not a community, that's business. People do it. I'm also part of many of these communities. It exists. It's fine. Everybody goes somewhere. If I'm investing my time, I want to win something out of it. It's fine. But I'm not going to call it a community. I'm going to just call it to be a part of a network to achieve something. If we have to build a community, who are we again? Taking a community is what? Bringing people together. Who are people? How has human civilization survived so far? How has people grown? How have we evolved? By growing together. The world has moved forward because everybody has moved forward, right? So that's the real community. When if you can create a group, bring a group of people together in a manner that everybody gets something out of it. Everybody benefits, right? And that's why I particularly personally love Web3. Most of the people that you will meet here, they are more than happy to connect you with anyone. Because if everybody wins, Web3 wins, right? But again, Web3 this has become famous because it was a new industry and everything, right? But at the end of the day, that's human ethos, right? As good people, we get I'm from North, and this is what me and Rajat were talking. We like in Delhi, people are very this thing. You find this thing, let's connect. Come on, you need something, let's connect. It's similar. I don't want a 2% commission because I connected you to Ashok.